I'm going to convene the Committee on Finance for our first agenda. Today is February 24th in Conference Room 308, and first bill up is House Bill 433 HD1 relating to public safety. Vice Chair.
Okay, first up, we have the Office of the Public Defender in support.
Good morning, Your Honor. Or good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, Sonny Gannon, Deputy Public Defender. The Office of the Public Defender stands in support of this measure. We see it as a cost saver. There have been historic issues with the Hawaii Paroling Authority issuing individuals classes and individuals not being able to get those classes and being put on wait lists. Those issues are exacerbated at the private prison, as many of you are well aware. These individuals deserve to get their classes, and this is a measure towards rehabilitation rather than just punitive measures. We don't have an exact number for you with regards to what it would take to clear the wait list. We can get that to you by the end of session if you request it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have the Hawaii Correctional System Oversight Commission in support.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Kristen Johnson. I'm the Oversight Coordinator with the Hawaii Correctional System Oversight Commission. We stand by our testimony in support of this bill. The transition from incarceration back into society is one of the most difficult transition periods for people in custody, and so it's really important to have reentry services and make sure that there's funding behind that to really support the efforts. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Next, we have the Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation in support.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Tommy Johnson, the Director of the Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation. We support the intent of this measure, but ask the legislature and thank you for your interest in this matter, but we ask you to defer to the governor's budget that has the $4 million in it for this very same purpose. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Community Alliance on Prisons in support.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair and Vice Chair, members of the committee. Kat Brady testifying in strong support of this measure. You know, reentry is it's one of the first things that we do when people are at intake services. We really start to look at how we need to program people for success when they come out. So we're in strong support of this measure, but I will say that we don't really have a reentry system. We have some programs here and there, but we have no system. And if we really believe in stemming recidivism, we're going to really work on reentry to make sure that people get the services they need that actually led them to incarceration in the first place. Thank you. We hope you support this measure.
Thank you. Also received testimony in support from Hawaii Substance Abuse Coalition, Opportunity for Youth Action Hawaii, and the Chamber of Commerce of Hawaii, as well as 3 individuals, all in support. Is there anybody else in the room who wishes to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Okay, questions, members? Okay, thank you. We'll move on to the next bill, House Bill 1002 HD1. Vice Chair.
First up, we have the Office of the Public Defender in support.
Morning again, Chair, Vice Chair, Sonny Gannon, Deputy Public Defender. As something of a background, the creation of the Oversight Commission took nearly a decade to create. It was part of the intention was to depoliticize the oversight of public safety. Public safety is differentiated from other, departments in the government because of the human rights issues, other issues with regards to reform that are consistently politicized. We believe that this measure will further depoliticize this conversation in staggering the appointment of the coordinator. It took a long time to find Ms. Johnson, and we think that we should congratulate her for her service. And past her service, we should be continuing to find new coordinators outside of the political system. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have the Hawaii Correctional System Oversight Commission in support.
Chair, Vice Chair, Mark Patterson, current Commissioner and Chair of the Hawaii Correctional System Oversight Commission. Really want to just stand on the testimony I already provided, but we really want to know that this July will make 3 years of the current oversight coordinator, and she has already received 2 appointments in that 3-year period, one by Governor Ige and recently one by Governor Green. And, you know, we're looking at a higher number of 4. 3 years is a good time. A 4-year gives us, we're on a move. And I think at any given time, with the amendments that have been put into this bill, we can always ask the governor for reappointment now, should this pass. But we also want to have the ability to say, in a 4-year term, and strategically plan the path of the Correctional Oversight Commission, as we're working so great right now with the DCR in moving toward our mandates wishes. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have the Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation with comments.
Morning, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Tommy Johnson, the Director of the Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation. We're just going to provide comments here. We have no concern with changing the appointment period from 2 years to 3 years or allowing the coordinator to make inquiries when no investigation exists. I think by changing the language in 353L7 with respect to allowing a coordinator to ask for information and documents, I think it would demonstrate to everyone that we're working together to solve the longstanding problems within the Department of Public Safety, and it lets people know that we're partners and we're not adversaries. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Community Alliance on Prisons in support.
Good morning again, Kat Brady. We're in strong support of this measure, and I wanted to alert the committee that the Senate heard SB 1321, which is a companion bill to this, and with prior concurrence of the PSM chair, they changed it to 4 years, and we support that. Thank you.
Thank you. Also, testimony in support from Office of Hawaiian Affairs and 1 individual. Is there anybody else in the room who would like to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Okay, question, members.
I have a
Question, Vice Chair.
sorry for the Oversight Commission, Mr. Patterson. Or I guess if anyone else knows. Just wanted to confirm. Sorry, this position is not term limited at all, though, right? It's just the board can continue to appoint whoever
Currently,
they
every
want.
2 years, we
Okay.
have to go through an entire interview process.
Oh, you have to go through the entire process every
Yes.
single time the position's up for
Yes.
renewal. Okay, but no term limits
No.
to the position. Okay, got it. Thank you.
Kind of like running for the House, but okay. Okay. Anyway, any further questions? Okay, I thank you. We're going to move on to the next bill, House Bill 1059 HD1.
Okay, first we have the Hawaii Emergency Management Agency in support.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair. James Browse, the Administrator for Emergency Management Agency. We stand in support of this written testimony, and when we look at our civil service, emergency management being a new classification, we're getting a hard time filling our SR 26 and 24s, and those are the EMS 6s and 5s. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Hawaii Government Employees Association in opposition.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, members. Nui Sebastian with HGEA. I will stand in our testimony in opposition to this measure. I do want to emphasize that employees exempt from civil service aren't afforded to grieve a suspension or discharge, and they're effectively at will. I'm happy to answer any questions. Mahalo.
Thank you. Also, testimony in support from the State Department of Defense. That's all the testimony we received. Is there anyone else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Okay, questions, members? Okay, thank
Chair.
you. Yep, Vice Chair.
Sorry, quick question for Haima. How many of these positions are we talking about?
We're
Or,
t-
like
talking
how many
oh.
positions currently fall under this classification that you're looking to fill, that you're having a hard time filling?
6 out of the 45.
6 of 45.
45, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Further questions? Okay, thank you. We'll move on to the next bill, House Bill 596 HD1.
First up, we have Haima in opposition.
Morning, Chair, Vice Chair, James Barrows. Yeah, we stand on our written testimony in opposition of the bill. What we're afraid of is that when we try to clarify and give a list of events that would constitute an emergency, it leaves out the unknowns for us. I mean, it's a great list right now, but it doesn't give us the latitude and flexibility during an unknown event.
Thank you. We also received testimony and support from the Grassroots Institute of Hawaii and one individual. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Okay, questions, members? Okay, thank you. We'll move on to the next bill, House Bill 1296 HD1.
First up, we have Department of Budget and Finance with comments.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, members. Louis Oliveri, Director of Finance. You have our testimony in front of you providing comments. I just would like to reiterate, really, in the aftermath of a disaster, Budget and Finance in the state would like nothing more than a high degree of transparency and accountability, especially when it comes to the utilization of both state and federal funds. But one of the things that we do point out is that, given certain timelines, and we're willing to work with you on what an appropriate timeline could be, it does create, there are chaotic situations in the aftermath of a disaster. So we would not want to hinder, again, the first responders and any of the work that they're doing when we have to ask for them to provide information on a timely basis. But again, we're willing to work with you in order to provide that level of transparency and accountability that you are looking for. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Next, we have Hawaii Emergency Management Agency in opposition.
Thank you, Chair. We just want to echo what Budget and Finance said. We opposed it because of that short timeline of 21 days, but would look at other avenues, leveraging ESF 16 or other ways to provide transparency with the funding during an emergency.
Thank you. We also received testimony from the Office of the Governor with comments. That's all the written testimony we received. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Okay, questions, members? Okay, either Hayim or Budget and Finance. I think in general, I think the legislature just wants to be kept in the loop. So my assumption is that whether it be FEMA or whoever that you're working with, you probably got to report to them also. What would be reasonable for us to ask that you're reporting anyway?
So the relationship between the state and FEMA, I would have to defer to Colonel Barrows on. I think for us, for the state, what we do and what Colonel Barrows alluded to with ESF 16. ESF 16 was started, it's brand new, and it was started in the aftermath of the Lahaina disaster. And what we did notice during that time is that you had all of the different emergency support functions related to transportation, related to sheltering, but then finance was literally kind of like this in the background of all of it. So the state, in its wisdom, created ESF 16, which was basically just finance.
No, I understand that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's some things that are just brought up randomly, yeah, and I think what we want is timely, right?
Sure.
So.
I would say in the aftermath of disaster, again, I think if 60 days is a little bit too long, and 21 days, according to Haima, might be a little bit, it's somewhere in between, Chair.
Okay.
I mean, for me, it's very easy for me to dictate to Haima, okay, I need this information like now, but at the end of the day, they're the ones that have to provide the information to us.
Yeah, at some point maybe that we can work on that, but I think we just got to come up with a reasonable timeline. The legislature at the end of the day just wants to be kept informed.
Absolutely, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions, members? Okay, thank you. We're moving on to the next bill, House Bill 1064 HD2.
First up, we have the Hawaii State Fire Council on Zoom in support. Oh, sorry.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the Finance Committee. Gary Lum, testifying on behalf of State Fire Council. We stand on our written testimony submitted, and we just have a few issues of the HD2 version. One is that in Section 8 of the HD2, it specifies the Office of the State Fire Marshal shall conduct fire and safety inspections at all state facilities at least once a year. But the next line specifies a written report of each inspection shall be kept on file in the Office of the County Fire Chief. Seems to be a little inconsistent, and we recommend an amendment that the written report be kept at the Office of the State Fire Marshal of any inspections. Also, Section 132-16 HRS is amended in HD2. It specifies the State Fire Marshal shall be a member of the State Fire Council, but later in the amendment, it specifies the State Fire Council shall recommend 3 candidates for the State Fire Marshal to be appointed by the governor. This sets up a potential conflict of interest, perhaps, so we do suggest that be clarified or amended further. Thank you. I'll be available for questions if there are any. Thank you.
Thank you. We have the Hawaii State Department of Defense in support on Zoom. Major General Logan or his designee. Okay. Do we also have DLNR, Michael Walker?
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Michael Walker. I serve as the statewide fire protection forester for the Department of Land and Natural Resources Division of Forestry and Wildlife, and I also represent the department on the State Fire Council. The department has provided testimony with comments on the bill. In summary, we really believe that no matter what department that the marshal's office ends up landing in, the department should have a direct line of reporting to the governor. This is not included in my testimony. However, through conversations with the State Department of Transportation, aircraft rescue, and firefighters, they currently perform all of the inspections at the airport facilities, and they are more than willing to do so, continue to do so, and so continuing them to have the primary inspectors for airports while the marshal inspects the rest of the state buildings. And I'm available for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. We also received comments from the Office of the Governor and the Department of Labor and Industrial Relations, as well as testimony in support from the Hawaii Climate Advisory Team, Attorney General, Hawaii Insurance Council, Kamehameha Schools, and AARP Hawaii. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify?
David Rodriguez with the Department of Labor and Industrial Relations. We stand on our written comments with the preference that the State Fire Marshal and Council be transferred to the Department of Defense. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Vice Chair, Chair, members of the committee. Jeff Michelina on behalf of the Climate Advisory Team. The CAT strongly supports this measure. This is the second highest recommendation of fully functional fire marshal by the Fire Safety Research Institute. We note in our testimony that in order to be fully functional, it needs to be fully funded. And the current appropriation we feel is a little short, seeking $2 million annually to make this an effective office so Hawaii can properly respond to wildfires and other fire events. Mahalo.
Thank you. Apologies. And to DLIR, I didn't have you guys checked in, but we do have the testimony. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Okay, thank you. Questions, members? Thank you. We're going to move on to the next bill, House Bill 862 HD1.
First up, we have the Department of Education with comments.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Dean Uchida, Deputy Superintendent with Department of Education. The department stands on our written testimony providing comments on this measure. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have the Hawaii State Teachers Association in support on Zoom. Not present. We have Hawaii Children's Action Network Speaks in support.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Is this HB 796? I'm sorry.
862. Yeah.
I'm sorry,
Sh-
I'm
yeah.
lost.
Chevelle is here, also in person.
Oh, sorry.
Hello, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for considering this measure. I'm Chevelle Davis with Hawaii Children's Action Network Speaks, and I'm standing on our written testimony in support and just really wanting to highlight that our keiki and our working families need to have reliable transportation. It really disrupts, especially access to our communities that live in rural areas and our working families to get to work. So mahalo again for considering this measure.
Thank you. We have testimony in support from Samaya Gorham.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Samaya Gorham. I am an intern at the Hawaii State Council on Developmental Disabilities. We apologize for our late written testimony, but we did have it submitted. And we do stand in strong support of this measure. So again, apologies for the late testimony and thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. We also received testimony in support from one other individual. That's all the written testimony we've received. Is there anyone else in the room wishing to testify?
Okay, members. Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
Please, go ahead.
Aloha, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Takonuchi. Tammy Lee from the Department of Transportation. I'll check on the written testimony, but we are supportive of this measure. We're supportive of the exemption to allow CDLP to drive the school, small vans, motor coaches, and small buses. And I'm here for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Okay, questions, members?
I have a question, Chair.
Okay.
Probably for DOE. On Kauai, it was brought to my attention that some schools have these small buses. Like, I don't know how many passengers, but they're small. But they're locked up and caged and not used. They're brand new. Is there a problem? Or what is the problem?
I'd have to get back to you on that. I'm not from, you know where they're parked at?
I saw it at my school at Waimea Middle School,
Waimea
Kauai.
Middle.
Yeah. But the parents have told me that they've seen buses in other schools that are just caged up and never used.
The small buses?
Yeah. I'm
Okay.
wondering if it's a. Yeah.
16 passengers?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me check on it and get back to you on
Thank
that.
you. Thank you, Chair.
If you get back to the committee on that.
I will.
Thank you. Any further questions, members? Okay, thank you. Moving on to the next bill, House Bill 1088 HD1.
First up, we have the Department of Education with comments.
Morning, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Dean Uchida, Department of Education. The department stands on its written testimony providing comments on this measure. Thank you.
Thank you. We have the Department of Hawaiian Homelands in support.
Aloha kakayaka, o Va'o Oriana Leao of the Department of Hawaiian Homelands, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. The department stands in strong support of this measure, which was approved by the Hawaiian Homes Commission and included in the governor's administrative package. As outlined in our testimony, DHHL currently leases to a number of public schools, public charter schools, and early learning facilities to show that we do our part. Also outlined in our testimony are the amounts that we expect to save if we were to continue to be exempt. In the past, we were exempt from school impact fees pursuant to Act 197, Session Laws of Hawaii 2021. However, Part 1, Section 1 of that act sunset in 2024. We would like to be reinstated in statute. And currently, we benefit from the governor's 11th emergency proclamation regarding affordable housing. I'm available for questions. Mahalo.
Thank you. We have the Hawaii School Facilities Authority in support.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Kenyon Tan with the School Facilities Authority. We stand on our written testimony and support, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. And we have the Tax Foundation of Hawaii with comments on Zoom.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Tom Yamachika from Tax Foundation. We'll stand on our written comments and be available for questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We also received testimony in opposition from the Center for Hawaiian Sovereignty Studies. So the written testimony we've received, is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Okay, questions, members? Kush.
For Department of Education. Thank you. My question is just in relation to this bill, and I've heard other bills about the school impact fees. Is there a reservoir of fees that have, my understanding, and I don't have any way to verify it, is that those impact fees have gone unused or are sitting in a special fund? Can you provide any insight or context to that?
Yeah, I believe there's a balance. I don't know exact amount, but I can get that number for you.
But to your knowledge, are these school impact fees used for the big creation of new buildings to expand school facilities or new campuses?
I need to get back to you on that too.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Any further questions, members? Okay, there's one more bill that's on this subject too, so we'll hear that one next. Okay, next bill is House Bill 1088 HD1. Oh, sorry, I didn't cross it off. Okay, I'm sorry, the next bill is House Bill 422 HD1.
Okay.
The impact fees.
We have the Hawaii Public Housing Authority in support. Thank you. We have the Department of Education with comments.
Morning, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Dean Uchida, Deputy Superintendent. We stand on our written testimony providing comments on this measure. Thank you.
Thank you. We have the Department of Hawaiian Homelands in support. Thank you. We have the Hawaii School Facilities Authority with comments.
Kenyon Chan with the Hawaii School Facilities Authority. We have our testimony with comments. Just want to note that while we support the intent to repeal school impact fees, we would note that if that was done, there would also need to be a mechanism in place that would allow the public education system to then get the land that it needs to build new schools and new school facilities if necessary.
Thank you. We have the Tax Foundation of Hawaii with comments on Zoom.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Tom Yamachika from Tax Foundation. We'll be, for the most part, standing on our written comments. I did want to point out that in response to the representative's prior question, the amount that is unused for school impact fees is about $20 million right now, and there's another $9 million for fair share fees, which was the predecessor statute. This is detailed with a nice colorful graph in our testimony, so please take a look at it if you'd like. I'd be available for questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Also received testimony and support from the County of Honolulu Office of Housing, 4 other organizations, as well as 1 organization in opposition and 1 with comments. Additionally, support from 1 individual and 10 individuals in opposition. Is there anyone else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Okay, thank you. Questions, members? Representative Grandin.
I think my question is for the School Facilities Authority. Morning. I'm wondering, do you know if affordable and workforce units are currently exempted from school impact fees at all?
No, they're not, but there is the governor's proclamation, which allows, if a project is certified as affordable through HHFDC, then that would allow a waiver of the school impact fees.
Okay. Thank you. Just asking because, oh, and can you tell me, do you have any figure for like the average per unit cost that impact fees end up adding on?
Yeah, so it depends on the district, but it can range anywhere, and it depends on the district, the school impact district, and it also depends on whether it's a single-family unit or a multifamily unit. So it can range, usually the multifamily units are a lower fee, but it can range anywhere from $2,400 roughly to $5,700 per unit. But those fees are all original fees for each district when they were originally established. And according to impact fee law, those fees are supposed to be updated every 3 years, which they just haven't been. But presumably when they're updated, those fees are going to go up.
Okay. And in your testimony, you reference having witnessed instances where the impact fees have impeded new production. Can you give some examples?
Yeah, probably a memorable example would be someone in West Maui. They had wanted to build an ADU to house their family that had lost their home, but then at the time there wasn't an emergency proclamation yet, or that would have exempted them from the school impact fees. We were able to work with the county and the governor's office to eventually get that into place, but at the time they could not afford to pay the fee to then build the housing to then house their family that had lost their home. So, but now that, at least for now, that West Maui district is waived under the emergency proclamation for the wildfires. So because of that, they were able to go ahead and move forward with their permit.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Okay, I think that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Further questions, members? Okay. Okay, Representative Hussey, followed by Ray Soto.
I have a question for this gentleman. My question is about the distribution of school impact districts across the state. I understand that there's 4 districts, is that right?
There's technically 5. Just one has not been administered since its creation.
Can you list out what those 5 are, please?
Yeah, so on Maui, there's 2. There's West Maui, which currently is suspended because of the emergency proclamation. There's Central Maui, which is broken up into 2 cost districts for Wailuku and Makauau. Then on Oahu, there's the Kalihi to Ala Moana district, and there's also the Leeward Oahu district. The 5th one is supposed to be West Hawaii on Hawaii Island, but that hasn't been administered since it was created. I believe it's just because the county didn't want to.
See. Isn't the fastest growing district Puna on the Big Island in terms of population growth? I'm just surprised at that.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with. We actually inherited the district's the school, because now the School Facilities Authority administers school impact fees. Previously, it was the Department of Education. So we actually inherited the existing school impact districts. We're in the process of trying to straighten things out. We're going to start with the existing districts before we try and figure out if there needs to be new districts.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, Representative Ray Soto.
Sorry for you again. Thank you. Can you remind me again how much money is in the school impact account?
Yep. As of January 31st, there is over $21 million.
And how much does it cost to build a new school?
Much more than that. Probably at least $80 million for like an elementary school.
Okay, so the money that's in the account right now would not be able to build any school?
No, and you have to use the money that's collected, you can only use in the district in which it was collected, and it depends on whether it is, there's 2 types. There's a land contribution type, and then there's a construction cost type, and those have different restricted uses.
Okay, so with the money that you have now and all the restrictions, can you build a new school anywhere with that money?
No, not even close.
Okay. And In your written testimony, you wrote that this school impact fee program provides an important mechanism, but that you guys recommend ensuring that some other mechanism is in place to allow the system to obtain the lands and the money, because most likely it would come from general funds. Do you have any idea or any recommendation what that would be?
I don't, not with any more careful analysis. I will note that, school impact fees replaced the fair share program that was referenced by other testimony previously, presumably because the fair share program wasn't working well. I'm not intimately familiar with that program, but my understanding is the impact fee mechanism was supposed to be more fair and transparent. So whatever you would replace it with, you would want to make sure that you don't go and go back in time and then create new issues that this program was trying to address.
Okay, thank you. And can I ask something from the DOE?
Hey, you have another question?
The DOE, hi. Yeah, thank you. In the DOE's written testimony, in the last paragraph, it says that future commitments on the dedication of lands is a vital mechanism in the development, and it'll leave large residential developments such as Coal Ridge and Ho'opili. Can you tell us, just for reference, there are schools that were called track schools and that were meant for all the schools to be off track. Can you tell us any school in the state that's still on track?
I'd have to get back to you on that. I'm not aware right now.
Okay, it's Holomua Elementary in Eva Beach, right down the road from me.
Okay.
So right now, I know that we talked about large residential developments that are in the future looking at not being supported with the communities for investing in the area. Would you say that, do you also know what the largest school in the state is?
The largest enrollment or the?
Enrollment?
I'm not sure. I got to get back to you.
Campbell High School, in the same district, on the same side of the street, also in District 40.
Okay.
For those there, I know that there's things about building schools, but are there any other mechanisms, with the same question that I had asked the previous testifier, that you guys can think of if it wasn't, any suggestions, if it's not school impact fees on new builds?
Well, when the school impact fee law was passed, it was on two sides, right? One, to make sure that we had land and money to build a school. But more importantly, it provided some predictability on the developer's part. So that it's usually at the early part of the rezoning, like the land use commission, or when you go to zoning, it triggers the impact fee. And then the developer comes in and talks about their project, and then we come up with a calculation on what the impact fee might be and the land dedication amount. So they know it up front. It's not something that comes in later on. They can pencil it into their development costs.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Representative Grandinetti.
One more question for school facilities, actually. I am wondering if you can kind of walk us through the rationale of abolishing the fee rather than reforming it, because I understand there are significant issues with the program. I also, like, for instance, one of the impact areas encompasses Kaka'ako and Ala Moana. We're going to see a ton of luxury development in those areas, and I'm wondering, like, why would we want to give up the opportunity to get our fair share, to use the old language, while also maybe incorporating nuance and exceptions for affordable housing and making sure we're not getting in the way of that? What's the argument there?
Just to be clear, this was, the impetus for this bill did not come from us at all. So it wasn't, we're just testifying on something that was coming out. And I think we're supportive of the idea of getting rid of the school impact fee program as it's currently stands, just because of how complex it is and how many barriers it puts up for, your single person developer, maybe not these large developers like you're talking about, but for just individuals.
Mm-hmm.
And just the amount of benefit that we're actually getting from it, and for how much time and energy it takes to administer the program. It just, a lot of it doesn't seem to add up to be really worth it the way it's currently structured. And, as to your question specifically for like the Ala Kalihi to Ala Moana district, we're still doing our analysis, but we're unsure if that even should be a district just because of such the, under-enrolled schools that exist already in urban Honolulu in the first place. Part of the impact fee district analysis is supposed to be, looking at existing capacity within the district. And if we were to redo that analysis, we're not sure if that would even, say that it should be a district to begin with, because there might already be enough capacity existing in urban Honolulu to address the new housing that would be developed. Or, I'm not sure. That's just, it's a possibility because we haven't done the analysis, but maybe. I don't know. I don't know if that answers your question or.
You did. That was very helpful.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Further questions, members? You can stay there. Any further questions? Okay.
Hello? I have a question.
Yeah, hold on. Anybody? No? Okay. Dewey, can you come up too? I'm going to help, try to help answer some of these questions, but in the format that we kind of ask questions. Okay, so I think, part of the issue is, to your knowledge, right? Have we ever built any schools with cash?
With cash.
In cash, just outright cash?
I'm
Okay, the
not
answer
sure.
is no.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. And the point is that impact fees is basically we're collecting fees to pay for something in cash, right? So I think because this bill came from the Housing Committee, right? It's implying that what we're doing is that these impact fees are a one-time tax that is trying to generate revenue to build something, but it's not really the right mechanism because normally we pay for it with bonds. So the mechanism to pay for new schools should be a tax that is ongoing versus a one-time tax, right? I think in general, when you put an impact fee on the front end of a home, and the county does this with park impact fees and all kind of other fees, all you're doing is you're making the front end of the home more expensive. And at the end, that's not our goal, right? We're trying to make housing more affordable. So it'd be better to find a funding mechanism that is recurring and that can pay debt service on the bond, right? So normally, in other states, this mechanism to pay for schools is property tax.
Correct.
Is that your understanding?
Right.
Yeah. So, and then there's a nexus. When you pay for schools out of property tax, right, then supposedly if you build a good school, then property values go up and, right, all those kind of things. So there's nexus. You think that's a good idea?
Just one way of financing it.
Yeah, okay. Because I think that's part of our problem, right? We're looking for funding mechanisms that not necessarily matches up with how we fund schools.
Correct.
Right? So I think that's why the housing chair is kind of looking at this from it's just adding to the cost of home. And I think what the legislature needs to do is we need to match up our revenue source with how we pay for schools, right? So going forward, I think that's the discussion we should have with you guys going forward.
Okay.
Do you agree?
Yeah.
School Facility Authority or?
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Okay. Okay. Very good. Okay. Thank you. Members, any further questions? Okay, thank you. We're going to move on to the next bill, House Bill 650 HD1.
First up, we have DBED with comments.
Chair, Vice Chair, members. DBED standard, it's written testimony.
Thank you. Next, we have the Department of Agriculture in support.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Cedric Gates here on behalf of the Department of Agriculture. The department stands on its written testimony in support of this measure. Here for any questions. Mahalo.
Thank you. We have George Joseph on Zoom in support.
Yes, I'm in support.
We are very close to this solving this problem. We are very close. We did a great job during the last 1 year, and a little more push will make it happen.
Okay, thank you. We also received testimony from the Hawaii Farm Bureau in support. That's all the written testimony we received. Is there anyone else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Okay, thank you. Questions, members? Okay, thank you very much. We're moving on to the next bill, House Bill 545 HD1.
For five.
Come on.
Okay, sorry. First up, we have Holomua Collaborative in support. Yeah.
454.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you, yes.
Thank you. We have the Hawaii Technology Development Corporation in support.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Sandy Kanimori with the Hawaii Technology Development Corporation, and we stand in strong support of this bill. This bill supports our 3 core programs that fuel HTC, the MAP, SBR, and Accelerator program, and they align perfectly with our mission to promote economic diversification, create a more resilient Hawaii, and that supports small businesses, entrepreneurs, and startup companies, whom, among other things, are helping us to solve local problems in our community using local innovation and technology. So bottom line is, we ask that we of course need to invest in our own local companies and local business assistance programs, especially if we want to stay competitive in this ever-changing digital economy, global digital economy. So we ask for your support on this bill, and we're here for any questions. Mahalo for allowing me to testify.
Thank you. We have the Chamber of Commerce of Hawaii in support.
Morning, Chair, Vice Chair,
Thank you. We have Nalu Scientific LLC in support.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Isar Mustafanejad. I'm founder and CEO at Nalu Scientific. We've been in business for almost 10 years now. We design and develop microchips, also known as microelectronics, that are exported to U.S. mainland and Europe, Asia, mainly for helping scientists better understand the energy and matter and interaction. So very deep scientific work. They use our microchips to miniaturize their equipment. We got our start here with help from HDDC, and without them, we wouldn't be here. We have about 18 employees here, consultants, contractors. We work with the University of Hawaii. We work with HBU. We hire locally. Everybody's local here. And I'm proud to say that our technology is in use at various really high-end facilities around the world. And what we're doing is deep tech, hard tech, and we appreciate all the help and support we can get to put the name of what we're doing here on the map globally. So thank you.
Thank you. We have the Hawaii Food Industry Association in support on Zoom.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I'm Alexis Chapman for HFIA. We stand on our testimony in support, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. We have Hawaii Pacific Advisory Group in support on Zoom. Ted Ralston, if you could unmute and proceed.
Yeah, sorry about that, folks. Ted Ralston here. Aloha Chair and team. The Hawaii Pacific Advisory Group is an activity of the Hawaii Pacific Foundation, a nonprofit Native Hawaiian-owned organization whose role is to improve the quality of life in Hawaiian communities. Basically, what we see here is that economic prosperity rests on continuity of operations and minimizing of disruption in the face of new unanticipated threats, as we now know. Staying ahead of the threats and powering the mitigation depend heavily on technology. We need tech leadership that can interpret for local leaders and extract from the local experience, or for the global experience, to be applied locally in generating solutions for the future. The work that HTDC does is fantastic in establishing a base upon which much more significant leadership, technology leadership roles can be defined. So we totally support what's going on and wish that there could be a substantial expansion of the HCDC role in dealing with the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We also received testimony in support from 13 other organizations, as well as one organization with comments and 2 individuals in support. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Okay, questions, members? Okay, thank you. Moving on to the next bill, House Bill 796 HD1.
Okay, we have the Department of Taxation with comments. Thank you. We have DBED with comments. Thank you. We have Hawaii Children's Action Network Speaks in opposition on Zoom.
Oh, so sorry. I was having trouble with my camera. And sorry for the prior confusion. Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Nicole Wu from Hawaii Children's Action Network. We think that tax credits are a really important way to help lower income families afford to live here. You'll see on page 6 of the testimony, we have a map that shows that we have one of the highest burdens of taxation on low working class families in Hawaii. And most of that's due to our GET. So tax credits are a way to get cash back to these families who are paying too much in the GET. So they're a really important tool. And this bill would automatically sunset or reduce these types of tax credits. So that's the reason that we are proposing this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have SAG-AFTRA Hawaii Local in opposition on Zoom.
Hi, good morning. My name is Marisha Palma Elmore, and I'm the Executive Director of the Screen Actors Guild and American Federation of Television and Radio Artists. We stand on our written testimony in opposition, and we're here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. We have the International Alliance of Theatrical Stage Employees, 665, in opposition.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Tuyana Scanlon, President, IATSE Local 665, IATSE International Trustee. In DBED's Creative Industry Division report to the 33rd Legislature in 2025, they show that the state paid out $24.5 million in film tax incentive credits. And 11.7 additional million dollars were paid that rolled over from 2023. So that's $36.2 million. But it also generated $20.2 million in state tax revenues. So for around $16 million of state investment, you got $75 million of household income, $324 million of economic impact. In 2023, there were 2,247 jobs generated by this industry. Now my question is, if this goes away, what is the plan to plug that hole? Where do you get $324 million of economic impact or $75 million of household wages? Where does that come from? Because there is no industry that replaces these jobs, that can compete at these jobs at these wages that we have negotiated for. We've heard about the concern regarding market distortion, and the tax incentive distorts the market in our benefit. If this tax incentive goes away, the result is so does the work. Businesses do not operate because they are altruistic. They are operating to make money. And if this tax incentive goes away, so does the work, and it will just go elsewhere. Now, it's not just the economic impact of this, it is also the cultural impact of this incentive. If it goes away, when there is a lack of faith on the part of business, of the support from this state for the industry, we lose the ability to tell our own stories. 98% of the live-action Moana was filmed in Atlanta. 2% was filmed here. The vast majority of Jason Momoa's Chief of War project filmed in New Zealand, whose film industry and infrastructure and culture around it is decades ahead of ours. So what it means is stories that are either based primarily in Hawaii or about Polynesian culture will just film elsewhere. And all of those people, those thousands of households that rely on this tax incentive, go away. They just don't have the ability to support themselves. And I would challenge anyone here to find an industry that also pays these wages for non-college graduates, for folks that are just in the trades. This is just one of the tax incentives or the tax credits that would be affected by this bill. I can't speak to the other ones, but I do know that it will have a devastating impact on our industry. Now, our industry has a ripple effect as well, because the tourism industry, DBED noted that 4.5 million visitor days were attributed to folks who said they visited Hawaii just because of something they saw on film and TV. That's $1 billion in visitor spending. That's 14% of the tourists or visitors from Japan. We could increase those numbers and be of a great benefit to the state if there was support from the state for our industry and for that income tax credit. But if this tax credit goes away, I don't know where we find that economic impact from any other industry on that level. And it's, if you remove the 2023 numbers, it is then $4.2 million that the state invested for that $324 million impact. 2023's rollover numbers, I understand that, you know, in the math game, it was still spent in 2024. So I'll give you that. But I don't know how we plug that hole if that goes away. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Sorry, we have you next up at the Democratic Party of Hawaii Labor Caucus.
Tui Scanlon, Democratic Party of Hawaii Labor Caucus Chair. Stand in our written testimony in opposition. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Tax Foundation of Hawaii with comments on Zoom.
So, good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Tom Yamachika from Tax Foundation. We have two basic concerns. One is that the bill probably doesn't work. If a bill is passed by a later legislature and it has neither a sunset nor a phase out, and it's signed into law, then it goes into effect with neither a sunset nor a phase out, because later legislation prevails over earlier legislation when the two conflict. So, I mean, it may be a good statement to put into the law, but it probably won't have the effect that that this committee is hoping for. We also suggest that we have an existing system whereby the state auditor is supposed to review credits on a rolling basis every 5 years, as long as you keep adding the new credits to the chart of credits that they're supposed to review. And apparently that hasn't been done for the last few years. So I think maybe the committee might get more mileage out of updating that list as opposed to enacting the bill in this current form, which has questionable efficacy. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We also received testimony in opposition from the Honolulu Film Office, 4 other organizations, and 21 individuals, as well as 1 individual in support. Is there anyone else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Okay, thank you. Questions, members? Okay, I guess tax department. So the Tax Foundation's comments, we just heard a bill recently to go over some of the auditor's recommendation. It wasn't all of them, but it was just some of them. But we also have the process of the tax review commission that comes up, and which is coming up soon, and things like that. When that comes up, do they take up these credits and review them?
It's up to the Tax Review Commission what they want to review.
When was the last time? Yeah, I understand that part.
Yeah.
But when was the last time they did that?
A review of credits. I'm not sure. I would have to go back and check.
Yeah.
But what can be done, the legislature can maybe pass a resolution asking them to look at certain things that might be helpful to guide them for the upcoming Tax Review Commission.
Yeah, I think for me, the intent of the bill was just to for the legislature to have the opportunity to periodically review these to see if they're actually doing what they were intended to do. Tax Review Commission talked about the auditor. Tax Foundation recommended talked about the auditor. And then we have the Tax Review Commission, and then, we have the legislative process. Do you think it's better for the Tax Review Commission to do it, or who are technically more, right? You guys bring in consultants to look into these things. We give you money to be able to do that. Is that a better mechanism?
I think that would be a good topic for them to consider because they do take a comprehensive look. And as you mentioned, they have some resources and research assistance that they can utilize. But I do think that when we're looking at tax credits and whether they're efficient, it is good to look at the entire tax code as a whole because there are some credits that overlap in deductions. So I would agree with that
okay.
it would be appropriate.
Okay. If the legislature did it, how often do you think we should review it?
I'm not sure.
Because, right, the Tax Review Commission is every 5 years.
I think
And then-
that might be
And then they take up different issues every year, so.
They do, because it's hard to say. Certain credits, you really need an accumulation of years and data to determine whether it's actually working, versus other credits are designed to be for a shorter instance of time. So, yeah, I'm not sure if there's a right fit, but it seems like maybe the Tax Review Commission timeline might be, it might fit what the timeline that it should be reviewed.
Okay. As this bill moves forward, I think what I'm looking for is guidance as to how often and or the mechanism to review. One is sunset, and the other may be to right. Some people want certainty, so the other would be to tier it off the credit so that it's because some credits maybe should not be in perpetuity. Would the tax department be able to give recommendations on those things?
Apart from the Tax Review Commission to look at.
yeah.
So we can provide, do a research and studies on data, but as far as the efficiency and whether the credit is serving the purpose that's intended, we would need outside help because we don't look at those types of factors. So we can work in connection with another agency perhaps, but it's really hard for us to tell you whether if, for example, it's meeting the purpose that it was designed to,
Yeah. Like I said, at the end of the day, that's the goal, and I don't know. Like I said, I don't believe this is the mechanism, but I do believe the legislature needs to do a review.
And we certainly can suggest to the Tax Review Commission that this is an area of interest when they convene later this year, hopefully.
Thank you. Further questions, members? Okay, thank you. We're going to move on to the next bill, House Bill 4786 HD1.
First up, Department of Taxation with comments. Thank you. We have the Tax Foundation of Hawaii with comments on Zoom.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Tom Yamachika from Tax Foundation. We will stand on written comments and be available for questions.
Thank you. Next, we have Sikemau Carrera in opposition on Zoom.
Hello. I was born in Hilo, Hawaii, and I have a very hard time finding a job in Hawaii. And I don't think the capital gains tax will create more opportunities for me. In places like Big Island, I already see limited economic opportunity. It hasn't been getting better ever since COVID. We already see 53% of Native Hawaiians live in the mainland, while only 47% remain in Hawaii. This reflects a growing trend over the past decade, influenced by factors such as the high cost of living and limited economic opportunities thanks to high taxes, such as the capital gains tax. Taxing capital gains tax results in a double taxation. Once when income is earned, and again when return on investments are realized. The double taxation bias individuals towards immediate consumption over future investment, hindering the buildup of capital. This depresses economic growth, reducing incentives for people like me who need the jobs the most. I would like alternatives like taxing consumption more or raising the land taxes more because we have a limited. I don't know why we have such a low land tax. We have very much limited land, and we should encourage more economic use of land. I'm in favor of increasing land taxes instead of this, because you can't move land, but you can move capital away from the state. And Hawaii, according to NBC, is ranked at the bottom of the being business friendly. So I don't think raising the capital gains tax will help the poor the most and will decrease economic opportunities. And as you said, as you can see from my written testimony, you can see places like in Texas where they have seen lots of jobs, lots of businesses and people move from California to Texas because they have lower, more favorable odds at starting up a business. So I am in strong opposition against this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Shelby Pikachu Billionaire in opposition on Zoom. Not present. We have Noella Von Wigand in opposition on Zoom. Not present. We've also received testimony and support from 4 organizations and opposition from 3 organizations, as well as opposition from about 30 individuals and 2 individuals in support. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Vice Chair, sorry, this is Nicole Wu from Hawaii Children's Action Network again. I pressed the wrong button. I'm sorry, I'm so disorganized this morning. I submitted written testimony for this capital gains tax bill. I just wanted to, in my testimony, it's starting on page 3, I quote the Department of Taxation's report on different types of income here in Hawaii. And they state capital gains are heavily concentrated in the high end of income distribution, especially for non-residents. The higher the income of taxpayers, the greater the share of capital gains in their taxable income in general. Their most recent report on income types here in Hawaii is that for those who made more than $400,000 a year and who were non-residents, more than half of their income came from capital gains. So the capital gains tax is a really great tool to get some revenue that we might need from really rich folks, and especially people who don't live here. We are one of only 9 states that has a tax loophole for rich people in our capital gains law. So we really think that this would help fund some needed things in the future. In some of the testimony against, they talk about how this might affect business investment. Warren Buffett has actually said that in 60 years of investing, even when capital gains rates were much higher, he's never seen it affect investment. So with the help of some experts, we did a chart looking back almost 100 years, and you can see it's on page 4 of the testimony. The orange line shows the top federal capital gains tax rate that has gone up and down like crazy. And then the blue line shows real investment just steadily going up. So there does not seem to be any effect from the capital gains tax on business investment, while at the same time, this could really help fund some needed things in the future, and it's taxing the wealthiest, especially non-residents. So for that reason, we support this bill. Thank you for hearing my testimony.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else on Zoom?
Okay, thank you. Questions, members? Okay, Representative Miyake.
Thank you, Chair. Question for Tax Foundation.
Thank you for the question.
Good morning. How many states have capital gains tax total? Do you have that?
41.
41.
Yeah, there are a few states that don't tax income at all. But 41 states that tax wage income do tax capital gains.
Okay, and as you heard from the previous testifier, is it specific to non-residents?
Well, the tax is imposed on what we call Hawaii source income, which means that if the asset that is being sold is sold here, or if it's from Hawaii real estate, for example, that's when we pick it up. It doesn't matter, where the owner lives, but if the property is here, we tax it.
Okay, that was my understanding. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Further questions, members? Okay, thank you. We're going to move on to the next bill, House Bill 437 HD1.
First up, we have DBED in support.
That stands on its written testimony on the intent of this measure. Thank you.
Thank you. We also received testimony in support from the Oahu Filipino Community Council, Hawaii Friends of Civil Rights, and the Filipino Chamber of Commerce of Hawaii, as well as 2 individuals in support and 10 in opposition. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Okay, questions, members? Okay, thank you. Moving on to the next bill, House Bill 1391 HD1.
Do we have DBED with comments?
Yeah, DBED stands on its written testimony offering comments.
Thank you. We also received testimony in opposition from 8 individuals who did not say they would be present. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Okay, questions, members? Okay, thank you. Moving on to the next bill, House Bill 1406 HD1.
First up, we have DBED in support.
Can you hear me? I'm online.
Yes, go ahead, Deputy Director.
I was trying to turn my camera on. Hi, Dean Wicker, Deputy Director from DBED. We stand on our testimony in support and available for questions.
Thank you. We have the Hawaii Housing Finance and Development Corporation in support.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, committee members, Dean Minakami, Hawaii Housing Finance Development Corporation. We note that for larger projects, it can take more than 10 years to navigate through the regulatory process for land use, infrastructure, and building permit approvals. So we strongly support this measure to streamline the approval process.
Thank you. We also have the Public Utilities Commission in support.
Chair, members of the committee, David Richmond here on behalf of
Thank you. Also support from the Hawaii Realtors, Hawaiian Telecom, and the Chamber of Commerce Hawaii. That's all the written testimony we've received. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Okay, thank you. Questions? Okay, thank you. We're going to move on to the next bill, House Bill 1405 HD1.
First up, we have DBED in support.
Hi, good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Dean Wicker, Deputy Director of DBED, and we stand in support with amendments. Mahalo.
Thank you. Also, Chamber of Commerce of Hawaii in support. They're still here. Maybe not. Okay. We also received testimony in support by Hawaii Operating Engineers Industry Stabilization Fund PAC, Hawaii Realtors, Hawaiian Telecom, and the Grassroots Institute of Hawaii, all in support. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Okay, questions, Representative Leloy.
Thank you, Chair. This one, I guess, is for DBED. Just out of pure curiosity, hi, thanks for being here. Just out of pure curiosity, how many permits are we looking at touching just across the industry, whether it's housing, land use, construction, utilities, film industry? How many permits are we looking at?
So we don't know what that inventory would look like with this bill. We did look back at potential projects on why this statute may currently exist. It could be projects such as like broadband, where you cross over multiple state agencies, and having one agency who can facilitate that through efficiency seems to be the nexus to this bill. As far as project specific, we have not had any discussion with what potential projects DBED could be looking at should this bill be passed.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Further questions? Okay, moving on to the next bill, House Bill 455 HD1.
First up, we have DBED in support.
Yes, Aloha DBED stands in its written testimony.
Thank you. We have the Office of the Attorney General with comments on Zoom. Oh, in person. Sorry.
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Deputy Attorney General Elise Ame Mia testifying on behalf of the Attorney General's Office. HRS 37-52.3 establishes criteria in order to set up a special fund. While we believe that most of the criteria are met, the bill does not contain an explanation as to why the special fund could not be successfully implemented using the general fund appropriation process. So we recommend adding this explanation to the purpose section of the bill. I am available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Department of Budget and Finance with comments.
Good morning, Vice Chair, Chair, members. Louis Salaveri, Director of Finance. You have our written comments in front of you. We will stand on those comments. But just to echo the testimony of the Attorney General, the provisions of HRS 3752.3 are pretty specific when it comes to the creation of a special fund. When we see it, we basically see the self-sufficiency and the ability of this fund to basically continue to collect on its intended purpose. And what we do recommend is that the legislature does take into consideration whether or not this fund will actually make revenue. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We have Holomua Collaborative in support.
Thank you, Chair. Vice Chair Josh Wish with Holomua Collaborative. You've got my written testimony in support. I'll just briefly note that the real purpose behind this is that we do have some great programs through DBED to support businesses, small businesses, but primarily existing businesses. We don't really have any programs that specifically help with businesses who are just trying to start up in that critical phase who might not otherwise be able to get financing. So this is intended to help fill that gap. Thank you very much for your consideration. I appreciate it.
Thank you. We have the Tax Foundation of Hawaii with comments on Zoom.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Tom Yamachika from Tax Foundation. Our concern is with the special fund, and we echo the concerns expressed by BNF and the Attorney General as to meeting the criteria in 3752.3. We note that, DBED does have a program called Business Action Center or Business Action Network that is supposed to help businesses that start out. Maybe that part can be beefed up a little bit to satisfy the policy objectives of this bill. Thank you for the opportunity. I'll be available for questions.
Thank you. Also testimony in support from member organizations of Holomua Collaborative, the Chamber of Commerce Hawaii, and the Maui Chamber of Commerce. That's all the written testimony we've received. Anybody in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Okay, questions, members? Okay, thank you very much. We'll move on to the next bill, House Bill 934 HD1.
Okay, we have the Office of the Lieutenant Governor in support.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair.
Thank you. We have Department of Budget and Finance with comments. Thank you. We have DBED with comments. Thank you. We have the University of Hawaii system in support.
Chair, Vice Chair, standard written comments, happy to answer.
Thank you. We have the State Council on Developmental Disabilities in support. Thank you. We have Sean Takeda McLaughlin in support.
Aloha, I'm Sean Taketa McLaughlin. I wasn't going to come, but I had to because my former representative is the chair and my current representative is the vice chair. So it's great to see you again, and thanks to the members for actually meeting in person and letting people show up. I have sort of a guarded support for this bill because I think the amendment in the committee was detrimental to what you're trying to accomplish, because all that happened in the committee was restricting the state's ability to use the resources that the state has. And by saying that you can't use those funds for retail services, there's no definition of retail services. Lots of the benefits of the state in getting involved with broadband is to fill gaps that the private sector does not fill. So supporting community networks like Pu'uhonua Waimanalo has, for example, and providing resources to connect people and places that do not have connections really should be part of the mission of this office. So in my written comments, I made a little more elaborate note of the anti-competitive aspects of the amendment that was made, because it basically prevents any newcomer from coming into the market by saying the state cannot support any building of networks, or for retail. So I guess what I really, in the interest of time, I'm very happy to chat with anybody who wants more depth in this area. There's lots of complexity to it. I think some really smart work has been done. I think it is very, very important. But I guess what I really want to do is stand on Dan Smith's testimony, because he submitted much clearer and direct written testimony than I did. So thank you for this opportunity.
Okay. Thank you. We have Daniel Smith in support.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, committee members. My name is Dan Smith. While I'm a member of the Hawaii Broadband Hui and a faculty member at UH, I'm here speaking on my own behalf. Yes, my testimony is basically to recommend that you remove the restriction on page 6 and go back to the original language of the bill, which saying supporting broadband projects. We had a problem last year with the administration bill that wound up with some language restricting the use of the funds. Even though it was an administration bill, we in the kind of broadband community asked that the governor veto the bill. And so I respect Sean's testimony also and request that you go back to the original language, and then you'll have a good bill, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. We also received testimony with comments from the Hawaii Office on Enterprise Technology Services and Hawaiian Telcom. That's all the written testimony we received. Is there anyone else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Okay, questions, members?
I
do. Yeah, Vice Chair.
Okay, I think for DBED. Thanks. Quick question about kind of these definitions about broadband infrastructure that, again, we ran into with the digital equity bill last year, and it's kind of coming up again. To your understanding, what is broadband infrastructure that, Charter Communications is concerned about?
Chung Chang with the Broadband Office in DBED. Vice Chair, I don't want to speak on behalf of Charter. Broadband infrastructure is defined in HRS. And I know with the last year's grant bill, there were some restrictions placed into it. And then again, there's some restrictions with this measure.
Or I guess what's the definition roughly in statute?
Just basically infrastructure, right? So broadband capability. So whatever you need to access, whether it's the cable line or it's kind of outdated, but it also includes copper in the definition. But so any infrastructure that you need to access broadband. So it could be wireless, it could be hardwire. Yeah, I think the concern, if I had to take a guess, concern is, providing free Wi-Fi access for public. I think that might be a concern.
Because my sense is the disconnect, right, is between some of this hardwire stuff that I don't think is the intention of these bills that we're trying to do when we're talking about digital equity in particular. But for the purposes of digital equity, we do need to do certain things, like to do infrastructure as far as more of the base networks that we're setting up and not any of this other work, right, that the big companies are involved in.
I mean, there are a lot of innovative ways to deploy. So, again, like Sean said, it's retail services is not defined, and it just could prohibit a lot of stuff. So we're just there's a concern.
Okay.
Obviously, from the community.
I guess. Does the office share the same concerns about the restrictive nature of this amendment?
I'm just going to say personally, yes, it is restrictive. We would rather not have any restrictions.
Is there any way, I guess, you and community might be able to, reach out to charter, like when this bill goes over to the Senate, and try to come up with a better definition that might allow for some of these projects without kind of stepping on their toes with what their concerns might be used for?
I'll reach out to them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions, members? Okay, thank you. Moving on to the final bill, House Bill 1308 HD2.
First up, we have Department of Commerce and Consumer Affairs in opposition.
Morning, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Nadine Ondo, Director of the Department of Commerce and Consumer Affairs, and we did submit written testimony in opposition to this bill, but very briefly, I just wanted to summarize. Placement of regulation of sports wagering under the DCCA, we believe to be inconsistent with the department's mandate to protect consumers. And one of the things that I thought was timely was yesterday's article in the Star Advertiser that talked about sports betting in states that have legalized it, although increasing numbers of revenue from the activity also had an alarming rise in sports betting addiction, and how that is also connected to various societal harms, which include greater chances of bankruptcy rates increasing, higher rates of criminal activity, and also domestic violence. So we feel that placing it under DCCA, which is meant to protect consumer interests, is really an inconsistent place for it to be. But moving past that question is also regulation of what really is only done online. This is sports wagering is an online activity and is very complex. And it's not something that any division within the Department of DCCA currently regulates. So you're looking at something that's going to be very cost intensive, and the bill doesn't account for anything for the expense that would be required in order for us to build a regulatory framework and structure to regulate this industry within our department. So if you look at other states, there's reference in the testimony supporting the measure that this is legalized in 38 other states. But if you look at those other states, in most instances, and I don't know if any of them only regulate sports wagering as legalized gambling in their state. It's usually accompanied by a whole host of other gambling activities that are allowed, and there are gaming commissions and gaming boards in each of these states which employ many people in order to regulate the industry. So that's not what we have in Hawaii. And so developing a regulatory framework for something like this is going to cost a lot of money. And I also want to note that in the bill, what's provided for as a licensing fee is only $250,000 for 5 years. And that breaks down to $50,000 a year. In the bill, it provides for the department shall license a minimum of 4 operators. That comes up to $200,000 a year. And that is certainly not enough to be able to stand up regulation in our department. So I just wanted to make those points clear. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Department of Budget and Finance with comments.
Chair, Vice Chair, you have our comments. We'll stand on our comments. We do note that there is a provision in the bill that does create a special fund, and the bill does not make any ceiling appropriation for that special fund that's being established in the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. We have the Office of the Attorney General in opposition.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is David Williams. I'm a Deputy Attorney General with the Criminal Justice Division. Our department opposes the bill because it is concerned that legalized gambling in the form of sports wagering and fantasy sports conducted by businesses, corporations, and other money-making enterprises on a large scale in Hawaii will increase the risk of adverse social impacts on Hawaii's citizens. We've noted in our testimony studies that have shown that legalized gambling has resulted in increased negative economic effects on families, including increased credit card debt, reduced credit, increased bankruptcy, and especially on families from the most vulnerable economic households. Also noted in our testimony are studies showing an increase in domestic violence related to legalized gambling, as well as negative effects on youth who are exposed to seeing family members gamble or youth who are exposed to online gambling. The department is also concerned that the bill appears to legalize fantasy sports contests, however, does not include it in the regulatory licensing, taxation, or criminal penalty provisions as it does with sports wagering, as further explained in our testimony. So for these reasons, the department respectfully opposes this bill and requests that it be deferred. Thank you, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you. We have the Department of Taxation with comments.
Kristen Sakamoto, Deputy Director, of Taxation. I just wanted to clarify, we did submit written testimony. The revenue impact in our testimony is limited to just the tax revenue impact. Just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Stop Predatory Gambling in opposition on Zoom. Les Bernal.
Hi, can you hear me? Can you see me?
We can hear you. Yes, we can. Oh.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning to all of you. We provided very detailed testimony, so I'm not going to go through all of that, and I encourage all of you, when you have a few minutes, to read that, because you're not only, when you're talking about online sports gambling and so-called daily fantasy sports gambling, what you're really doing is opening up the door to Hawaii for everything. Because what these companies really are, DraftKings, FanDuel, BetMGM, and so on, they're sports gambling companies, but what they really are is internet casino companies. And that's where the real money is. So there's currently 7 states that have legalized that product, and that's what they're going to come in right behind this. We're just opening a Las Vegas casino in every smartphone in your state that has an internet connection. And so a state like Michigan, 90% of online gambling profits is coming from internet casino profits, and 10% is just coming from the sports gambling. They use the sports gambling apps to acquire customers. But the main thing I want to emphasize today, and I made it clear in my testimony, but I don't think it can be made clearly enough. There is no grassroots movement for this in Hawaii or any other state. This was rolled out across the country, not because citizens demanded this. Citizens could already play sports bets with one another. What was illegal is you couldn't run a sports book. And so when these guys stand up, these lobbyists stand up and they say, hey, we're going to wipe out illegal gambling. There is no evidence from any state that shows that illegal gambling has gone down. And in fact, the opposite is true. And the only thing I wanted you to do is respectfully challenge when these folks stand up and cite these numbers, they're not citing FBI statistics about illegal gambling rates. They're not citing the Hawaii Department of Law Enforcement statistics. They're citing studies paid for by the American Gambling Association, which is the national trade lobby for the gambling industry. So this is a phony narrative, and we lay out kind of, the New York Times did a whole expose on this PR narrative. So let's just get that off the table, okay? So please don't allow them to talk about that at all in this debate, because it's phony and it's dishonest. And the last thing I would just say is this business model. You're going to hear from Attorney Matt Litt today from New Jersey, who's at the front lines and bringing litigation against these predatory gambling operators, dealing with hundreds of gambling addicts. Their business model is based on addiction. Okay, they don't exist without the out of control gambler. The casual gambler is irrelevant to their business model, and we lay out in our testimony very detailed evidence that shows that. So I appreciate the work you guys do. We have a website, stoppredatorygambling.org. Happy to entertain any questions you may have, either now or offline.
Thank you. Next, we have DraftKings in support on Zoom. Rebecca London.
Good morning, Chair Yamashita and members of the Committee on Finance. Thank you for your time today. As was noted, I'm Rebecca London, Senior Government Affairs Manager for DraftKings, and I'm here today to provide testimony in support of HB 1308 HD2. And we appreciate the opportunity today to participate. I've submitted more robust written comments, which I stand on, and I just want to highlight some of that testimony. There is already sports wagering happening in the state, and to create an effective legal market, legal operators must be able to compete with that illegal market. With multiple operators, it increases the overall economic impact, and a competitive mobile market provides steady tax revenue. Estimates based on sizing of the illegal market, the predictions are that the state of Hawaii could see tens of millions of dollars annually, and these funds can be used for important policy priorities this legislature is currently looking to fund. This revenue is in addition to licensing, investigative, and administrative fees. The regulatory body has the authority to assess, to support licensing and regulatory oversight. We're currently working with relevant departments to determine the appropriate fee structure for the regulation of this new industry, and we welcome the opportunity to discuss what is appropriate for the state of Hawaii with both legislators and regulators. Regulated operators like DraftKings use a number of tools and technology to verify our customers. Upon account creation, a player immediately has access to safeguards that allow them to set their own deposit and play limits and to self-exclude from any participation should they choose. For the majority of players, legal sports wagering is a form of entertainment, spending less than $100 a month on that activity. DraftKings appreciates the inclusion of problem gaming resources in this bill, including funding access to resources for those that need it. In testimony provided earlier this month by the National Council on Problem Gaming, they estimate that just over 2% of residents in Hawaii may currently have a gambling problem. Regulated operators provide additional resources for those who need it, and we found that sports wagering can sometimes be a catalyst in other states across the country for them to revamp their responsible gaming tools and resources. And additionally, some sports wagering operators go above and beyond responsible gaming requirements imposed on them. For example, at DraftKings, we have a partnership with Kindbridge Behavioral Health to provide access to therapy and treatment for problem gaming in every jurisdiction where DraftKings operates an online sportsbook product. Thank you very much for your consideration on this bill, and I'd be more than happy to provide any answers to questions you may have.
Thank you. Next up, we have Bet MGM in support on Zoom.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of committee. My name is Jeremy Limoon, Director of Government Affairs for Bet MGM. We appreciate the opportunity to stand in strong support of HB 1308. The bill, if adopted, would create a licensed, controlled, and regulated sports betting industry in the state of Hawaii Under the bill, only qualified and suitable operators would be licensed and authorized to conduct sports betting. The operators would be required to undergo background investigation, pay license fees to fund the administration and regulation of Hawaii sports betting, and more importantly, pay gross sports betting tax revenues to the state. And part of those tax proceeds would be deposited into a problem gambling prevention and treatment special fund. And on that topic, just echoing some of the points that my colleague Rebecca mentioned, we would like to highlight that the vast majority of individuals who engage in online sports betting are able to do so in a responsible manner. The National Council of Problem Gambling and various research studies have estimated that the national problem gambling rate is 2%. And for this small segment of the population, the regulated industry is focused on investing in resources and treatment programs. That MGM also partners with Kindbridge to provide individuals who we know are experiencing problems gambling free telehealth programs to address that situation. And I think for this small segment of the population, regulations will be important along with funding for support services, especially since those services do not currently exist in the state. And we believe HB 1308 would change that. As you know, sports betting has been legalized in 38 states plus the District of Columbia, of which 32 have legalized online sports betting. The reality is that sports betting is a highly popular activity. It is already happening in states, even in states that have not legalized it, including in Hawaii. Only state residents are doing it through unregulated channels where there are no consumer protections and where there are no responsible gambling tools and resources. This illicit market is pervasive. And as you can see in my written testimony, these websites do not block wagers coming from Hawaii. And in fact, they do accept wagers from Hawaii. Again, I'm happy to answer any of your questions and thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Next, we have Sports Betting Alliance in support.
Hello, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Danny Kupchoy on behalf of the Sports Betting Alliance. You've heard from two of our members already, so I'll be brief and try not to repeat some of the points they've already made. We're in support, and I just wanted to maybe highlight two or three of their points. First being, I think this whole topic has to start with the baseline understanding that this is happening already in Hawaii at a large scale rate. And so we know this because there's a market for it, and it's incredibly easy to do. You go on any of these illegal websites, click a few buttons, a bet can be placed. So the current situation does not benefit the customer, and it doesn't benefit the state. So what this bill would do would put some guardrails around that, ID, password protections, betting limits, things like that, just to put more protections that currently don't exist in the current status that we have. I appreciate DCCA's comments. You know, we have had conversations with them and understand that there is more discussion that needs to be had about the current licensing fee numbers that are in the bill as they speak. You know, the goal is for the licensing fees to make this program whole and not to cost the state any money to run. I'll just close by this. You know, we know that this is happening all across our state. It's easy to do, and it's a mainstream form of entertainment. And it's proven by the fact that these companies that make up the online sports betting community are endorsed. They are the official sponsors of sports leagues all across our country. They are endorsed by dozens of athletes, including LeBron James, Peyton Manning, Shaquille O'Neal, and every major television network devotes time in their broadcast to go over this issue, to go over sports betting, entertainment, and things like that. And so we ask that you please move this measure, keep the conversation going, and thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Next, we have Lit Law LLC in opposition on Zoom.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I stand behind my written testimony, and I'll do my best to summarize that. in just a few minutes here. So I'm testifying as a principal of Lit Law LLC. It's a law firm with a near exclusive focus on the representation of addicted gamblers and their families against the predatory practices of online sports books and casinos. My cases and my testimony focuses on one particular abuse, which is the VIP programs and VIP hosts used by the casinos, which have across the United States been utilized to initiate, to grow, and to exacerbate the gambling addictions of the most vulnerable residents of those states where gambling is legalized. It leads to catastrophic results, not just for the gamblers. So when we hear a statistic like, well, only 2% of gamblers will be addicted, even if we assume that that statistic is correct, for every addicted gambler, 8 people are affected. Their families are affected, their spouses, their children, their businesses are affected. And the effects for those 2% and for the 8 for every one of those people is catastrophic. If you drive down the New Jersey Turnpike in my home state or down any road in a state where gambling is legalized, you'll see billboard after billboard advertising legalized sports betting. The billboards depict a few guys having fun, presumably by me, watching a Yankees or a Mets game, with a little extra enthusiasm because they have a financial stake and put a few dollars on the game. That's the promise of sports gambling in the abstract. It's harmless entertainment and it's free tax revenue. But this is not how it has worked in practice in any of the 38 states where it's been legalized. And the greatest culprit of bringing sports betting from harmless entertainment to a public health crisis is the VIP program and the VIP host, used by every online sports book in America to take as much money as possible from vulnerable persons until they hit rock bottom. My office receives an email or a phone call almost every single day from a problem gambler or a spouse across the country. And almost every one of them was subject to a VIP program scheme and a VIP host. A player is given a VIP status and assigned a VIP host when their deposits exceed a certain amount of money. And that metric is secret. It changes casino to casino, and it changes over time. This level of deposits should be a sign of problem gambling, but instead, the casinos use that deposit data they collect and monitor instead of using that to help the gambler, they use it to identify them for this special program. The VIP engagement is most often initiated without any meaningful verification of a gambler's source of funds. And it's not unusual for a gambler to gamble hundreds of thousands of dollars, even millions of dollars, without the casino ever verifying where that money has come from. The VIP host often becomes a very strange, intimate, one-sided quasi-friendship between an addicted gambler and the only person in the world who knows about that addiction. I spend a substantial part of my days reading through text chains between gamblers and VIP hosts, and it's horrifying. You can see the addiction so clearly in hindsight as the gambler goes to the VIP host begging for money so that they can keep gambling. And it mirrors, frankly, the relationship between a drug dealer and an addict. Sports and casino gamblers frequently show the telltale signs of gambling addiction in these communications with their VIP host, often on a daily basis when they're speaking by text message, sometimes dozens of times in a single day. And to be clear, the hosts don't ignore it. They use it to escalate the incentives to make sure that these people are now gambling more and more money until there's just no more money to spend. Occasionally, the VIP host perversely asks the gambler if they're comfortable with the amounts they're gambling and whether they're gambling within their means. All the gambler has to say is yes. So to be clear, they're not providing verification of any kind. All they have to say is, yes, I'm okay with it, or no, I'm not addicted. And they're allowed to not only continue gambling, but to continue receiving incentives, often numbering in the tens of thousands of dollars. And of course, an addicted gambler is going to say whatever they have to continue their addiction, just like anyone addicted to anything else. These responsible gambling, in quotes, checks are absolutely useless and intentionally so. Maybe the worst part is that there is no profile of the person who is susceptible to the VIP host and to gambling addiction. My office represents men, women, blue-collar workers, doctors, lawyers, business owners, old people, young people, blacks, whites, Asians, everyone. We receive a call from every imaginable demographic. Through the VIP host, the sportsbook or casino becomes an active participant in the gambler's addiction. So to be clear, what I'm talking about is not even the passive permission to use the platform. I'm not saying that the casinos don't stop an addicted gambler, that they don't save them from themselves. They actively participate in addiction by incentivizing them, often on a daily basis, to continue gambling. And when they have a bad day or a bad weekend, when they lost a lot of money, the casinos give them free money to make sure that they don't have a day to stop and think about what they've done and maybe withdraw for a little bit. You know, I'm asked all the time, isn't it the gambler's fault? Aren't they responsible for themselves? And of course they are, but that responsibility is not exclusive. The casinos, through their VIP hosts, constantly in every one of these states, turn manageable, reversible mistakes into catastrophes for the gambler and their families and spread that catastrophe throughout the community. I'll stop there. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. And of course, if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you.
Thank
Next,
you.
we have Hi Good Neighbor in opposition on Zoom. Not present. We have testimony from Pu'uhonua Bumpy Kanahele in opposition.
I'm in opposition.
Please come forward.
Well, Chair, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. You know, you have, I think you have a concurrent resolution 70 that basically gathers the information on gaming and everything that is due next year legislative session. I think there's not enough information in our communities. People want to know more about this because everything is coming in so fast. And it's, to me, 1308, HB 1308 is putting the cart before the horse. If you're going to do sports betting, you might as well go all out at gaming. And so I just wanted to add that to my
Thank you. We have Gregory Misakin in opposition on Zoom. Not present. We have Noella von Weigen in opposition on Zoom. Not present. We have Brandon Maka'ava'ava in opposition. And we have Dwayne Bautista signed in. Oh.
Morning, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Dwayne Bautista. I currently work for the Ironworkers Stabilization Fund, but today my testimony will be as an individual, as a citizen. I strongly support House Bill 1308 HD2. The reason for it, I truly believe that we, as Hawaii, we need help as with new revenue coming in. Having online sports betting, it's easier than having a casino. Right now, we can just go online. It's already happening. Did some research about all these numbers. The news said roughly there's a total around 200 million illegal monies that coming in that Hawaii does. There's 200 million, even if we cut that in half, we're being nice about it. That's 100 million in illegal money. Why not make it legal to help out Hawaii? That's new revenue that we can use. Now, listening to everybody's testimony, I wanted to add, if a compulsive gambler, if somebody has an issue, the new money that is generated, we could use that for programs to help them. But the most of all, I feel that the new money should go to the Department of Education to help us out because of the funding issues that we're going to go through. We can spread this money that the new revenue is going to make to help out the Hawaii residents. I mean, we talk about crime, we talk about violence. I retired last year, 22 years from the Federal Detention Center. Prior to that, I worked at Halawa Prison. So I first-handedly heard over 25 years of direct testimonies from the people that I work with. And I cannot give numbers, but I can give the live testimony and hearing what's going on at these illegal gaming institutions. And it puts our public in danger. It puts our fellow law enforcement in danger. But at the end of the day, that 200-something million in illegal contributions from the illegal gaming, goes to the illegal operators. We have a chance, or you have a chance, to look more in depth and have that money turn around into legalized gaming that can benefit our state. Aloha. Thank you.
Thank you. We also received testimony in opposition from 3 other organizations, as well as 23 individuals in opposition and 3 in support. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Could you just state your name for the record?
My name is Cody Sula. I'm with the Ironworkers Stabilization Fund on behalf of the Stabilization Fund. I apologize, we did submit written testimony, but I think it went in late. But we just wanted to stand on our written testimony, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, and kind of give some highlights on our testimony on why we're in support of this. What we're in support of is, like my colleague mentioned, we're in support of any new money that can help generate some money for our state to help fund these programs. Right now, we know with the fiscal crisis going on with the budget cuts, roughly 20% of our state budget depends on federal funding. We got to be proactive and look at ways where we can be a little bit more self-sufficient because it's uncertain right now on where the funding is going to come from. With the latest ALICE report that came in 2024, we have 180,000 residents considering relocation. We had a steady 16% drop in population. We had population drop since 2016. So the reason why we support this is we have to find ways to diversify our economy to help keep our people home. Because if we keep allowing them to leave without any money to help bring down some of the the cost of living, job creation, and also other public services such as education, infrastructure, we're gonna lose a lot of our people. So that's why we're in support of this bill and any other bills that would help generate new income for the people of Hawaii. Thank you.
Thank you. Please.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. My name is Cliff LeBoy. I'm with the Ironworkers Local 625 Stabilization Fund. You guys heard everything here today, the good, the bad, and the ugly. But the most important thing that we are trying to get across is looking at new ways to bring in fresh monies for a lot of different reasons. School lunches, there's a long list. What I have in front of me today is a list of supporters. The Hawaii Building Construction Trade Council, I'm here to make their report. We had a meeting last week, and the Trade Council consists of 17 unions. I'm going to list them all to you right now. The Electrical Union, elevators, plasters, installators, bricklayers, plumbers, sheet metals, teamsters, IBEW, boilermakers, ironworkers, painters, glazers, floor layers, drywall tapers, roofers, and operators engineers. We're talking about 35,000 members. I only wish we could have this meeting on a Saturday, because I could bring you 138,000 people that would support this bill. We're highly in support of this bill. If it's done right, we can make a lot of money to solve a lot of problems. We all got issues. We got raises coming. We got all kinds of stuff going on. So right now, we're in total support of this bill, and we ask you guys to, worst scenario, not kill it, but sit down and let's massage it. Let's really have some serious conversations about this. It's a whole lot better than opening up a casino right now.
And if you need support, like I said, I got 138,000 people I can bring here on a Saturday. They're working today to support you guys. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room? Please come and state your name for the record.
Brandon Makava of a Nation of Hawaii. I submitted testimony earlier. I'm in a strong opposition to this bill. This bill attempts to introduce gaming too quickly, like taking a car from 0 to 100 in 2 seconds. A decision of this magnitude requires more consideration. Last year, this body formed a study committee with concurrent Resolution 70 to examine gaming's impact in Hawaii. The study's findings are due before the legislative session in 2026. Yet this bill moves forward before those results have been presented. It is preemptive and circumvents the very process that this legislature itself outlined. No economic benefits for Hawaiians. Sports betting will not create jobs for Hawaiians. This bill is designed to funnel revenue to a few select mainland operators, leaving little direct benefit for the local economy. Any revenue generated would be consumed by building a regulatory structure that does not currently exist in Hawaii, rather than benefiting the people. This is a short-term revenue grab, not a long-term economic strategy. Any regulatory body will need a significant ramp-up period. This bill assumes immediate readiness, which is unrealistic. The pending gaming study allows time for the government to determine the right approach if gaming is to be considered in Hawaii. Creating a regulatory framework without proper preparation risks inefficiency and long-term failure. This bill favors select operators and ignores native Hawaiian interests. It does not respect local culture, traditions, or self-determination. Gaming legislation should not be rushed without ensuring native Hawaiians are at the center of the conversation. This is a winner-chosen bill that allows gaming across the islands with the stroke of a pen without a fair, inclusive process for the Hawaiian people. Hawaii remains one of the few states without gaming, and that decision should not be rushed. Legislators rejected SB 893 last week for similar reasons. HB 1308 deserved the same outcome. A proper study must be completed before any legislative structure is created. Mahalo.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room? Anybody on Zoom wishing to testify?
Okay, members, questions? Okay, Mr. Lamosa.
This question is for Danny. So in this bill, does it address how, like, if users were to use a VPN to access the sports wagering services?
Is it okay if I refer you to Rebecca London from DraftKings? She would probably have
Oh,
a...
wait, Chair, is that okay?
I'm sorry?
Can I refer the question to Rebecca London on Zoom from DraftKings?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Proceed.
Rebecca, if you're still online.
Yes, can you repeat your question?
Does this address users that are using VPN to access the sports wagering services?
So under the Federal Wire Act, all sports wagering activity must occur within the bounds of specific jurisdictions. So regulated operators take that very seriously. We keep servers within the state to make sure that wagers are accepted within those boundaries. And then we work with a number of technology partners to make sure that we are compliant, certainly given if that were something that were to happen, it would put not just our reputation, but our licenses and et cetera in jeopardy throughout the country. So we take consumer identification, verification, and location verification very seriously. In fact, if you were to create a DraftKings account and try to open it in Hawaii right now, we would we use a company called GeoComply, and they helped us to make sure through numerous checks that include not just your network number, to make sure that the individual is within the jurisdiction that they're stating they're within.
Chair, I have a follow-up. So, do the states that do allow currently like sports wagering, do they also include statutes that would address some of those VPN issues though? If you can give some examples of also the states that have that addressed.
Sure, I can do some more research into the specific requirements if there are states that have specific geolocation requirements, but we do require that all of our vendors, the suppliers, are licensed, and then also there are additional internal controls, and there are system checks that happen both within the legislation and within the regulatory process to make sure that we have those services in place. But again, I can provide you with additional language, either statutory or regulatory.
Okay, thank you. Another question, Vice Chair. Rebecca, maybe you can answer this question as well. If we do pass this law, how many jobs do you think that this bill would create in Hawaii?
It's a tough question. That's the economic analysis hasn't been done on that, so I don't want to speak to numbers that I don't have.
Is there an opportunity to supplement committee chair?
Sorry, we don't let people jump in. The question needs to be directed to the person.
Maybe MGM, then maybe you can answer that question. If there has been any economic impact study as far as job creation in Hawaii.
Yes. So that economic study is still pending, but from our experience as BetMGM, we have seen that online sports betting really has been a significant foot traffic driver to a lot of retail locations, and not just retail sports books, but talking about bars, taverns, restaurants, and all of these locations that could broadcast sporting events. Online sports betting is really an activity that engages customers. And so what we've seen is in our locations, whether it's gaming or non-gaming, is you've seen a lot of people really patronize these locations during game nights, during marquee sporting events, including March Madness, Super Bowl, and all of that. So we see that as a net positive from an economic perspective.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Members, questions? Rep. Miyake?
Thank you, Vice Chair. My question is for BetMGM. What is the approximate tax revenue for the state of Hawaii if we were to pass this measure?
I believe the bill currently calls for a 10% tax. What we've seen is that we've seen a range of estimates. I think Rebecca mentioned in her testimony in the tens of millions of dollars.
Do you have an approximate, like,
I think,
million?
We want to say 10 to $20 million. And it's very hard to really approximate it given the uniqueness of Hawaii, the geography, the fact that there's also tourism coming into Hawaii. There's not a lot of similar states that could serve as a good comparator, but I think on the conservative side, it's 10 to $20 million.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Members, questions? Oh, sorry. I saw Rep. Hussey first, and Rep. Hussey followed by Rep. Keo
Sorry, Sue.
Kabuliloy.
So this could be a question for any of the representatives, the people here representing industry. I'm guessing that based on the estimate of $10 to $15 million, is that what you were saying, BetMGM? That we're looking at a market size of between $100 to $150 million, is that correct?
That's correct.
So based on my understanding of this industry, how much of that revenue then is going to stay with your corporations versus be distributed to other stakeholders? I can't imagine who that might be, but can you Can you explain more about how the cash flow works in this scenario?
Of course. So you mentioned $100 million to $150 million of essentially addressable market. The 10% tax on that would be $10 to $15 million, which will go to Hawaii. That is the gross sports betting tax proceeds that will be paid to Hawaii, and which then will go to the legislative priorities that you will fund. And I believe in the bill there is a specific percentage of that that will go to problem gambling services as well.
Okay, so who keeps the other 90%?
That is either most of that will actually be paid back to the customers as winnings.
Really? I'm sorry, that's not my understanding of how gambling works. Like, how is it possible that most of the money will go back to the customers in the form of winnings?
Yeah, so to answer the question, so we have what we call a handle, and in the sports betting context, generally what we've seen in other states is that of that handle, the 100% that we see that customers wager with us, we only get to keep 10% of that number, and then that 10% of that is what's taxed by Hawaii.
Interesting. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. Or just members' questions. Rep. Keoho Kapuli-Loy, followed by Rep. Lamasau.
And this might be more of a question for DCCA tax tax office. You mentioned the licensing for this, DCCA.
You want DCCA?
Yeah. Okay. I'm just trying to figure out this delta, right? And the syntax. We have tax for alcohol, we have tax for cigarettes. Thank you. See, the two of you. Thank you.
Licensing tax.
Yeah, licensing tax. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out this delta because we need to create a framework if this bill passes, but we also need to understand how we use that funds to address programs for addiction and, other effects of gambling. How is that delta formed when we come up with that tax for the framework and then where the funds go?
So from the tax perspective, as a starting point, I think generally when you have funds that are needed, regulatory agencies that need to be set up, I think a natural first step is to determine how much revenue you need for the state to fund all of these initiatives. And then on top of that, you can look at other policy issues. If you want to increase the GET, for example, 4% across the board, but if you want to impose an additional tax on certain behaviors. So I think as a starting point, we need to figure out how much money is needed for the special funds and for the regulatory agency.
But it sounds like that we haven't really even thought through that yet. Okay, that was my answer.
To be perfectly honest, this bill wasn't on DCCA's radar. When it was originally proposed, the department that was going to be placed with the regulatory responsibility for this industry was DBED and not DCCA. So when the amendment was made to put it under DCCA, then we started, of course, looking at it and recognizing that there was nothing in the bill that provides for funding of the regulatory role that was going to be necessary. And that's when I saw that there was a working group on sports wagering. And DBED had done a presentation in that sports wagering group that covered the sort of the complexity of the regulatory framework that would be needed in order to regulate this kind of industry, which we don't have in Hawaii. We don't have a gaming commission or a gaming board or anything. We have to start from ground up. And some of the things that I saw that DBED came up with was they were looking at various states where the sports wagering is legal, and how they approach the regulation. And for example, I mean, some states I know, like Pennsylvania, as I recall, has a gaming commission that has almost 400 employees. I mean, and they have many, many divisions, and they have employ many people in order to be able to regulate the gaming industry in that state. So it's just to kind of give you an idea of I think it's sort of monumental what would need to be done in order for setting this up to regulate this industry in Hawaii.
Okay, thank you, ladies, thank you.
Oh, members, any other questions? Anyone with another first round question? Rep. Lamasal.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I do have a question for maybe DCCA. And or maybe Danny. Danny Copchoy, sorry. How many companies would qualify to do sports betting if this bill passes?
Like the universe of companies that would be eligible
Yeah.
to? Oh, I have no idea. Sorry.
The only thing that I noticed was in the bill, and I'm not sure why, but it provides for DCCA to license, it says the number 4 operators. And I'm not sure where that comes from. I don't know if that's an estimate of who would be applying for a license, but that's a provision in the bill. And that's where I got the information about, I don't know what was involved to set the licensing fee at $250,000 for 5 years. But it seems to me, if I do the math, just simple math, that's $50,000 a year per operator. If you have 4 operators, that's $200,000 a year. That is not enough to do anything to regulate this industry. So I don't know where those numbers come from, but I just noticed for some reason, there was a number 4 in the bill.
Well, and I'll just add, like I said before, we agree the 250, was probably used in other states that already have something set up, and this was an add-on, and to be a startup would require more than that. And we were in that meeting, and we are coming back with estimates of what, we believe would be a number that would make this so that the state doesn't have anything to pay out. And, similar structures in other states for online sports betting, not casinos, horse racing, which is probably what Pennsylvania's 200 to 300 FTEs. I mean, this is probably more like a 2 to 4 FTE operation based on what it is done in, in other states for online sports betting.
Or if I can just make a comment. I just don't know. I just don't understand how this is going to pencil out with the potentially 5 to 6 million in tax revenue according to DOTAX, and then an additional 250 for DCCA to operate, and then what is exactly, because we don't know the economic impact to what this could potentially have, and I'm just kind of, I think that the report is necessary, that the HCR 70 would be necessary before we even take a look at something like this comprehensively. So I just wanted to leave it as that. Okay, thank you. No more questions.
Members, any other questions?
Okay. Yep. Representative Kush.
And I'm not sure if there's why don't we go from one of the industry specialists? Since you're here live, that would be great.
Sure.
So in other states, I haven't done, I'm not an expert on this, but I have followed the issue. And I know in other states, there's been a pretty significant correlation between bankruptcies of lower income, our classic Alice household, along with sports betting after it's been introduced. And part of this, as I understand this bill, is to help people with gambling addiction, right? And we're talking about how the representative, if we're going to hire however many people to manage this and then manage gambling addiction, which will need to probably be grants to 501c3s that handle gambling addiction, or maybe that's a new Department of Health administration function. And I'm just seeing, like, how does this pencil out for us? And how does this, the bankruptcy load that you see in other states, how do you justify from the industry standpoint that this is a money-making venture for the state versus like something else like the capital gains tax that targets a more wealthy individual?
Well, I'll take 30 seconds and I can also hand it over. So I think the two big points I think for me are, one, no services currently exist for the already existing problem of this, potential gambling addiction. So this would be one part of the revenue stream that would go to support that. I would also say, there are so many numbers that have been thrown out on what the ultimate tax revenue will be for the state. It's incredibly hard to predict. They try to pull it from similar populated states, but other similar populated states don't factor in the 8 to 9 million, tourists who come in who, if they were here, would be able to do that on their app. It also factors in a 10% tax rate. So, and then when it comes to the licensing fees, that would all be taken out directly, prior to any of the revenue coming in. So I don't want to ever sit here and say that I think this is going to fill huge, tremendous, budget gaps for the state. But I do think, it is ultimately a revenue generator. But we will never have, I think, a specific number until it would ever be enacted and get going. And if I didn't answer your question fully, I'm happy to toss it to.
Okay, no, that was helpful. What about the relationship of like bankruptcy rise along with the rise of sports betting as states, that have like maybe Native American casinos or lotteries established already that the director pointed out that they have gaming commissions and such. And then they introduce sports gambling, which you don't have to go somewhere to do. It's instant. Anywhere you're waiting, instead of looking at Facebook, which is already probably bad enough, you can gamble. And so those places have seen people from the lower economic spectrum, a big increase. It correlates. Do you have any comment or any?
Well, I guess I think it's important to sort of separate casino gambling from online sports gambling. I think they're quite different.
Yes.
And, typically the typical online sports bettor, I think was mentioned in the testimony, is betting under $100 a month. That doesn't necessarily mean, obviously, when they're losing $100 a month. Most of the bets are small dollar amounts. Majority is under $25. The majority of that is under $10. So, and in addition, oftentimes, you place a bet, a sport, you watch your 3 hours, and it's done. Whereas a casino, anyone that's been on the slot machine, in 3 hours, you can, hit that button many times, chasing it, up and down. I just think, I'm not saying it's two totally different things, but there is a distinction and a difference, I think, between some of these bankruptcy numbers as it relates to casinos and a full-blown legalization versus the very tailored or more tailored online sports betting, which is not everybody's game. If you don't follow sports or are not interested in sports, there's a high likelihood you're not going to, participate in that form of entertainment.
Yeah, no, the point is just that there appears to be a correlation between, when states, because it's been pretty recent nationwide that sports betting has been allowed, online sports betting. And so there's been some pretty close correlations between bankruptcies and that. And that's really what I was getting at. And I agree with you that casino gambling is a totally different animal.
Okay.
Yeah. And do you have any comment about that with the bankruptcy factors?
I mean,
'Cause that's
I-
a big societal drag.
Yeah, I mean, again, I know our folks that have this from a national view maybe can speak more to the studies, and, you know, I'm not looking at the studies, and so it's hard to say. You know, I mean,
Okay.
there's
Can
probably
you
a lot of
point
other
us to
factors
someone?
maybe that, sure. Jeremy or Rebecca, maybe if they want to jump on.
Sure, I can take a stab. I think we need to look at those studies more closely, but just so for the historical context, most of the states that have legalized online sports betting did so during the pandemic. So speaking to the correlation versus causation, um, there could be some externalities that needs to be controlled and to be tested out to really show like is something really causing this versus other factors. The fact that there are already inflationary pressures, there are already um, you know greater macroeconomic trends that were already happening, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic, and when most of these states legalized online sports betting there could be some issues there that is larger than sports betting. So I think we need to look at those studies first to really know what's causing the bankruptcy. But I think the correlation between bankruptcy and online sports betting is not. Uh, I don't think it's based on empirical fact.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, members, further questions? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, members, what we're going to do is we're going to recess till, let's see, about 1:20. And then we're going to come back and then we're going to make decision-making on this agenda and then move right into the next agenda. Okay, we're in recess. Okay, we're going to reconvene the Committee on Finance for decision-making on our first agenda. First up is House Bill 433 HD1 relating to public safety. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Voting on HB 433 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Chair and Vice Chair vote aye. Representative Grandinetti. Representative Holt.
Aye.
Representative Hussey.
Aye.
Representative Keohokapu Liloy.
Aye.
Representative Kitagawa.
Aye.
Representative Kush.
Aye.
Representative Lamasao. Representative Lee.
Aye.
Representative Miyake.
Aye.
Representative Morikawa. Representative Templo.
Aye.
Representative Alcos.
Aye.
Representative Reyes-Oda.
Aye.
And Representative Ward is excused. Recommendations adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to the next bill, House Bill 1002 HD1. Recommendation is passed as is. Discussion? Vice Chair.
Voting on HB1002 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended, noting the excused absence of Representative Ward, who will be marked as excused for the remaining of this agenda unless otherwise noted. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Recommendations adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 1059 HD1 as is. Discussion? Vice Chair.
HB1059 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any noes? Recommendations adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 596 HD1 as is. Discussion? Vice Chair.
Voting on HB 596 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations?
Sorry, I wanted to make a comment.
Yes, please.
Okay. Sorry. Or 596, sorry, I'm going to pass on this one.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, just so everybody knows, the time to make comments is when I ask for discussion, and then once we go into the vote, there is no discussion at that point, just so everybody's clear. Okay, go ahead, Vice.
Okay, back to, any reservations? Any noes? Recommendations adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to the next bill, House Bill 1296 HD1. Recommendation is to pass as is. Discussion. Okay, Vice Chair for the vote.
Voting on HB 1296 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any noes? Recommendations adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to the next bill, House Bill 1064 HD2. Recommendation is to pass as is, but I will note in the committee report the governor's suggestions so that the subject matter can deal with that in conference if the bill does move forward. Any discussion? Okay, Vice Chair for the vote.
HB 1064 HD2, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any noes? Recommendations adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 862 HD1. Recommendation is to pass as is. Discussion? Okay, Vice Chair.
HB 862 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any noes? Recommendations adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to the next bill, House Bill 1088 HD1, as is. Discussion? Okay, Vice Chair.
HB 1088 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any noes? Recommendations adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 422 HD1, as is. Discussion? Okay, Representative Grandinelli, followed by Reyes-Oda.
Thank you. I really appreciated the conversation we had today, and I understand that the school impact fees haven't been managed or used correctly. I plan to WR just because I think I would like to see a bigger conversation around addressing some of the auditor's recommendations before abolishing the fee altogether.
Okay, thank you. Representative Reyes-Oda.
After listening and reading the testimony, the issue is getting rid of school impact fees versus reforming it. None of us will disagree that our public schools need to be updated or relieved from overcrowding or projected overcrowding needs to be prioritized. I want to emphasize what the chair said about finding a mechanism to fund bond payment so that we can depend on it to pay that bill. I don't have a solution to school funding today, but letting the general fund take the place of impact fees will not get us schools in impact areas where we need them. I'll be voting with reservations in hopes that we can continue the conversation on how to fund schools and communities impacted by the increase in student enrollment, however the kids got there.
Okay, thank you, Representative Hussey.
I'm going to vote WR on this, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion, members? Okay, thank you, members. I think, this is part of a bigger discussion. At the end of the day, I think all of us want to figure out how to fund schools. So we just got to figure out the right mechanism. The problem with this one at the end of the day is that it is limited to the area, and it's never been able to accumulate enough money. So but we'll just keep it moving forward, discussion, and maybe a bigger solution at some point in time. Okay, thank you. Vice Chair for the vote.
HB422 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Noting the reservations of Representatives Grandinetti, Hussey, and Reyes-Oda. Any other reservations? Any noes? Recommendations adopted.
Okay, thank you, members. Moving on to the next bill, House Bill 650 HD1, as is. Discussion. Vice Chair.
Voting on HB650 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any noes? Recommendations adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to the next bill, House Bill 454 HD1. We're going to be amending this bill to blank out the appropriation numbers, putting a effective date, and tech. Any discussion? Okay, Vice Chair. HD2.
Voting on HB454 HD1, recommendations to pass with amendments. Any reservations? Any noes? Recommendations adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to the next bill, House Bill 796 HD1, as is. Discussion. Okay, Representative Reyes-Oda.
Thank you. HB 796 has good intentions, and using the measure to discuss the right mechanism to access the effectiveness of credits is positive. We should repeal unnecessary or unused credits instead of this blanket mandate. In hopes of continuing the conversation from being more focused on specific credits, I'll be voting in with reservations.
Okay, thantive you. Further, Representative Hussey.
Chair, I'm going to vote WR on this, and I just wanted to note that I found a report online.
I saw it. Thank you for sending that to me.
I think this is really interesting because of the comments that you had made on a previous bill about thinking about the commercial activity that we're trying to stimulate using tax credits and trying to find other ways of financing those particular things. Apparently, 83 million it was a study from 2019. 83 million went for corporate activities, corporate tax incentives, and 176 million for individual, like EITC, housing-related tax credits. And I think it would be great for us to figure out a way to bifurcate this strategy and apply different tactics for each of those two pieces. So I'm going to go WR. Thank you very much, Chair.
Understood. Thank you very much, Representative Gandhi.
I'm also a WR, but again, appreciate the conversation. I think it's an issue we definitely have to keep looking into.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion?
Chair, I'm a no vote.
Okay. Any others? Okay, Vice Chair for the vote.
HB 796 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended, noting reservations from Representatives Grandinetti, Hussey, Reyes-Oda, and Alcos?
Alcos is a no.
No, okay. All right, any other reservations? Noting the no vote of Rep. Alcos, any other noes? Recommendations adopted.
Okay, thank you, members. Moving on to the next bill, House Bill 476 HD1. Okay, we're going to be moving this out as, with amendments, blanking out the percentage and some technical amendments. This one has a revenue gain of about 84.4 in the first year and 85 in the second year. Something just to consider. I did schedule this bill so that we could have this discussion on all different kind of taxes and things like that. Some of you weren't here last year. We reviewed a lot of tax bills last year. This is just one that we didn't take up, so I thought it'd be a good idea to have a discussion on it. Okay, discussion, Representative Reyes-Oda.
Thank you. HB 476 is coming at a time when many local businesses are needing significant financial relief, not added financial burden. Our state is known for being difficult to run businesses. Anecdotally, I bet we can all list businesses we love that have closed in the last few years. This bill may have unintended effect of discouraging business expansion. In addition, individuals are not spared from the added financial burden of the tax increase, and I will be voting no.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? Yep, Representative Miyake.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate you letting us have this discussion on the capital gains tax. I will be voting with reservations, like my colleague previously mentioned about businesses, but also just I'm going with reservations to keep the discussion going.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion, members. Okay, Representative Liloy, followed
Thank you,
by
Chair.
Lomasaw.
I also will be voting with reservations. Chair, your wisdom about tax and the tax code and the complexities of the levers that we have within our tax code really needs a very holistic look. Be voting with reservations on this one because I do think a suite of tax code options is what we really need, and why I be voting with reservations and moving this forward for more discussion. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Representative Lamusao. Thank you. Any further discussion, members? Representative Kush.
Chair, thank you. I'm voting in support of this. I kind of feel like this is a good direction in our tax code. Capital gains are only done on the sale of capital goods, things that you've owned for more than 365 days. So it wouldn't necessarily impact businesses. Even home builders are not sitting on inventory that long. Well, hopefully not sitting that long, but they'll enjoy a lower tax rate at the capital gains rate if they do. But even like our local builders who turn and burn homes for our local buyers, they won't see this. This is going to primarily hit our higher income, and especially we'll touch on the many people who own second homes here who have enjoyed a capital gain over time, where they bought and had a country home for a while and then sold at a big profit. So I think this is a great revenue source, and those numbers are really good and where they're coming from compared to some of the other bills we've heard today. So I'm in support of it.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion, members? Okay, thank you. So just to note again, we're blanking out the percentage, so it's no increase in this version. Anyway, we're just moving it forward for discussion. Okay, HD2, Vice Chair.
HB476 HD1, recommendations to pass with amendments, noting reservations for Reps. Keohokapuli-Loy, Lamusao, and Miyake. Any other reservations? Noting the no vote of Representative Reyes-Oda. Any other noes? Representative Alcos, no. Recommendations adopted.
Okay, thank you, members. Moving on to the next bill. Let's see, where did we that one? Okay, voting on House Bill 437 HD1. Recommendation is to pass as is. Discussion. Okay, Vice Chair.
HB437 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any noes? Recommendations adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to the next bill, House Bill 1391 HD1, as is. Discussion. Vice Chair.
HB1391 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any noes? Recommendations adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to the next bill, House Bill 1406 HD1, as is. Discussion. Vice Chair.
HB1406 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any noes? Recommendations adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 1405 HD1. Okay, we're going to be passing those as is, but I will note in the committee report DBED's request for adjustments in there, and we'll just have that in the committee report. Subject matter can deal with that in conference if this bill does move forward. Okay, any discussion? Okay, Vice Chair for the vote.
HB1405 HD1, recommendation is to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any noes? Recommendations adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 455 HD1. Recommendation is also to pass as is, but I will be putting into the committee report the AG's comments. Any discussion? Okay, Vice Chair for the vote.
HB455 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any noes? Recommendations adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 934 HD1. Recommendation is to pass as is. I know there was a lot of discussion, but I believe that that should be taken up by subject matter. Any discussion? Okay, Vice Chair for the vote.
HB934 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any noes? Recommendations adopted.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving on to the final bill, House Bill 1308 HD2. Members, we're going to be moving this out as is to continue conversations going forward. I will note that this is a work in progress. I know there's concerns by many of the members. It still has to go to the Senate to discuss how it's going to move forward. The revenue and all those different things, the standing up of the regulatory process will obviously take some work, but I think it's every once in a while, we do bring up gambling, and we do have a discussion on it, so I don't think it's a bad thing for us to talk about it every once in a while. So I want to keep this thing moving. Any discussion? Yep, Representative Reyes-Oda.
Thank you. The measure, while aimed at diversifying our economy, could cause more harm than good to our residents, and overindulgence in legalized wagering can have an adverse effect on families that are already in dire financial situations. I'll be voting no.
Thank you. Further discussion? Okay, Representative Hussey.
Chair, I'm going to be voting no on this measure.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion, Representative Grandinetti.
I'm also a no. Thank you.
You're a no. Okay, thank you. Representative Kush.
Chair, thank you. I'm going to be voting WR. I agree with you. We should move it forward. I'm not a big fan of Alice people, so I stated my point already, and just wanted to let you know. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair. Okay, Representative Leroy, followed by Elkos.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I too will be voting with reservations, noting your comments, but I also would love the record to reflect that license fee appears rather low for an industry that makes billions of dollars. And I would love to see that license fee go up exponentially.
Okay,
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, you know what? You guys all bring up a good point. What I'll do is we will amend the bill. Okay, we'll amend the bill to blank out the licensing fee, so that that can be adjusted at some point in time going forward. And then we will also blank out the tax amount, because I think it's at 10% right now, so we'll blank out that percentage to continue further discussion on what that should be exactly going forward.
No need blank them out, just add zeros.
Yeah, but you bring up a good point. There are things that we need to discuss that was brought up by DCCA and others that we should be considering. So we'll amend it as HD3, and we'll blank out those things, and we'll make some technical
Okay.
amendments.
In that case, I changed my vote to WR.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion, anybody else? Okay, Representative Holt.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members. Thank you, everybody, for testifying on the measure. I appreciate you allowing us to have the conversation. Like you said, you always tell us to try to find revenue sources, and I think it's a good discussion for us to have. I personally don't think we're going to be creating a bunch of new gamblers. We're just going to kind of be collecting the tax revenue from those who already choose to participate in this form of entertainment. So thank you. And I do agree with all the amendments being made. The fees got to go up, taxes got to go up, and look forward to continuing the discussion. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? Okay, good discussion. Thank you. Vice Chair for the vote.
HB1308 HT2, recommendations to pass with amendments, noting reservations for Reps Hussey, Keohukapuli, Loy, and Kush. Any other reservations? For Rep Miyake,
Reservations.
Rep Templo, Rep Lamasao. Any other reservations? Any no's? Rep Alcos. Oh, and Rep Reyes-Oda, the no. And Grandinetti, sorry. Okay. Rep Grandinetti, Alcos, and Reyes-Oda. Any other no's?
Some of these we should roll call, but okay, we go. I think she got it. Okay, thank you very much,
Adopted.
members. We will adjourn this, and then anybody here on the first, we can clear the room and start the next agenda. So we are adjourned. we're gonna convene the Committee on Finance on our second agenda, our 12 noon agenda, sorry late. We're gonna move on to the first bill, House Bill 1099 HD1. Vice Chair.
First up, we have the Department of Human Services in support.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members. My name is Scott Morishige. I'm the Administrator for the Benefit, Employment, and Support Services Division of DHS on behalf of Director Yamane. The department strongly supports this measure. It will not only help us to adjust our penalty, but also make needed investments towards our new eligibility system. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify, and I'm available for any questions.
Okay.
Thank you. We also have testimony in support from Catholic Charities Hawaii, Hawaii Primary Care Association, and Hawaii Farmers Union, as well as one individual providing comments. That's all the testimony we've received. Is anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody
Chair?
else? Oh, sorry.
Betty
Catholic
from Catholic
Charities
Charities.
online. Oh, please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you very much for holding this hearing. We feel that this is a very important bill. Not only will it use the penalty we have to pay anyway to improve the system, but people are really dying to try to get into food stamps or SNAP benefits. And we're going to be increasing that number because the governor administratively is going to, has made the change where they will no longer have the net income criteria. And this is really important because we have people on the edge, Alice families, who are kicked off of SNAP benefits and are losing $1,200 a month in food, and they're really struggling. So, but this is maybe up to 14,000 new people wanting to come on the program. So we feel this is an important bill. We thank you very much for hearing this emergency appropriation.
Thank
And you
you.
have my written testimony.
Yes, thank you. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify or on Zoom? Please state your name and proceed.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair. This is Kai Swan. I'm in strong support of this bill because I'm a SNAP benefit holder. It will be nice if you can approve this bill so that I can use the SNAP benefit to pay my food, for my household. Thank you for listening to my testimony. Please let me know if you have any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else on Zoom?
Okay, questions, members? Okay, thank you. We'll move on to the next bill, House Bill 1477 HD1.
First up, we have Department of Human Services on Zoom.
Yes, good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, committee members. Lisa Amador, Department of Human Services, Administrator for Adult Protective and Community Services, on behalf of Director Ryan Yamane. The department stands on our written testimony, and we support the intent of this bill and agree with the proposed statutory amendments in Section 2 and 3. DHS respectfully requests further amendments in Section 1 to clarify the purpose of this bill, and I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We have the State Council on Developmental Disabilities in support.
Aloha, Chair, committee members. My name is Chase Silver with the Hawaii State Council on Developmental Disabilities for my boss, Daintree Bartoldis. We're going to stand on our written testimony in support. We just wanted to highlight this is one of our key bills last year. It's kind of a housekeeping bill because it was not the intent for the pay to come out of the caregivers' funds. And so we just wanted to specifically highlight that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We also received testimony in support from Easter Seals Hawaii, ILW Local 1000, Sebastian's Arch, and one individual, all in support. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Okay, members, questions?
Chair.
Oh, please proceed.
Let me put on video. Hold on. Committee Chair, Vice Chair, committee members, and stand on the written testimony in support. But if you have any questions.
Okay, thank you.
This is Kylie.
Thank you. Okay, questions, members? Okay, thank you. We'll move on to the next bill, House Bill 244 HD1.
First, we have the Department of Human Services with comments.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, committee members. Joseph Campos, Deputy Director, Department of Human Services, here on behalf of Director Yamane and the department. We would like to stand on our written testimony, appreciating the intent of the measure, and also wanting to point out that on the committee report, Department of Human Services did provide the committee suggested appropriation amounts as well as program IDs. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Hawaii Health and Harm Reduction Center in support on Zoom. Not present. Hawaii Youth Services Network in support on Zoom.
Aloha Chair, members of the committee. I'm Judith Clark, Executive Director of Hawaii Youth Services Network in support of this important bill. Hawaii's most vulnerable populations, including children, youth, and young adults, need the educational, family strengthening, and other services that are provided by CPOs. We all want our children to grow up safe, healthy, and ready to succeed, and it takes a network of strong service providers to make that possible. The most recent ALICE report by the Aloha United Way noted that 37% of households said someone in their family was considering moving out of state. Our CBOs struggle to attract and retain qualified staff. When contracts and grants do not pay the full cost of providing services, our workers leave for higher paying jobs. It is shameful that we are forced to pay wages that are so low that some of our staff qualify for SNAP and other benefits. Staff working with homeless programs are often concerned about losing their own housing. In 2024, the Salvation Army Family Intervention Services stopped admitting new clients to its emergency shelter for boys on Maui due to critical staffing shortages. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you. I think I saw Hawaii Health and Harm Reduction Center on Zoom.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, and members. Nico Sleverins on behalf of Hawaii Health and Harm Reduction Center. We provide homelessness services in regions 1 and 6 here on Oahu, and we strongly support this bill. We're also a proud member of the True Cost Coalition, and we're very grateful for Rep. Martin for her committee report, and we humbly ask this committee to move this bill forward and to really help us support our workers who are onboarded, trained. Some of them have great facility and they have to leave for service sector employment, unfortunately, because we're not able to keep up with the cost of living. Mahalo.
Thank you. We have Parents and Children Together in support.
Mahalo, Chair, Vice Chair, and the Finance Committee members. How's it? I'm Ryan Kusumoto, President and CEO of Parents and Children Together. As my colleagues have emphasized, this work is vital. The needs we face are not just increasing, they are escalating and becoming more acute in the community, and it's becoming normalized in a lot of ways. And as our budgets tighten and with the threat of the federal government changes, reducing services may seem like a solution, but past experience is clear. Ignoring these issues now will only cost us more later. And I don't share this lightly. I see every day through our programs the dramatic effects of child abuse and domestic violence. I'm witnessing a rise in complex mental health issues. We see longer lines in food distribution centers. I hear of heartbreaking reports of sexual abuse, including child-on-child sexual abuse. We've seen a 5-year-old find a loaded gun on a playground, and I've heard a preschooler express the thought of ending their life. There's so much at stake right now, and we don't want it to get worse, or better yet, become our normal. And so thank you for considering increasing the support for the people of Hawaii. Mahalo.
Thank you. We have the Hawaii Alliance of Nonprofit Organizations, HANO, in support.
Aloha and good afternoon, Chair and committee members. I'm Jody Robinson, the Policy Director of HANO, the Hawaii Alliance of Nonprofit Organizations. We are a state association of nonprofits that operate here in Hawaii, and we're also the state association to the National Council of Nonprofits, which is helping us to navigate some of the federal funding challenges that are facing a lot of our nonprofits today. We're also a member of the True Cost Coalition, which is why we're here in support of HB 244 to increase funding, particularly to organizations in Hawaii that service, our most vulnerable populations. As many others enumerated, funding and staffing is often critical issues to nonprofits, and strong government partnerships such as bills like this and contracting that goes through the Department of Social Services, Health Services are very critical to our nonprofits during this time. So for these reasons, we humbly ask for you to support this bill. Mahalo.
Thank you. Next, we have Catholic Charities Hawaii in support.
Good afternoon, Chair and Vice Chair and members of the committee. I'm Shelley Niles, Vice President at Catholic Charities Hawaii. I stand by our written testimony and echo a lot of our partners, and Catholic Charities provides a lot of critical services to youth, family, and homeless services as well. And, as many said, we're at a breaking point to provide our services in a high time of need, and so we humbly ask for your support as well. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Community Alliance on Prisons in support.
Good afternoon, Committee. Kat Brady testifying on behalf of Community Alliance on Prisons. We're proud members of the True Cost Coalition. It's about time that we actually start paying people for the services that they provide. These amazing nonprofits do the work that the government is unable to do. And I hope that you fund them so that, especially at this crucial time in history, when we're all kind of worried about what's going to happen. Thank you.
Thank you. We have the Hawaii True Cost Coalition in support.
Aloha, thank you. My name is Melissa Pavlicek. I'm here today on behalf of the True Cost Coalition. You've heard from many of our members. We have over 70 community-based nonprofit organizations and individuals right here in Hawaii. And as many people have noted, they are providing the services through government contracts. All of the data and information you've heard about not being fully funded stems back from long before this current uncertainty with federal funding. And as much as these organizations want to continue doing this important work, they are doing private sector fundraising and finding other measures to close the gap. When the legislature does allocate additional resources, it often comes from the department with additional work scope and things that need to happen in the community, which we love and need and would not be allocated by legislators if it wasn't for the need. But we do need to ensure that the existing contracts are funded at the level that they need to cover their true costs. Thank you very much for hearing this bill. The Human Services Committee and the department have done a lot of work to help pinpoint and identify specific programs, and we appreciate your consideration. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We have the Institute for Human Services in support.
Aloha, Chair and Vice Chair and committee members. I'm Angie Knight with the Institute for Human Services. We are also a member of the True Cost Coalition. And so I just want to give a little bit of context for some of these contracts that we're talking about. Some of them go back 10 years, some of them go back 30 years. There was a 5% increase for some of them last year, which we are very grateful for. But if you go back 10 years, the minimum wage nearly doubled. And when we talk about the current costs that we have, and we're seeing more complex needs in our community, the operation costs have even increased more. And so that is why we're very grateful that you're hearing this and you're hearing these stories, and we know that you are doing a lot for our communities. But these are organizations that are meant to create stability as often the only chance of hope. And that stability is hard to have if you yourself don't have stability. So thank you again for your consideration and time. Mahalo.
Thank you. We have Aloha Care in support on Zoom.
Good afternoon, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Takanouchi, and members of the committee. My name is Sari Lynn Curtis, providing testimony on behalf of Aloha Care. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on HB 244 HD1. We stand on our written testimony in support. Aloha Care is a nonprofit health plan, and we serve over 70,000 Medicaid and Medicare duly eligible members across all of the islands. And as a safety net health plan and a member of the True Cost Coalition, our fellow safety net CBO partners are imperative for Aloha Care members and Hawaii's communities at large. Mahalo for allowing me to testify in strong support of HB 244 HD1 on behalf of Aloha Care.
Thank you. We have Child and Family Service on Zoom in support. In person.
Good afternoon, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Takanuchi, members of the committee. Kendo Matsuyoshi testifying on behalf of Child and Family Services in support of House Bill 244. We are also a member of the True Cost Coalition. And, we support the bill because it directly addresses an urgent funding gap that may jeopardize the critical services Hawaii needs. This bill is a necessary safeguard to guarantee that Hawaii communities continue receiving the assistance they need. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have Hawaii Children's Action Network Speaks in support.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Chevelle Davis with Hawaii Children's Action Network Speaks, standing on our testimony in support. Mahalo.
Thank you. Okay. Council received testimony and support from another 10 organizations and 4 individuals. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Okay, questions, members? Okay, thank you. Moving on to the next bill, House Bill 713 HD1.
First up, Department of Human Services with comments.
Aloha Chair, members of the committee. Judah Moore-Peterson, on behalf of Director Yamane and the Department of Human Services, we stand on a written testimony offering comments and available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We have the Healthcare Association of Hawaii in support on Zoom.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Paige Heckerthorn Choi. I'm with the Healthcare Association of Hawaii. We represent more than 170 members, including all of the Medicare certified home health agencies in Hawaii. Home health agencies provide complex medical care such as wound management, IV medications, and therapies within the comfort of a patient's home. And it also means that patients are kept out of higher cost settings such as hospitals or skilled nursing facilities. Our home health agencies have seen their federal reimbursements be cut over the last several years. And as a result, they're less able to subsidize care for the Medicaid population. Our home health agencies in a survey from this past October estimated that they're losing more than $1,000 per Medicaid patient. And that means that the proportion of Medicaid patients that they can take on decreased from 25% of their patient load in 2019 to 16% in 2024. And that's something we're very concerned about, is access and equity to access these services. I do want to just make sure I clarify one point, and the next bill you're going to hear is in regard to home care services. Home care services are personal care services such as bathing, cooking, cleaning. These services, home health services, again, are for more complex needs. And I just want to make sure I take this opportunity to clarify that. So thank you very much for hearing this measure for this rate study, and we're available for any questions.
Thank you. That's all the written testimony we've received. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Okay, questions, members? Okay, thank you. Moving on to the next bill, House Bill 702 HD1.
We have the Executive Office on Aging in support. Thank you. We have the State Council on Developmental Disabilities in support. Thank you. We have the Department of Human Services with comments.
Instructions to come to the table. So, Judy Moore-Peterson, MedQuest Administrator, on behalf of the Department of Human Services, we do stand on our written testimony offering comments. We appreciate the intent of the measure. We do respectfully request that the program and its appropriation not conflict with, reduce, or replace priorities identified in the executive budget. Further, we also request that any increases actually be appropriated through the executive budget and not through a bill, so that the increases can be included in the DHS base budget. Thank you, and available for any questions.
Thank you. We have AARP Hawaii in support. Oh. Thank you. And we have Hawaii Children's Action Network Speaks in support. We also received testimony and support from the Disability and Communication Access Board and Home Care Association of America Hawaii chapter, as well as one individual. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Okay, questions, members? Okay, thank you. Moving on to the next bill, House Bill 1349 HD1.
Okay, first we have the Department of Human Services with comments.
Judy Moore-Peterson, MedQuest Administrator. On behalf of the Department of Human Services, we stand in on our written testimony offering comments. Thank you.
Thank you. We have the Legal Clinic in support.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Sandy Ma for the Legal Clinic. The Legal Clinic is a direct legal services provider serving the immigrant and migrant population of Hawaii. We thank you very much for hearing this bill, which is a social services bill. So this is a much-needed bill for this state. Low-income immigrants without prenatal care are 7 times more likely to give birth prematurely and 5 times more likely to experience neonatal death. We just want to stress that providing access to health insurance coverage for income-qualified pregnant persons will increase health outcomes and saves lives. So once again, thank you very much for hearing this much-needed social safety net bill. We understand that it may be more fiscally prudent and feasible to cover pregnant persons only, so we understand any limiting clause that you may want to put on this bill. So thank you very much, and I'm available to answer any questions. Thank you.
We have Aloha Care in support on Zoom.
Aloha Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Takanouchi, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on HB 1349 HD1. My name is Sari Lynn Curtis. I'm providing testimony on behalf of Aloha Care, a nonprofit health plan serving over 70,000 Medicaid and Medicare duly eligible members across all islands. We stand on our written testimony in strong support. We'd like to underscore our support of this measure on the principle of increased access to care, regardless of immigration status. Mahalo for allowing me to testify in strong support of HB 1349 HD1 on behalf of Aloha Care.
Thank you. We have Hawaii Coalition for Immigrant Rights in support.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Liza Ryan Gill with Hawaii Coalition for Immigrant Rights, representing 30 immigrant-serving and led organizations across the Pai'aina. We're in strong support of this bill. We've run it a couple of times. It's for a very small population, about 500 pregnant persons that might be impacted by this. We have seen from the first Trump administration and now in the second Trump administration, the CDC conducted and NIH conducted a lot of studies that showed that in these very difficult times for immigrants of all status, that we see many more children that are born that are preterm and underweight. And so this is something that we're concerned. These children are born here, they're keikioka aina. We want to make sure that they get to start with the best possible life that they can have. And for that, we're very much concerned about prenatal and postpartum care. Very, very quickly, just a couple of months ago, my sister, who had access to prenatal and postpartum care, When her husband was traveling for a few days, she started to bleed uncontrollably and had to be rushed to the hospital. If she had not had the kind of care that she had at that moment in time and a direct line to her OBGYN, she'd be dead today. And so these are the kinds of outcomes that we want to avoid for all of our keiki here in Hawaii, but it's something we can do for this very small population and make sure that we expand our care for folks that really need it in this moment. Mahalo.
Thank you. We received testimony and support from other 5 organizations as well as 75 individuals and 23 individuals in opposition. Is there anyone in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Okay, questions, members? Okay, thank you. We'll move on to the next bill, House Bill 705 HD1.
Okay, we have the Executive Office on Aging in support.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Caroline Kadirao, Director of the Executive Office on Aging, and would stand in strong support of HB 705 as long as it doesn't reduce or replace priorities in the administrative budget. This is an access bill that will support our Medicare and Medicaid beneficiaries who are duly eligible so that we can keep more money in their pockets by providing them with low subsidy applications to low subsidy programs. It will also help the MedQuest division because we'll be supporting people on both Medicare and Medicaid. And also the last benefit is it will support the Executive Office on Aging as long as there's still Medicaid administrative claiming. These activities can be billable activities, allowing us to bring in revenue from the federal government. And I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We also received testimony from AARP Hawaii and the Hawaii Family Caregiver Coalition, as well as 2 individuals. Anybody in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom? Oh, please go ahead and state your name for the record and your testimony.
This is Kai Swan. I'm saying I'm ready to testimony in support. Available for any questions. Mahalo.
Thank you. Anybody else on Zoom?
Okay, members, questions? Okay, moving on to the next bill, House Bill 701 HD2.
Okay, we have the Executive Office on Aging with comments.
I thought there was a bill in between that one. Caroline Kadirao, Executive Office on Aging. We have comments. We've been working with the Department of Taxation. We see this as worthwhile, of course, because it will help our caregivers. We just ask that the taxable year of 2025, if we could have an extra year to get this all together and how we're going to do it, if we can make it applicable to taxable year 2026, which would be December 31st, 2026. I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We have the Department of Taxation with comments. Thank you. We have AARP Hawaii in support.
Aloha Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Takenouchi, and committee members. Kelly Lopez, State Director of AARP Hawaii. We're a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization that focuses on the well-being of those who are 50 and older. I'm happy to see that many of you in this room are. We have 38 million members across the country and 135 members here in the state of Hawaii. And we advocate for, as I said, issues that are important to older adults. One of the key issues and why we're really excited about this tax credit is that it gives an opportunity to family members who care for their loved ones and, again, spend some of their own money to keep their kupuna or loved one at home. We have about 154,000 family caregivers in Hawaii, which is wonderful. These people are able to remain, allow their loved ones to remain in their home so that they don't have to go to an adult care facility where it costs so much more. Like my mother, who was 85 before she passed, she was able to remain in her home in Nanakuli Homestead. We were able to take care of her 24/7 because we're her family and she had those of us to be able to take care of her. 154,000 people do that here in Hawaii. They work and put in about 144 million hours of their time, which equates to, if they were compensated, to $26 billion. These people, by caring for their loved ones, are keeping them from having to go into costly care facilities, which actually saves the state a great deal of money. Hawaii cares for its kupuna. These caregivers care for kupuna. They spend upwards on average of over $7,000 of their own funds to care for their loved ones. It's very stressful. It's wonderful, hard work. We believe caregivers need to be given an opportunity to, again, not have the costly impact of already caring for their loved ones. So we hope you move this forward and appreciate the opportunity. I'm available if you have any questions.
Thank you. Next, we have the Tax Foundation of Hawaii with comments on Zoom.
Yes, good afternoon. This is Jade McMillan on behalf of Member Chica for the Tax Foundation of Hawaii. We've submitted some comments on the measure. Our comments are detail a bit of the duplication, which may currently exist for another tax credit already and in effect. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Hawaii Children's Action Network Speaks in support. On Zoom, sorry.
Aloha, Chair and Vice Chair, members of the committee. Nicole Wu from Hawaii Children's Action Network speaks. The parents that we work with a lot talk to us about how they're in the sandwich generation. They've got children to take care of and also their elderly parents, and a lot of them are getting hit by these caregiving costs. For that reason, anything that can help our families afford to live here and stay here and thrive, we support these kind of tax credits. Thanks for listening to my testimony.
Thank you. We also received testimony and support from the Disability and Communication Access Board, Policy Advisory Board for Elder Affairs, Institute of Human Services, and the Alzheimer's Association Hawaii, as well as from 6 individuals. Is anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Okay, questions, members? Okay, thank you. We'll move on to the next bill, House Bill, where am I? House Bill 692 HD1.
Okay. We have the Department of Human Services in support. Thank you. We have the Executive Office on Early Learning in support.
Hi, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Takenouchi, members of the committee. I'm Yuko Arikawa Cross, Director of the Executive Office on Early Learning. EOEL is in support of HB 692, and we defer to the Department of Human Services regarding implementation and funding. Community-based early learning providers are vital to a strong mixed delivery early learning system, offering families options to choose the type of care that best meets their needs. However, the cost of this care is out of reach for many families struggling to make ends meet. EOEL supports this bill to expand the Preschool Open Doors program because it will allow more families to benefit from this important subsidy program and improve access to early learning for Hawaii families. Thank you.
Thank you. We have the City and County of Honolulu Department of Community Services in support.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Jordana Ferrer on behalf of Director Krucky with the City and County of Honolulu. We stand on our written testimony in strong support and happy to answer any questions. Mahalo.
Thank you. We have Early Childhood Action Strategy in support.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Vivian Eto with Early Childhood Action Strategy. We stand on our written testimony in support of this measure. We just want to restate that we think this is an important measure in terms of facilitating the state's efforts to expanding access to early learning opportunities for our youngest keiki and really helps reduce some of the lingering barriers to accessing the Preschool Open Doors program. Thank you very much, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. We have Hawaii Children's Action Network Speaks in support.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Chevelle Davis with Hawaii Children's Action Network Speaks, and I stand in support of our written testimony. And I just want to emphasize that after housing, childcare costs is the second highest cost for our working families, and expanding access to this subsidy will ensure that it reaches the fullest impact that we can have across the state. Mahalo.
Thank you. We have parents and children together in support. Thank you. We also received testimony in support from the Office of the Lieutenant Governor, the Early Learning Board, about 10 organizations, and nearly 100 individuals, all in support. Is there anyone else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Okay, questions, members? Okay, thank you. Moving on to the next bill, House Bill 880 HD2.
First, we have the Department of Health in support on Zoom.
Hi, I'm Matt Jim, Chief of the Family Health Services Division. The department stands on this testimony in support. Thank you.
Thank you. We have the Department of Human Resource Development with comments.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Brana Hashimoto, Director of the Department of Human Resources Development. We're standing on our written comments, and I would just like to request that a couple of amendments be made to the bill to make sure that it's consistent with the changes that were made in the HD2 for clarity and consistency. Thank you.
Thank you. We have the Hawaii Early Intervention Coordinating Council in support.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, committee members. I'm Carrie Rosevich, Chair for the Hawaii Early Intervention Coordinating Council. And on behalf of the council, we stand in support of our testimony. And I'd just like to add that our youngest keiki, especially those with significant support needs, do have mental health challenges. And the earlier that we can address those challenges with their families and the keiki, the more that we can prevent downstream complex mental health issues. So we thank you for your support, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you. We have the Executive Office on Early Learning in support.
Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Takanouchi, members of the committee, I'm Yuko Arikawa Cross, Director of the Executive Office on Early Learning. We stand on our written testimony in support. Thank you.
Thank you. We also received testimony and support from another 3 organizations and 3 individuals. Anybody in the room who would like to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Any questions, members? Thank you. Moving on to House Bill 900 HD2.
We have the Department of Human Services in support on Zoom.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. Kerry Moyai, Director's Office, DHS. On behalf of Director Yamane, the Department of Human Services supports this measure and stand on our written testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Hawaii Youth Services Network in support on Zoom.
Aloha Chair, members of the committee. I'm Judith Clark, Executive Director of Hawaii Youth Services Network, in strong support of this bill. I serve as a member of the Hawaii Trauma-Informed Care Task Force. Over the last 3 years, the task force has developed a plan and strategies that will incorporate trauma-informed approaches to services provided to children, youth, and families. This bill will enable the Department of Human Services to conduct a trauma-informed care organizational assessment and develop a training curriculum. This may help the department address its critical shortage of staff. 37% of child welfare services positions are currently vacant, and it will improve the quality of services provided by to families and children. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you. We have Hawaii Children's Action Network Speaks in support on Zoom. Okay, not present. We also received testimony and support from the Office of Wellness and Resilience, OHA, the Judiciary, 3 other organizations, and 2 individuals. Would anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Aloha,
Hi.
Chair, members of the committee. My name is Dana Matsunami. I apologize, I was meant to be in person. I'm a child welfare attorney at the National Center for Youth Law. I live here in Hawaii, and I work full-time with current and former foster youth in our state. On behalf of the National Center for Youth Law, I'm testifying in support of House Bill 900, which will create a working group to explore legal representation for youth in foster care. We all know that youth in Hawaii foster care can experience truly terrible and sometimes even tragic outcomes. Child welfare court cases determine nearly every critical aspect of a young person's life: where they live, who they live with, whether and how often they see their parents, siblings, extended family, community, where they go to school, whether they participate in extracurricular activities, what medications they must take, what services they must participate in, and ultimately whether their legal relationship to their parents and family of origin is permanently severed. And right now, within that court case, there's no one who has the responsibility and authority to advocate for what the youth wants in their case and in their life. In listening sessions and community meetings over the past 2 years, in part through the Malama Ohana Working Group, youth in Hawaii have shared their experiences in their child welfare case that can be summed up in this quote from one youth: "How can you make decisions that change our lives forever without even hearing from us?" Another former foster youth describes Hawaii foster care as a system of luck. Some are lucky and have an adult in their case who goes above and beyond to listen to and advocate for their needs. Many are not. This bill is a vital step towards ensuring that no young person in Hawaii's future is left to chance. Research has shown that appointing lawyers to youth in foster care improves outcome across nearly every metric and results in cost saving for the state as youth spend less time in state custody. And really importantly, this working group will be made up of stakeholders from across the state to ensure a model of representation that is culturally responsive and effective for our unique context. And importantly, it will have members who are lived experts in Hawaii's foster system, meaning they themselves were in foster care as children. The National Center for Youth Law is in strong support of this bill as a necessary step towards ensuring youth in Hawaii foster care have the opportunity to thrive and have a voice in these decisions about their lives. Mahalo for your time.
Thank you. Anybody else on Zoom?
Okay, questions, members? Okay, thank you. We'll move on to the next bill, House Bill 1382 HD1.
We have the Department of Human Services in support on Zoom.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. Kerry Moyai, Director's Office, DHS. On behalf of Director Yamane, the Department of Human Services supports the intent of this bill and stand on our written testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Hawaii Youth Services Network in support on Zoom.
Aloha, Chair, members of the committee. Judith Clark for Hawaii Youth Services Network will stand on our written testimony in support.
Thank you. Also, testimony and support from the Office of Hawaiian Affairs, Hawaii Coalition for Child Protective Reform, and 2 individuals. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Okay, questions, members? Thank you. Moving on to the next bill, House Bill 1079 HD1.
First, we have the Office of Wellness and Resilience in support.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Naomi Leipold. On behalf of the Office of Wellness and Resilience, we stand on our testimony and strong support of HB 1079 HD1. We see this as an important opportunity to implement a recommendation that was submitted in the Malama Ohana Working Group, and we thank the committee for your consideration. I'm here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We have the Department of Human Services in support on Zoom.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. I apologize for the camera. Kerry Moyai, Director's Office, DHS. On behalf of Director Yamane, Department of Human Services supports this administrative measure from the Office of Wellness and Resilience and offers comments. We stand on our written testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. We have the Hawaii Youth Services Network in support on Zoom.
Aloha, Chair, members of the committee. Again, I'm Judith Clark with Hawaii Youth Services Network. I inadvertently presented my testimony for this bill 2 bills ago. We are in strong support, and we believe that it will forward the state's goal of becoming a trauma-informed state. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you. We've also received testimony and support from the State Council on Mental Health, 5 organizations and 2 individuals. Anybody in the room who would like to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Okay, questions, members? Okay, thank you. Moving on to the next bill, House Bill 613 HD1.
First up, we have the Office of the Public Defender.
You.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, Son again, and Deputy Public Defender. We're standing in support. The Office of Youth Services does an excellent job of vetting programs across government to assist individuals who need it. The Safe Spaces for Youth pilot program has proven its worth. The Office of the Public Defender, of course, assists individuals when they are in a whole bunch of trouble. So we're here to support this continuing services. Thank you.
Thank you. We have the Department of Human Services in support.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. Kerry Moyai, Director's Office, DHS. On behalf of Director Ryan Yamane, the Department of Human Services supports this measure. DHS defers to the Office of Youth Services regarding its resource needs and offers comments. We stand on our written testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. We have the Office of Youth Services in support.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Leanne Gillespie, Executive Director for the Office of Youth Services. In strong support of this bill, we stand on our written testimony with one amendment. In my written testimony, we had entered kind of a robust funding request and also a humble funding request. Our priority for FY27 in our humble request was to open one new young adult emergency shelter on the island of Hawaii. Since I've written this testimony, I've found out that a new young adult shelter is opening very shortly in Hilo. So I would ask that if funding was granted, that you leave the location of that shelter open, and it will allow us time to go back and reassess the needs in each county and see where the most need is to open that one shelter. I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We have the State of Hawaii LGBTQ+ Commission in support on Zoom.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, and Committee. Thank you. I am Rick Velasquez from the LGBTQ+ Commission, and we stand on our written testimony in strong support of this bill. 3 points to leave you with are that we need services across the state, including every island. And we also would like to stress that this is a bill that stands a good chance of helping to break the cycle of homelessness and will be preventative for future issues. Finally, we want to stress that this affects all children, but it affects the LGBTQ children the most. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have Hawaii Health and Harm Reduction Center in support on Zoom.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, and members. Nico Sleverins on behalf of Hawaii Health and Harm Reduction Center. We provide services to unaccompanied homeless youth in regions 1 and 6. We also have a Guide on the Side program, which is specifically tailored toward youth who are sexual and gender minorities. And these youth face increased risk to their health and well-being compared to their heterosexual and cisgendered peers. So mahalo for the opportunity to provide testimony on this. We strongly support this bill.
Thank you. We have Hawaii Youth Service Network in support on Zoom.
Aloha, Chair, members of the committee. Again, I'm Judith Clark with Hawaii Youth Services Network. This bill addresses the needs of unaccompanied youth who are living on the streets and parks and beaches without family guidance or support. Young people run from abusive or neglectful families. They often have untreated mental health or substance abuse issues, and sometimes they are literally thrown out of their homes by the adults who are supposed to care for and protect them. Living on the streets is difficult and dangerous, and young people do not choose to do it for fun or adventure. Homeless youth need street-based outreach, safe emergency shelter, family strengthening services to enable family reunification, and transitional living services for youth and young adults who cannot be safely reunited with their families. The Safe Spaces for Youth project can ensure that short-term and longer-term safe and appropriate housing is available statewide. One element of the Safe Spaces for Youth pilot project is the Safe Place program that is currently has just begun operations. Any young person in crisis on Oahu or Hawaii Island can walk into a Safe Place site or text for help 24 hours a day. Halikipa, the Salvation Army Family Intervention Services, Parents and Children Together, Work Hawaii, Big Brothers Big Sisters Hawaii, and the Hawaii County Rapid Transit System are among the diverse organizations that are working together on this project. Without new funding from the legislature, 2 years of planning, training, and outreach will be lost if Safe Place ends on June 30th. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you. We have Rainbow Family 808 in support on Zoom. Not present. Okay, Pride at Work Hawaii on Zoom.
Good afternoon, Michael Gloria Jr., President of Pride at Work, pronouns he, him. You have our written testimony, so I won't belabor that. We want to thank you for hearing this bill that is so needed. A prime example of that is Maui County just issued a report about how to address homelessness in their county. And that report failed to even mention homeless and unaccompanied minors. If we are ever going to make a dent, let alone end homelessness in the state, in the Aloha State, we have to start addressing the needs of our homeless unaccompanied minors, one of the most vulnerable communities in our state. As someone who's been advocating for shelters for homeless unaccompanied minors for over 15 years as a volunteer, this does my heart good, especially if, I say if, will help those under the age of 18. So we do have the following questions that we hope that one of you will ask of the Office of Youth Services. What percentage of these funds, if approved, will be directed at low barrier shelters servicing homeless unaccompanied minors under the age of 18? We were not able to tell that from their testimony, either written or verbal, given today. My other question is, as of today, how many low barrier or not, youth shelters are there in the state of Hawaii for homeless unaccompanied minors under the age of 18? And of that count, how many beds does that number represent? And my final question is, will the Office of Youth Services be keeping with the Department of Human Services prime directive when dealing with homeless unaccompanied minors, which, as we believe to understand it, is reunification for the minors to their family members? We ask this question because homeless unaccompanied minors are usually escaping a physical, sexual, or mental abuse situation at home, and reunification is not the answer. So we encourage you to pass this bill. We encourage you to get these answers from the Office of Youth Services to ensure these monies are there to help protect our most vulnerable. Mahalo.
Thank you. We have another testimony received. We had another 4 organizations and 9 individuals, all in support. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Okay, questions, members? Okay, thank you. We'll move on to the next bill, House Bill 943 HD1.
Okay, first, we have the Office of the Public Defender in support.
Good afternoon again, Chair, Vice Chair Sonny Gannon, Deputy Public Defender. Just as a background, many of you know about the current triage system, which actually happens in our emergency rooms and in the district courts throughout the state of Hawaii. This has been my recent experience in assisting individuals who are being held in various facilities for involuntary commitments. We have a lot of people walking around the state of Hawaii who are suffering from things like schizophrenia and bipolar disorder as a result of continued methamphetamine use. This center will hopefully staff these kinds of programs so that they don't show up in our court systems and in our ERs. We should see a cost saving from it. Thank you.
Thank you. We have the Department of Health in support on Zoom.
Aloha, Chair and Vice Chair. This is John Valera, representing Dr. Kenneth Fink of the Department of Health. We're testifying and standing in our written remarks in support of this measure, and we did propose an amendment, an appropriation for this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have the Hawaii State Health Planning and Development Agency, SHPTA, in support.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, and members. Jack Lewin, Administrator of SHPTA. We're in strong support of this bill as well. This is really obviously an area of way to prevent unnecessary spending in healthcare, which is significant in terms of ED use, in terms of admissions to the hospital, to hospitals around the state, and in terms of progression of physical and mental complications that can be avoided. So we think this is a very, very sound investment, and we hope there'll be some appropriation attached to it. Mahalo for the chance to testify.
Thank you. We have Hawaii Health and Harm Reduction Center in support on Zoom.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, and members. Nico Sleverins on behalf of Hawaii Health and Harm Reduction Center in strong support of this bill. As our testimony notes, we do operate street medicine, which does save a lot of emergency room utilization amongst people who are chronically homeless. But when people who have been living on the street for some time, they need to be medically stabilized before they're able to receive other services, including drug treatment. So these kinds of centers are really necessary in filling an unmet need. Mahalo for the opportunity to provide testimony.
Thank you. We have the Institute for Human Services in support.
Aloha again, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. I'm Angie Knight with the Institute for Human Services. IHS started the pilot program for this, and it started with a GIA grant of $1.6 million. And with that, we were able to prove that it is a success and it is meeting a critical need in our community. However, that money did run out, as time does happen. And so that is also why this bill exists, because it's a pilot program that you all believed in, and we have proven that it does work and it is fulfilling a need. We've been able to maintain a success rate of 76% of intakes exiting. And what that means is that these are 76% of those who come into this care and does this intake, they're exiting to either shelter, treatment program, group homes, community homes, being reunited with family. This means that they are getting off of the street and into places that they can continue to live a good life. And so I did want to say, because I know in the last committee report, they did give a budget for it. And for context, the shelter or the center that we do operate, the annual cost is $1.4 million. And a lot of that has to do with the medical care that is being provided by doctors, nurses, CNAs, and also security and janitorial. So thank you for the time, and thank you for hearing this important bill so we can keep this center up and running. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. We also received testimony in support from the State Council on Mental Health, Hawaii Substance Abuse Coalition, and 3 individuals. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Okay, question, members.
Oh, quick question.
Okay, Vice Chair.
All right, Institute of Human Services. 76% rate handoff, that's great numbers. Do you have any more information about maybe what those actual numbers of people are, or, like average length of stay and any kind of other statistics that you guys collected in the last year with the program running?
Okay, I'm going to try to remember from top of head because I just left my phone in my chair. So since we opened on June 5th of 2023, we've had 390 intakes. So of that, I believe it's 303 successful exits, 89 who left against medical advice. So that's AMA. And I will say that of some of those people, some have exited and have returned and successfully exited upon their second trip in. And for average length of stay, I was going to say, I believe it's 6 days. I know in the beginning it was a little bit longer as we were honing the processes and then also having more places to discharge or less places to discharge. Now there are more places available, such as the Pai Ho, Kauhale, such as other shelters. And as we talked about, it's also for mental health stabilization. So some people are ready to go to congregate shelter after staying in more specialized care, and they're able to go into other shelters. That's why it exists. It's both for detox and stabilization, because some people want to get off the street, but they're just not quite ready to be in congregate settings, which, if you can imagine, is kind of a lot. And so this gives them a place to kind of like process what's going on, accept the help, and then make steps forward. Does that help with numbers?
Yes, one quick follow. Any data on, I guess, what that breakdown between, the kind of like the detox or substance abuse side and then the mental health stabilization is-ish?
Yes.
Or maybe you could just send it after.
Okay, I was like, I can go get my phone, but I can also give it to your office after, whichever is preferred.
Yeah, go ahead and get your phone.
Thank you.
Sorry.
That's why we have Google Docs. Yeah, because some of them are co-occurring. So that's what we said in our written testimony, where it's not all detox, not all mental, some are both. Oh, sorry, I have to enter a formula really quick. Can I take a little bit more time and come back to you?
Oh.
Sorry.
You just submit it to the committee and then we'll.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Sorry.
I don't want to stall you guys. That's why I was like, I have to enter some stuff, but then I can get it for you.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Thank you for your work.
Okay, thank you. Further questions, members? Okay, thank you. We're going to move on to the next bill. House Bill 212 HD1.
First, we have the Office of the Public Defender in support.
And Deputy Public Defender. We are in support of this. We were considering an amendment, but just hoping that the nascent statewide Office on Homeless and Housing Solutions works with the Office of the Public Defender and other similarly situated nonprofit organizations that assist these types of individuals to get information to them. I was asking around other deputies, and we didn't know who to call or how to work with these folks. So of course we're in support, but we'd just like more information.
Thank you. We have the Institute for Human Services in support.
Hello again. The IHS stands in support of this program. We started in 2015. It wasn't just us, but there was a pilot program across various counties to provide this resource for relocation. And it began with just addressing the needs of, honestly, tourists who were coming over here, getting robbed, not having identification, and being unable to exit. So we assisted there, and then it moved on from them to more chronically homeless individuals and people who came here for paradise and realized that it's very expensive, and we were helping them reunite with family, either get treatment in the mainland or just be in communities to support. So we very strongly support making this program permanent, but we do request that in the program there is a full-time position for a coordinator. In our time operating this program before the statewide contract and when it was just private funds, we've had to kind of use our outreach workers in various avenues, and we could see the benefit of having a dedicated coordinator for this program. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Also, testimony and support from the Department of Land and Natural Resources, Statewide Office on Homelessness and Housing Solutions, State Council on Mental Health, the Waikiki Neighborhood Board, and one individual. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Okay, questions, members? Okay, Representative Namsao.
Questions for IHS. So you guys are currently running the pilot program, yeah?
The statewide
The
pilot,
statewide
yes.
pilot. So currently it's funded at $50,000 per year. And you're requesting for one FTE for that position. So
Yes.
the FTE would be in addition. So I'm not sure, it doesn't say in the committee reports how much this program would cost for as a permanent program, but I wanted to see if you had some of those numbers.
Yeah, thanks for the question. In line with the federal salary mandate that technically is on a stay, that was supposed to go up to $58,000 per year. That's what we would request, so that when and if that stay is lifted, we would be able to meet the requirement.
Okay.
Yes, and yeah.
Okay, and then the 50,000 is still okay
As of now, per year, that is good. For context, since we've had it, I was gonna say, just in airfare alone, it's $22,000. Because what we do is whenever clients come to us, we pay for half of it, half of the airplane ticket, either themselves or their family. They pull resources and they're able to pay for the other half, but there are some cases where individuals have no source of income. And so those are case-by-case basis, but that's what the $50,000 is used for: airfare, operation costs, taxi vouchers, and et cetera needs. So as of now, the $50,000 is good per year. However, costs for everything keep going up. So
Okay.
That's good for now with the addition of the salary.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions, members? Okay, thank you. We'll move on to the next bill, House Bill 703 HD1.
We have the Hawaii Public Housing Authority in support. Thank you. We have the Executive Office on Aging in support. Sheila. We have Catholic Charities Hawaii in support on Zoom.
Aloha, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Takaniuchi. I'm Betty Lou Larson with Catholic Charities Hawaii. We strongly support this bill because there are seniors who are on this program that literally cannot afford their rent without it. Most of the seniors we see at Catholic Charities in our elderly programs can pay maybe $300 to $500 a month. So without a subsidy, there's no hope. We're seeing more of the seniors who are first time facing homelessness. This is due to landlord renovations, increasing rents, sometimes a health care issue, or often a loss of a spouse. And so there's this growing number of seniors. Nationally, they predict a tripling of the homeless among elderly by the year 2030. So we feel this is such an important program. And I want to give you an example of one typical case that comes to our housing assistance program. This was a lady in her mid-1970s, or mid-70s, an elderly, who'd been paying rent for 10 years in her place, very stable, until her landlord eventually raised the rent to the same level as her Social Security. She was facing homelessness, had no family support, limited English. She came to us, and something like rent supplement would have made her be able to stay there. But without that, these seniors facing these rent increases and other challenges have very few options. So we really thank you for extending or considering the extension of the sunset date for this rent supplement for Kupuna. Thank you.
Thank you. Also, testimony and support from 3 other organizations and 3 individuals. Anybody in the room who'd like to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Okay, question, members? Okay, thank you. Moving on to the next bill, House Bill 431 HD2.
We have the Department of Human Services in support on Zoom.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, committee members. Apologies for any ambient noise as I'm
coming to you live from Kalayola. The Department of, Joseph Campos, Deputy Director, Department of Human Services, here on behalf of Director Ryan Yamane. The Department of Human Services stands on its written testimony supporting the intent of the measure. We just want to add also an amendment that basically we have reconsidered the request for the $1 million requiring 2 bids, or over 1 million requiring 2 bids. This is imperative to remind the committee that during an emergency proclamation, we do have the ability to request more bids if needed. In addition, all of the, when we only have 1 bid, we do a price reasonableness, sort of like a sole source, just to make sure that we are keeping our fiduciary responsibility. And we thank you for considering to remove this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Hawaii Housing Finance and Development Corporation in support. Thank you. We have Catholic Charities Hawaii in support on Zoom.
Aloha, I'm Betty Lou Larson with Catholic Charities Hawaii. We have a large homeless on the streets population. 62% are now unsheltered. So the Kauhali initiative is the first step to rapidly get people into diverse options to get them off the streets. But we also need to look at the permanent supportive issue. And that's where the second part of this bill is so key. The proposed supportive housing special fund is very vital because it provides a financial structure and a system to start developing this type of housing in a coordinated fashion. Catholic Charities and many other organizations have worked with HHFDC and others to start this, this development. We really need a system, and we feel this is an important step towards that. By working together, you can get the 3 legs. You need the development, which of course HHFDC is very competent in, but they also want to work with the counties on operations, knowing who the service providers are in each county that could do this kind of work, and also, coordinating how those services will come into projects and will be continued long term. But you need to have the ongoing support, especially for the social services, or it would be a great risk for any nonprofit or even county to try to enter into this type of construction, and yet it's so needed. And it's not only homeless; it's many other, types of special need people who really would benefit for that. We had a tragic case just last month of a senior who died on the streets a week before we were able to get her an emergency housing voucher. This type of program could have saved her life. So we really encourage you and thank you for considering this new concept in a way, but so needed in our state. Thank you.
Thank you. We have the Institute for Human Services in support. Thank you. We have Hawaii Health and Harm Reduction Center in support on Zoom.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members, Nico Sleverns with H3RC, Hawaii Health and Harm Reduction Center in support of this bill. And we believe that the kauhale and the other types of housing here are necessary to help combat unsheltered homelessness in our communities. Mahalo.
Thank you. We also received testimony in support with comments from the Department of Budget and Finance and the State Procurement Office, as well as testimony in support from the State Council on Developmental Disabilities, Hawaii State Youth Commission, Office of Hawaiian Affairs, County of Honolulu, Office of Housing, and 8 organizations, all in support. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Okay, members, questions? Majority package. Okay, no questions. We'll move on to the next bill, House Bill 280 HD2.
First, we have the Department of the Attorney General with comments.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Deputy Attorney General Mark Tom for the department. Department just provides comments with suggested amendments for this bill. First would point out all the hard work and amazing work that the 3 agencies thus far have put over the years. I myself was blessed to be the deputy that was assigned to Community Outreach Court back in 2016 when it was an unfunded just pilot project between the 3 agencies. So I can tell you I had firsthand knowledge observing the amazing work that they have done. After speaking with the three agencies that are already involved with this court, for effectiveness, efficiency, the department believes that with agreement with the agencies that the suggested amendments, which is removing paragraphs 3 and 4 from section 2, removing the Department of the Attorney Generals from the definition of prosecutors, as well as section 7 removal, because that's the appropriation for the Department of the Attorney General, will ensure that the court runs more smoothly, more efficiently. I'll just note to the court, this does not mean that the department's not participating. We still sit in with stakeholder meetings and we meet with them routinely to ensure that any individuals that want to be in outreach court, qualify for outreach court, have an opportunity to do that. So we will continue to be working on that with those agencies, and I'll be here for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have the Office of the Public Defender in support.
Good afternoon again, Chair, Vice Chair Suniganan, Deputy Public Defender. We're in support of this measure. One of the strengths of community court is, as the Deputy Attorney General mentioned, the work of different agencies and different members of the community, all unpaid by the state, to come together to help neighbors and learn to live amongst each other, amongst these usually lower level cases, in assisting individuals and getting the court to them. We do have a suggested amendment in addition to the one the Office of the Attorney General suggested. In section 4, subsection 4, after the words establishment of a coordinated strategy, we would like to add by all interested parties. We think that that would put into law this collaborative approach that has proven so successful. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have the judiciary in support.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Tina Ann Alva'a. I'm the section administrator for the Specialized Program Services section, which includes the Community Outreach Court. I'm here on behalf of the judiciary in strong support. The Community Outreach Court has provided a path forward for individuals facing houselessness and financial hardship by resolving nonviolent offenses through community service while connecting them to things like housing, employment, and vital documents. Operating as a mobile court in non-formal community-oriented settings, this court removes barriers to justice and strengthens communities. COC continues to expand its reach, holding court in Kaka'ako at the Hawaii Health and Harm Reduction Center, in Waianae at the Waianae Public Library, in Kaneohe and Waimanalo at the Queen Liliuokalani Trust, and just last week, we held our first session at the Makalimo Ili'ili Public Library. By bringing court directly into these communities, we make justice more accessible and responsive to those who need it most. As Chief Justice Reichenwald emphasized the need for the judiciary to adapt to the needs of our communities, the COC does exactly that. Making it permanent will further expand its reach and impact. Lastly, regarding the written testimony submitted by the judiciary, the testimony requested the removal of the reference to the Attorney General's office in paragraph 5D, page 7, lines 9 through 10. However, I'd just like to clarify that language was already been removed, so the request was likely based on a prior version of the bill, so no further changes are needed in this section. The judiciary strongly supports passage of House Bill 280 HD2. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. We have the Institute for Human Services in support. Thank you. And we have the Hawaii Health and Harm Reduction Center in support on Zoom.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, and members. Nico Sleverins on behalf of Hawaii Health and Harm Reduction Center in strong support. As noted by the lady from the Judiciary Committee, we have been hosting Community Outreach Court in town here, and it's been a great success in moving people to the care services that they need. Mahalo.
Thank you. Also, testimony in support from the Department of Law Enforcement and the Department of Human Services and the State Council on Mental Health, 2 organizations and 2 other individuals. Anybody in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Okay, members, questions? Okay, members, please, Vice Chair.
Sorry, Judiciary, please. Sorry. I think this is a really great program, one of our very positive and successful diversion courts. So I see the numbers for like the total participants coming through. Do you have a breakdown of that number, maybe by years, or maybe just for last year or the last couple years?
Let's see here. Okay. As on for participants,
Yeah.
I got 2020. I only got half from 2020. 215, 2021, 303. Looks like 2022, about 470. 2023, 121. These are graduates, yeah. 2024, I believe it was 67. And as of January 24th, the number for 2025 was 3.
Okay. So, sorry, graduates are people who successfully went through the
Completed their
whole
community
program.
service and graduated from the program.
Is there any, do you guys have any insight into like the numbers dropping like that over the years? Is it just because you're doing different kinds of cases coming through?
Possibly. I mean, it could be a number of different factors. It could be just people that qualify and whatnot.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Okay, thank you. Okay, members, further questions? Okay, we're going to recess till 3:45. We're going to come back for decision-making and moving, we're going to move right into the next agenda. We're in recess. Okay, we're going to reconvene the Committee on Finance for decision-making on our 12 o'clock agenda. First up is House Bill 1099 HD1. This is an EA from the Governor's Office. They want this moved up as quickly as possible, so we've got to fast-track that. So members, we're leaving the dollar amount inside and we're leaving the upon approval. So it's going to be a clean bill going straight up to going straight up if the Senate agrees. Okay, so the only thing that may change this is the declaration, if we got to make a correction, if it depends on the timing of the Senate and if they pass the ledge budget before this or after this. If they pass it before, it should be fine, right? But after may be a problem, so that we may have to come back to conference on this bill. But if they move quickly, I think we'll be okay. So recommendation is to pass as is, clean bill. Vice Chair.
Going on HB1099 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Chair and Vice Chair vote aye. Representative Granadeni. Representative Holt. Representative Hussey is excused. Representative Keohokapu Liloy. Representative Kitagawa.
Aye.
Representative Kush.
Aye.
Representative Lamasao. Representative Lee.
Aye.
Representative Miyake.
Aye.
Representative Morikawa. Representative Templo.
Aye.
Representative Alcos.
Aye.
Representative Reyes-Oda.
Aye.
And Representative Ward is excused. Chair, recommendations adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to the next bill, House Bill 1477 HD1. Recommendation is to pass as is. This is to fix last year's mistake. So this is just a fixed bill. Yeah. Any questions? Okay. Vice Chair for the vote.
HB1477 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended, noting the excused absences of Representatives Hussey and Ward, who will remain excused for the rest of this agenda unless otherwise noted. Any reservations? Any noes? Recommendations adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 244 HD1. Recommendation is to pass as is. Discussion. Okay, Vice Chair.
Going on HB244 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended, noting the presence of Representative Hussey. Any reservations? Any noes? Recommendations adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to the next bill, House Bill 713 HD1. Recommendation is to pass as is. Rate study. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Going on HB713 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Noting all members present with only Representative Ward excused for the remaining of this agenda unless otherwise noted. Any reservations? Any noes? Recommendations adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 702 HD1 as is. Discussion. Vice Chair.
HB702 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any noes? Recommendations adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 1349 HD1 as is. Discussion. Yeah, Representative Reyes-Oda.
Sorry, what bill is this again?
House Bill 1349.
Okay, yes, that's me. Thank you. I'm compelled by the written testimony that supports health care for our most vulnerable citizens, adding that low-income immigrant mothers are at serious risk for poor health outcomes. I also hear the people who contacted my office and submitted testimony opposing this measure, citing the costs that undocumented immigrants would pass on to Hawaii citizens. As a mother and a human being, all of this concerns me deeply. Additionally, I believe that access to healthcare for all people is a critical necessity. However, I'm voting with reservations because while I acknowledge these facts, we should consider the seriousness of our federal administration's stance on immigration, and as mentioned in DHS's testimony, that reductions in federal funding will impact their ability to execute programs at current levels. Nonetheless, I desire for this measure to evolve with more meaningful discussion.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? Okay, Vice Chair.
Going on HB1349 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any noes? Recommendations adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 705 HD1 as is. Discussion. Okay, Vice Chair.
HB705 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any noes? Recommendations adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 701 HD2. Recommendation is we're going to be blanking out the amounts. We're going to be adding the DOTAX amendments and some other technical amendments. Any discussion? Hey, Vice Chair.
HB 701
Any discussion? Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Outside.
Okay.
Okay, Vice Chair.
HB 701 HD2, recommendations to pass with amendments. Any reservations? Any noes? Recommendations adopted.
Okay, moving on to House Bill 692 HD1 as is. Discussion. Vice Chair.
HB 692 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any noes? Recommendations adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 880 HD2. Recommendation is we pass it out with amendments, blanking out the FTE and some technical amendments that may, which also addresses the DHERD amendments. Any discussion? Okay, Vice Chair for the vote.
HB 880 HD2, recommendations to pass with amendments. Any reservations? Any noes? Recommendations adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 900 HD2 as is. Discussion. Hey, Vice Chair.
Going on HB 900 HD2, recommendation is to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any noes? Recommendations adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 1382 HD1 as is. Discussion. Vice Chair.
HB 1382 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any noes? Recommendations adopted.
Okay, moving on House Bill 1079 HD1 as is. Discussion. Vice Chair.
HB 1079 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any noes? Recommendations adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 613 HD1. We're going to be passing those out as is, and the preamble language that refers to Island of Hawaii, we're going to let subject matter deal with that. Any discussion? Okay, Vice Chair for the vote.
HB 613 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any noes? Recommendations adopted.
Okay, moving on to House Bill 943 HD1 as is. Discussion. Vice Chair.
HB 943 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any noes? Recommendations adopted.
Yeah, thank you.
I have a no for 631.
Oh, shucks.
613.
Yeah.
Cannot already.
Yeah, we voted, unless we revote, but yeah, so, okay, thank you. Okay, moving on to the next bill, House Bill 703, I'll go slower. House Bill 703 HD1, recommendation is to pass as is. Members, any discussion? Okay, Vice Chair for the,
Sorry, we're in 212.
I skipped one. Okay, sorry. We're voting on House Bill 212 HD1. Recommendation is to pass with amendments. Oh, yeah, good thing you caught them. With amendments, we're going to be blanking out the FTE and some technical amendments. Any discussion? Okay, HD2.
Just add the amounts that were mentioned by IHS in the committee report.
Okay. Okay. Okay, we'll add that. That's fine. We'll put that, make mention of IHS's numbers. I think that's in the original bill, but yeah. I don't think we have to do that. Okay. Okay. We'll just go HD2. Any discussion, members? Okay, Vice Chair.
Going on HB 212 HD1, recommendations to pass with amendments. Any reservations? Any noes? Recommendations adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on, House Bill 703 HD1 as is. Discussion. Okay, Vice Chair.
HB 703 HD1, recommendation is to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any noes? Recommendations adopted.
Okay. Okay, voting on the next bill, House Bill 431 HD2. Recommendation is to pass as is. Discussion. Okay, Vice Chair.
Going on HB 431 HD2, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any noes? Recommendations adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 280 HD2. We're going to be making an amendment to blank out the FTE and some technical amendments. The AG's comments, we're going to let, and the public defender's comments, we're going to let subject matter deal with that. So HD3, any discussion? Okay, Vice Chair for the vote.
HB280 HC2, recommendations to pass with amendments. Any reservations? Any noes? Recommendations adopted.
Okay, thank you, member. We're going to recess for a couple minutes to clear the room and then go right into the next agenda. Okay, we're going to convene the Committee on Finance on our third agenda, the 2 p.m. agenda. First up is House Bill 3HD1. Vice Chair.
First, we have the University of Hawaii system in support on Zoom. Dolan Eversole, or his designee. Not present. Okay, we also received testimony and support from DLNR and one individual. Is there anybody else? Oh. Oh, sure. University of Hawaii? Yeah. Oh, okay, sure.
Questions if there are, but we were just saying we stand on.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you for letting us know you're here.
Thank you.
Okay, okay, yeah. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom? Seeing none, members, any questions? Seeing none, we'll move on to HB 299 HD1 relating to the Hawaii Invasive Species Council. First up, we have the Hawaii Invasive Species Council in support on Zoom.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Chelsea Arnott on behalf of the Hawaii Invasive Species Council. We're in strong support of this measure. And I just want to highlight that the Hawaii Invasive Species Council funding, most of that funding goes out on a competitive grant process. And it's really important that we have this grant process that's it's competitive, it also is transparent, and we utilize the different staff members from the different council departments to evaluate and put together a recommended budget that goes to the council for approval. And this really helps us identify what are the priorities for invasive species that are not being funded through the departments or other gaps that we need to fill each year. Because invasive species, as you all know, they shift. We have new ones, we have new issues across the island. So this funding is really important for supporting our partner projects like the Hawaii Invasive Species Committees, but also agency mandates, enhancing those within the State Department. So we're in strong support and really appreciate the committee hearing this measure. Mahalo.
Thank you. We have DLNR, Chairperson Chang or her designee. Okay. Department of Land and Natural Resources. Oh.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. Don Chang, Chair on the Board of Land and Natural Resources. I apologize, is this?
Sorry, we're on 299.
299, thank you very much. We stand in strong support to continue the competitive grant program that until DOA has the capacity, we would urge that there be continued support to HISC. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, I have staff that's available.
Thank you. We have the Department of Health, Environmental Health Administration in support.
Good afternoon, Chair, Co-Chair, members of the committee. My name is Matt Carano, the
Division Chief or Administrator for the Department of Health, Environmental Health Services Division. We stand in strong support and here to offer or answer any questions. I apologize, it's been a long day. To answer any questions that you guys may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Stand on written testimony.
We have Department of Agriculture in support.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Cedric Gates here on behalf of the Department of Agriculture. The department stands on its written testimony in strong support of this measure. Here for any questions. Mahalo.
Thank you. We have the Hawaii Farm Bureau in support.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Brian Miyamoto here on behalf of the Hawaii Farm Bureau will stand on a written testimony in support.
Thank you. We have Coordinating Group on Alien Pest Species, CGAPS, in support.
Vice Chair, members of the committee, Christy Martin, Coordinating Group on Alien Pest Species, CGAPS. CGAPS is in support of this measure. The Hawaii Invasive Species Council is a body that operates really well as a support network to the agencies. Because it is administratively attached to the DLNR, it really isn't within another agency, but we use each of the agencies to collaboratively decide on what is best, what is missing, where are the gaps, and where can we use some of the limited funding available to help plug those gaps. So it really is an interagency body, and we're happy to provide our voice of support. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Kua'aina Ulu Au'amo in support.
Aloha mai kākou, Olande Momi Fisher, advocate with Kua'aina Uluawamo, or KUA. We stand on our testimony in strong support. Thank you.
Thank you. Also, testimony support from another 9 organizations and about 30 individuals. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom? Members, any questions? Okay, seeing none. Moving on to HB1220 HD1 relating to invasive species. First, we have the Department of Land and Natural Resources in support.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair and members of the committee. Don Chang, Chair of the Board of Land and Natural Resources. We stand on strong support of this bill to appropriate $200,000 to eradicate, monitor, and manage an invasive coral in Kaneohe Bay. And we are available to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have the Department of Agriculture in support.
Vice Chair, the department stands on its written testimony in support.
Thank you. We have the Hawaii Invasive Species Council in support on Zoom.
Aloha, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Chelsea Arnott, on behalf of the Hawaii Invasive Species Council, we offer our testimony in support of this measure, and just want to highlight that this is really a rapid response situation, and this is where we can be the most effective at eradicating new invasive species. So again, just pushing our support for this measure. Mahalo.
Thank you. We have Coordinating Group on Alien Pest Species, CGAPS, in support.
Mahalo, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Christy Martin, CGAPS. We're in strong support of this measure. It's excellent to see the Department of Land and Natural Resources, Division of Aquatic Resources, step up and coordinate this rapid response effort. There's a lot of questions to answer, but there's a lot of work to be done, including in the water, just trying to keep these things from spreading, which they can do so easily. Mahalo.
Thank you. Also, testimony and support from Hawaii Reef and Ocean Coalition, Malama Learning Center, and Windward Coalition, as well as 4 individuals. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom? Members, any questions? Okay, seeing none. Moving on to HB175 HD1 relating to property maintenance. First, we have the Department of Agriculture with comments.
Vice Chair, the Department of Agriculture stands on its written comments. Mahalo.
Thank you. And then we have DLNR with comments.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. Don Chang on behalf of the Department of Land and Natural Resources.
Thank you. Also, testimony with comments from BOMA Hawaii and support from the Maui Chamber of Commerce and Lahaina Strong. individuals, 1 person submitting comments, and 1 in support. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom? Mr. Urshek, are you trying to testify on HB 175? Maybe not. Okay. Okay, I guess not. Members, questions? Okay, seeing none. Moving on to HB 1278 HD1 relating to hazardous tree removal. First, we have DLNR in support.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Don Shang, Chair of the Board of Land and Natural Resources. We're here to provide support for HB 1278. It is providing recurring funds to the department to remove hazardous trees. We also find this as a way to minimize liability and protect from flood management and invasive species. We're here to answer any questions.
Thank you. We also have testimony and support from the Big Island Invasive Species Committee. That's all the written testimony we've received. Is there anyone else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom? Okay. Seeing none, members, any questions? Okay, moving on to HB 867 HD1 relating to recreational facilities. First up, okay. Do we have DLNR State Parks with comments?
I'll stand up. I'll provide comments. Don Shang, on behalf of the Department of Land and Natural Resources and State Parks. We'd like to provide some clarifying comments to this. DLNR State Parks, we don't have any recreational facilities in our state parks, so we would ask that there be an amendment to delete under the definition state parks. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. We have the State Council on Developmental Disabilities in support. Not here. We have Hawaii Disability Rights Center in support on Zoom.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Lou Erdeshek. I'm the director of the Disability Rights Center. I just wanted to briefly put the importance of this bill in human terms before we discuss some specific language. So the idea of community inclusion of people with disabilities is sort of the hallmark of the modern movement. And so if you could just imagine that you are the child, which is where it all begins, and you're the child in school, and you're the child with the disability. Maybe you're the child that's in a wheelchair, and you go out there at recess every day, and everybody else is playing on the swings and the jungle gym and things, and you're sitting in a corner, and you're excluded, and you can't play with everybody else in your class. So that's traumatizing to that individual, and so it really hurts the way that they grow up. So something like this, including them in accessible playgrounds, would really be beneficial to them. And it's not just beneficial to them, it really benefits all of us, because if you think about it, we sometimes see people with disabilities as sort of like different from us. They're not like us. This would allow everybody else to see them as just like us. They're included. So conceptually, this is a wonderful idea. And whatever language or amendments may be needed, I think the important thing is to keep this bill alive. I have been in some contact with Rev. Amato's office, the sponsor, and they seem to believe that wheelchair swings may be cheaper than DOE or other people may be saying. So I think that that's certainly, cost is always a consideration, but I think that's something to keep in mind. I would say that the ADA requires accessibility to some extent, regardless of the cost. So, but I think that is something to consider. I also understand that playgrounds in terms of the DOE may only apply to elementary schools. So the committee might want to look at using language like school recreational facilities to make it apply to all of those playgrounds in all of the schools. But regardless of the language, I would certainly urge the committee to advance this measure so that we can have some further discussion about this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Kaili in support on Zoom.
Can you put me on video, please? Thank you. Okay. Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, committee members. My name is Kaya Swan. I'm a strong supporter of this bill because playground facilities, most important people with disabilities. There will be nice can add in this bill to add ADA requirements in this bill so that people can have safer access to the playground without getting injured or getting into accidents in the playground facilities. So if you please pass this bill, please let me know if any questions you may have. Thank you for listening to my testimony.
Thank you. We also received comments from the Department of Education and testimony in support from the Disability and Communications Access Board and the Hawaii Self-Advocacy Advisory Council. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Brian Mick. I'm here on behalf of Kirby Shaw and the Disability and Communication Access Board. DCAB is in support of the intent of this bill. We did make several suggested amendments, including, as DLNR said, removing them. If there's going to be a special fund created, it doesn't make any sense to put it with them since they don't have any playgrounds under their jurisdiction. It would make more sense to put that with the DOE. And also an exemption for projects that are already in the design phase that could delay them if they had to go back and reconfigure them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. I didn't have you checked in.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom? Okay, seeing none. Members, any questions? Okay. Moving on to HB 1316 HD2 relating to the Department of Land and Natural Resources. First, we have DLNR State Parks in support.
On behalf of the Department of Land and Natural Resources, we're going to stand on our written testimony.
Thank you. Also, comments from Kayak Kauai and testimony in support from Outfitters Kauai, Wailua Kayak Adventure, and 2 individuals. So the written testimony we've received, anybody in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom? Okay, seeing none. Members, any questions? Seeing none. Moving on to HB 649 HD1 relating to small boat harbors. We have DLNR providing comments.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Don Chang, on behalf of the Department of Land and Natural Resources. We support the legislative intent of this bill. However, we would urge that rather than creating a special fund or new fund, that there be an amendment to 200-10 subpart 5 to increase the fee from 3% to 5%. We think that would provide us the additional funds. And we're available to answer any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have Holo Holo Charters, Inc. in opposition on Zoom. Daniel Hazen. Oh, sorry. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I
Please
apologize.
proceed.
Again, Daniel Hazen with Holo Holo Charters on Kauai, Chair, Vice Chair, committee members. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to stand on my written testimony. I want to express my opposition to 649. I understand that the harbors are in disrepair. I understand that upkeep is costly, but I don't think that more money from harbor users is the right answer. A lot of our operators are struggling, particularly our industry partners on Maui. I believe the issue is getting the money out of the special fund. It looks like on the heels of COVID in 2021, end of year, it was 6.4 million in the fund, 22, 26.9 million, in 23, 35.9 million, and in 24, $38.5 million. Again, I don't believe that more money into the fund is the issue. I think streamlining the bureaucratic process and getting monies out of the fund is the challenge that we're facing. And I appreciate your time and thank you for letting me express my opposition.
Thank you. Next, we have Red Hospitality and Leisure Hawaii, Inc. on Zoom in opposition. Dave Weiss. Not present. We have Trilogy Excursions.
Good afternoon, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair, members of the committee. We did write testimony in opposition to this bill. Usually, we see bills that involve infrastructure. We're absolutely for them. I think we all agree on that a lot of the infrastructure needs updating, and, we want to have the nicest and, best harbors. This one is just coming at a difficult time where a lot of our businesses, particularly on Maui, are down, we're 40%. If we weren't down 40%, we'd basically be paying the same amount to the state, right, that we would have on the 3%. Now we're going to be paying that same amount, but with far less revenue coming in. So, this is just coming at a difficult time. So that's why we're in opposition to it. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. We've also received comments from the Department of Budget and Finance, opposition from another 19 organizations and about 28 individuals. Is anybody in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom? Members, any questions? Seeing none, moving on to HB506 HD1 relating to conservation enforcement. First up, we have DLNR in support.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Don Shang, on behalf of the Department of Land and Natural Resources. We stand in support of this measure. It will provide additional capacity for Oahu, and DoCare recently graduated a class that specialized in marine enforcement. So we stand in support of this and am available to answer any questions.
Thank you. Okay. We have Kua'aina Ulu Au'amu in support.
Aloha kako Olane Momi Fisher, advocate with KUA. We stand on our testimony in strong support as well. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Kenneth Martin in support on Zoom. Not present. We have Mark Hickson in support.
Aloha, Vice Chair, committee members. I'm Mark Hickson. I'm a professor of marine biology at Manoa. I stand on my written testimony, and I just wish to emphasize that this bill is really about ensuring that our coral reefs persist into the future. This bill will allow DoCare to patrol at night around our island where there's active pillaging of the fishes that clean our reefs and allow corals to survive. This has been a long-term problem that needs to be addressed. There are new herbivore fishing rules recently passed last year. There's a new ban on night spearfishing in Manalua Bay, but these will just be on paper unless they're enforced, and nighttime enforcement is very difficult. So I urge the committee to pass this bill. Thank you. Happy to answer any questions, especially regarding the science.
Thank you. Okay. We have testimony and support from another 5 organizations and about 11 individuals. All in support. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom? Okay, seeing none. Members, any questions? Seeing none. Moving on to HB 86 HD1 relating to the Department of Land and Natural Resources. We have the Department of Land and Natural Resources in support.
Again, thank you very much, Vice Chair and members of the committee. Don Shang on behalf of the Department of Land and Natural Resources. We support this measure. Makai Watch is a critical component to DoCare as it interfaces with the community. So we would greatly appreciate the support of the legislation. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Kua aina ulu au amo in support.
Aloha Vice Chair, aloha committee members. Olane Momi Fisher with KUA. We helped to get this measure introduced this session, and a lot of our Malama Aina group community members are part of Makai Watches across the state. So we just urge you to please pass this measure. It's a really important program and highlights the importance of community partnerships with our government. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Save Honolulu Coalition in support on Zoom. John Cardy. Not present. And do we have Mary Ann Pahukoa on Zoom in support? Not present. Okay, we also received support from the Office of Hawaiian Affairs, 8 organizations, and 4 individuals. Anybody in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom? Okay, seeing none, members' questions. Rep. Lamasal.
DLNR, Chair, I know this is a request for our 1 FTE. I just wanted to know the cost of that position.
I'm going to bring up Jason Radula, our chief.
Good afternoon, Jason Redula, DoCare Chief. I don't have the salary amount in front of me, but it would be equivalent to SR 22 Program Specialist 4.
Okay, no bulk. Can you give a ballpark?
I think ballpark probably somewhere around
We do, we
okay.
actually have KUA.
77,456 a few years ago.
That was just a salary. Is that just salary?
Just a salary.
Not fringe.
Okay, just no fringe. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a group effort here.
Okay, any members, any other questions? Okay, seeing none, moving on to HB1144 HD2 relating to employment in the State Historic Preservation Program. Do we have someone from the State Historic Preservation Division here in support?
One better.
Okay.
Or maybe, I don't know if I'm better.
Sorry.
But the chair of the department, Don Chair. This is a really important bill for us, as it permits SHPD to remain competitive, and so it helps both with recruitment as well as retention. So we would strongly urge the legislature to support this. The House has supported. It is an admin bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we have the Hawaii Government Employees Association in opposition.
Hello, Vice Chair, members. Nui Sebas here with HGEA. We'll stand on our testimony in opposition to this measure. I do want to emphasize that the department and the state can reprice these positions instead of having them remain exempt or converting them to exempt positions. Happy to answer any questions. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you. Also, testimony received in support from the Office of Hawaiian Affairs. That's all the written testimony we've received. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom? Seeing none, members, any questions? Seeing none, moving on to HB316 HD1 relating to the Green Jobs Youth Corps. First, we have DLNR in support.
Again, thank you very much, Vice Chair Don Chang, on behalf of the Department of Land and Natural Resources. We stand in strong support of this bill. Many of the Kupu interns have become full-time employees with DLNR, so we see this as a very beneficial program for DLNR, and we would urge your support. And we are available to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have the Holomua Collaborative, in support. Thank you. Kua Aina Ulu Au Amo in support. Thank you. I also have 9 other organizations, all in support. The Hawaii State Energy Office, the Climate Change Mitigation and Adaptation Commission, 9 other organizations, and 1 individual, all in support. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify?
Aloha Vice Chair and committee members. My name is Kavika Riley, Vice President for Kupu. Kupu's had the privilege of collaborating with DLNR for the last several years to help manage this Green Jobs Youth Corps program. We've seen tremendous positive results, which are detailed in our written testimony. I won't belabor them for the sake of time, but we are available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you so much for hearing this bill.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room? Any members on Zoom wishing to testify? Okay, if not, members, any questions? Seeing none, moving on to HB309 HD1 relating to fish ponds. First, we have the University of Hawaii system in support.
Hello, my name is Katie Hinson. I'm Extension faculty with the University of Hawaii Sea Grant College program. We stand on our written testimony and strong support. Hawaii Sea Grant has a really long track record of partnership with KUA and DLNR. We believe that local ia are a critical cultural and ecological resource for Hawaii, and we really look forward to the opportunity to support the perpetuation and restoration of local ia through this work. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We have the Department of Agriculture in support.
Aloha, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Cedric Gates here on behalf of the Department of Agriculture. The department stands on its written testimony in strong support. Here for any questions. Mahalo.
Thank you. We have DLNR in support.
On behalf of the Department of Land and Natural Resources, we're going to stand in our written testimony.
Thank you. We have Kua'aina Ula'au'amo in support.
Thank you, Olanle Momi Fisher, advocate for KUA. We helped develop this measure with, in collaboration with UHC Grant and DLNR, and we're here for any questions. Please pass it. Thank you.
Thank you. And do we have Mary Ann Pahukoa in support on Zoom? Not present on Zoom. We also received testimony and support from the Office of Hawaiian Affairs, the Climate Change Mitigation and Adaptation Commission, 7 organizations, and 3 other individuals. Would anybody else in the room like to testify? Anybody on Zoom? Okay. Seeing none, members, any questions? No questions. Moving on to HB1088 relating to the counties. Okay, first we have Karen O'Mahony in opposition on Zoom.
Yes, hi, I'm sorry, I've been following since 2, but did you just start on Bill 29?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. If even one person loses their home unjustly because of not being able to go to court to explain what happened, this bill is not worth it. And it's unconstitutional taking people's property because of DPP fines, when then DPP gets to decide to take their property, even if they're saying they're going to allow appeals, that is not safe for the residents of Hawaii. It's a fact that we've had a lot of known corruption been uncovered, and that even if that weren't the case, this isn't a good idea, but we already know that we cannot trust the government to be the police and the prosecutor and the executioner without any judicial oversight. Judges have a license. They would lose that license if it was unethical. The mistakes that could be made in this by passing this bill are monumental. There's already an example of a man who had $1 million in fines because of weeds, who was a veteran and an amputee and a cancer survivor. And those kind of things happen. I mean, that's life. So we can't be taking people's homes without giving people an opportunity to be heard by the judiciary and have the decision made by somebody with a license who is qualified to make those kind of decisions. This is not the same as a mortgage payment not being made. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, we have Chun James with Country Talk Story in opposition.
Aloha. I honestly don't know how you all can examine so much and do so much in such a short time. My stomping ground is the Honolulu City Hall, and I've been there over 25 years, and we focus on good government, and I can tell you that for all those years, I have not received a single penny, or have I been paid a single penny. So I hope that you will consider where I'm coming from. I am totally opposed against this. You really need to kill this bill because you have so much more to examine. And the consequences, the unintended consequences that is involved in this is too much. This is really the best kept secret bill this session. Most of the people don't know about it, and yet it's going to affect them so terribly much. Do the communities in your district know about it? And I can tell you that I pretty much been to every nook and cranny in Oahu, just Oahu alone. I've been to Hawaii and Puna and all those places. Hawaii is such an interesting space because we do not have pretty planned subdivisions. You can have a beautiful 24 million Lanikai home, and then you can have a Hicks home next door to it. And if you were to notice that every one of you just about have constituents whose home is not conforming. So many of our homes, if you look around, the garages have been turned into living units. A single-family dwelling have been turned into a fourplex because of necessity. Farms, retail shops, and all those things, it will expose everyone, not everyone, but it will expose a big chunk of residents to the long arm of DPP. And I think that you folks know enough that DPP is not somebody or some entity that you can trust. There have been indictments from the federal government. There have been corruption top to the bottom. We really should not, you should be protecting your constituents and not expose them to an entity such as DPP to be the police, the prosecutor, the judge, the jury, and the executioner. That is hell. I mean, that is the road to tyranny. So please, and I also noticed that the DPP director have said that they already have all the existing tools and powers to take care of nuisance property. They can actually have a non-judicial sale to take your property because you cannot afford to pay your taxes. And if you're a nuisance or for public purpose, they already have the powers for eminent domain. And they can also have so many other options. The DPP or the county do not need a new unconstitutional power to become the police, prosecutor, judge, jury, and executioner. This is unconstitutional. This is the road to tyranny. And let me just, let me also say that at the judicial hearing, someone from the Bankers Union came and suggested that the HRS 667 could be incorporated into this bill. No, it cannot, because 667 is a non-judicial foreclosure based on mortgages. It is only fair that if I go and borrow a mortgage and I promise and I sign and I willingly take money for them so I can buy a house, if I am delinquent, I deserve a negative consequence. But to commingle these two into HB229 is totally off tangent. The people of Hawaii, those who own private properties, do not have any mortgage relationship with the counties. None. So to commingle that and think that it could is a totally off tangent and too dangerous. And again, I understand that there is a systemic failure. This bill, this power of sale was brought about by Mayor Blajandi for the past 3 sessions. And curiously, this session, it is introduced by Corey Chung from Waipahu. We all know that the Honolulu County is desperately looking for brand new revenues. The Honolulu Rail is eating us all alive. But I submit to you that the way to try to get new revenue is not to be unconstitutional. It's not to trample on personal property rights. It's not to make life more difficult for our residents who are already, as you have heard, who are already struggling and trying to make ends meet and trying to live together and help each other out. So let me just leave you with 2 examples. We have a Kupuna, and I'm not even going to say the community. He was handicapped, and so he had to put in a little ramp to his small Hicks home property. And somebody complained. And so he had a choice of paying fine or to rip that ramp down. And I'm thinking, gee, that is such a Manini thing. And yet, on the other hand, there are so many big shots people, corporations, who have so much violations, and they get away with murder. This is just an example to tell you that we cannot depend on the integrity of the county to make consistent, even application on the law on everybody, because I can tell you for the past decades that I've been there, I have seen so much thing. I think I could write a book about it and be a bestseller about the corruption and the bullying that the long arm of government has imposed on its people. And one last one, I got a call from this veteran from Kalihi. I mean, Kalihi, Kailua, Kaimuki, Kahuku, everywhere you see homes that are that way. But anyway, he was surprised to find that his 5,000 square foot lot had a fine of 15.3 million slapped on it. And it was because of overgrown weeds. And so when he called, he was desperate because he had seen his fines on the Honolulu Star advertisement. He did not know about it till then. And so he called DPP and asked for help. And the response from DPP was, well, you could sign your title over to the city to help solve your problem. So those are kind of instances, again, that shows that we cannot trust DPP. And even if there were no corruption, if there were no indictments, that there were no irregularities, no mischief, it is still unconstitutional to want to push such a power on the county so that they can control you so much that they can be your police, prosecutor, judge, jury, and executioner. I don't think that is the aloha way to live. I seriously, I understand you have so much information and you probably do not have the opportunity to vet through everyone and to look through it and to talk to people because, again, this is such a best-kept secret that I knew about it kind of late, but we're just beginning to spread the word out. And I ask you to please kill this bill because the city already has existing powers and existing tools to do its job. Thank you so much, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have. But I also, in a very quick fashion, compile some together in my written testimony to you folks. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Please kill the bill.
Thank you. Next, we have Bernadette De Leon in opposition on Zoom. Not present. We received comments from the Grassroots Institute of Hawaii and about 7 other individuals in opposition. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Yes.
Oh.
How do I raise my hand?
Oh, hi. Yes. Please state your name for the record and proceed.
My name is Derek Bound. I'm a registered nurse, and I just heard about this yesterday, and I'm testifying in opposition. I think that what people may have forgotten in the rush of bringing this bill forward is that judges have licenses. They have legal licenses that they have to keep up, and they are reviewed by a board of ethics. And if they are unethical, if they behave in unethical ways, then their license is revoked. Whereas the consequence for the DPP, if there is mischief, is dismissal, and then they can just go get hired somewhere else. So there's no mechanism in this bill for alleviating the consequences of misuse or abuse of the power to take away somebody's property unethically. And so I just wanted to remind everybody of that. And I had a lot of other things to say about it, but it's a little bit rushed. So thank you for listening.
Thank you. Anybody else on Zoom wishing to testify? Okay. Seeing none, members' questions. Seeing none. Move on to HB1359 HD1 relating to flood mitigation. First up, we have DLNR with comments.
Good afternoon, Chair and Vice Chair, members of the committee. Don Chang on behalf of the Department of Land and Natural Resources. We're here to support the intent of this bill, but we believe that there is an existing state law, HRS 46-11.5, that permits the counties to maintain drainways, and we would urge that the House continue to use that vehicle. We're available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all the written testimony we received on this measure. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom? Okay. Moving on to HB 800 HD1 relating to government. First, we have the Hawaii Housing Finance and Development Corporation in support. We have DLNR in support.
Don Chang on behalf of the department on our written testimony.
Thank you. Sorry, HHFDC in support? Oh, okay, okay. I have Department of Land and Natural Resources on here twice. Is there another division that wanted to weigh in? Okay, maybe just a... Okay, we also received testimony in support from the Department of Accounting and General Services, opposition from the City and County of Honolulu, and comments from Pacific Housing Assistance Corporation. That's all the written testimony we received. Is there anyone else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom? Okay, seeing none, members' questions. Seeing none. We'll move on to HB373 HD1 relating to housing. First up, Hawaii Housing Finance and Development Corporation in support. Okay, and we also have testimony from the County of Honolulu Office on Housing and Support, and Councilmember Lee from the County of Maui in support. Is there anyone else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom? Okay. Nobody to ask questions to, so we'll move on, members, to HB1007 HD2 relating to the Hawaii Community Development Authority. First up, we have HCDA in support.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. Craig Nakamoto, Executive Director of the Hawaii Community Development Authority. 1007 is an important bill for us. It's our admin bill. It would allow us to use our expertise and our experience to assist or collaborate with other public sector agencies and private sector to engage in projects that will benefit the state. The second part of the bill is to kind of streamline and make our transit-oriented development infrastructure districts a little more efficient. It would eliminate the 4 county boards and make this a program whereby the General Authority Board, consisting of 17 members, would oversee the TOD infrastructure development program. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I be available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We also have the Office of Planning and Sustainable Development in support.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members. I'm Mary Alice Evans, Director of the Office of Planning and Sustainable Development, and also co-chair of the Transit-Oriented Development Council, along with HHFDC. And we stand in very strong support of this measure. We see it as a very important step forward in being able to get infrastructure into transit-oriented development areas that will unlock housing.
Thank you. We also received testimony and support from DBET and OMPO. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom? Okay, seeing none, members, any questions? Seeing none. Moving on to HB818 HD2 relating to the Waiakea Community Development District. First, we have the Office of the Attorney General with comments.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. Deputy Attorney General Kevin Tong. We have comments because we have concerns that by establishing a special fund, this bill doesn't comply with the requirements of 37-52.3, and we propose an amendment in our written testimony. I'm available for comments.
Thank you. We also have HCDA in support.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Craig Nakamoto, Executive Director of HCDA. We are in strong support of this bill. Thank you to the subject matter committees for their hard work in listening to the concerns raised by DLNR and taking out some of the sections of the bill previous draft that were most objectionable. I think what you have here is a bill that will allow HCDA to develop this as a community development district and then to engage in master planning. Just as a side note, there is $1 million in that's in with OPSD right now that was appropriated from last session that will go towards master planning for the district. And I need to work with Director Evans to get that money transferred to HCDA if this bill passes. Appreciate the support. Thank you.
Thank you. We also received comments from the Department of Budget and Finance and testimony in support from Banyan Drive Hawaii Redevelopment Agency and 2 individuals. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify?
Good afternoon, Chair and Vice Chair. Don Chang on behalf of the Department of Land and Natural Resources. I apologize that we did not submit written testimony, but I'm here to express, similar to HCDA, our appreciation that you heard our concerns and you did delete the section transferring Waiakea Peninsula to HCDA, as well as you permitted the revenues to stay with the agency managing that parcel. So I have no other comments, and I'm available should you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room? Anybody on Zoom? Okay. Members, any questions? Seeing none. Moving on to HB778 HD1, related to integrated land use. First, we have the Office of Planning and Sustainable Development in support. Thank you. We have the Hawaii Farm Bureau in support.
Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Waterland Chair Hashem. Brian Miyamoto here on behalf of the Hawaii Farm Bureau. You have our written testimony in support. We appreciate this ag land use study. There's been a lot of tension for competing uses on ag land, and the Hawaii Farm Bureau advocates for the preservation of agricultural land for its intended purpose, which is ag production. The tensions with housing that's been longstanding. More recently, renewable energy, and I would like to point out the more recent tension is with landfills. So this bill addresses or has housing and renewable energy in it. It does not address, or it doesn't reference landfills, and we're not necessarily asking for a amendment, especially in the preambles where it's addressed, but we just wanted the committee to recognize that landfills are another competing non-agricultural use that we are seeing on agricultural land. So again, thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony in strong support. Aloha.
Thank you. We also received testimony in support from Hawaii Farmers Union. That's all the written testimony we have. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom? Okay. Members, any questions? No questions. Moving on to HB 1494 HD2, relating to sports facilities. First up, we have DBED Stadium Authority in opposition.
Good afternoon, Chair, Co-Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. Chris Sariyasu with the Stadium Authority, and we stand on our testimony in opposition. Thank you.
Thank you. We have University of Hawaii System with comments.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Good afternoon, members, Mr. Chair. You have testimony from the University of Hawaii offering comments on this measure. But I would like to state before I stand on the testimony that the University of Hawaii supports the NASED project and is hopeful that the university can just benefit from eventual execution on the project and have a sports facility that it can use for its football program. Thank you.
Thank you. Also testimony in opposition from DBED and the Department of Accounting and General Services. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom? Okay, members, any questions?
Okay, Stadium Authority. Yeah, thank you for being here. So, the purpose of this bill at the end of the day, I think, is just to have an option if it fails, right? So this is the House's attempt to put something forward. What is your plan B?
Our plan B, is to, we're still continuing negotiations. We don't have plan B right now, but.
Okay. Because in the previous committee, they were asking for gambling to come into there, and, I don't know if that's going to happen. Other kind of things to make the project work. At the end of the day, right, the biggest problem with the stadium is it needs to be subsidized. Now, I've always been of the mind that without the stadium there, right, it's every major freeway intersects there, a rail stops there. it should pencil without subsidy because it is, but the problem with that site is that you're putting a facility on there that is very expensive and is going to need subsidy. So without, if the legislature doesn't add any more money to the project, right, you're going to have to find an outside source. So what's your plan B?
Yeah, so we are, the governor has expressed that he's seeking additional financing from private sources. We're looking at the city and county of Honolulu to provide source fund, infrastructure funding through tax increment financing. So
Yeah,
there's
but that's still a constitutional issue that is unresolved.
It's something that we're pursuing, yes.
So I think the AG has given opinion that it may be still problematic regardless of what the county may be saying. So again, what's your plan B?
It's still to pursue Plan A, and then we'll react accordingly for Plan
Okay, so
B.
would you agree that this is a good plan B?
To lapse the financing?
No, to have this bill in play?
But it would lapse the current finance,
Yeah,
or the
well,
current appropriation.
Yeah, but
and
it's to have a vehicle in play so that we kind of have something to deal with it if it doesn't make it.
I understand, but a lapse of the current appropriation would
I
terminate
think we just
the
threw
Plan A.
everything in the bill to just because, right? If it does fail, then we do have to lapse it. Then we have to come up with a point. We have another place where we're going to build it or whatever. So this bill is the House's attempt for a Plan B.
I
If you don't
understand.
have a Plan B, would you agree that this is Plan B?
If there's an
If you don't have a
appropriation-
Plan B,
Yeah, so an appropriation to UH would be a good Plan B, yes.
okay, thank you very much. Okay, any further questions, Representative Lamasal?
You can stay there. Chris. I wanted to know, what is the current total cost of the project? 'Cause
The total cost of the project, the estimate cost to develop a new stadium, anywhere from 450 million plus, depending on the scope of the number of seats, the luxury boxes, and the other amenities provided. So the Plan A is to have the developer provide equity and other financing to increase the scope from what can be made for or developed for $350 million. And that would be paid from the revenue from the development of the remainder of the property, about 75 acres or so, because the stadium, it's 99-acre parcel, and the stadium would take up about 25 acres of it.
still would need more money then.
It's something that the developer is looking at the financial options.
Okay, thank you. Further questions, members? Okay, we're going to move on to the next bill, House Bill 1358 HD2. Vice Chair.
Okay, first up, we have Department of Land and Natural Resources in support.
Good afternoon, Chair and Vice Chair. Don Chang with the Department of Land and Natural Resources. We are a member of the Public Land Trust Working Group. We do support this. We are in the current discussions with OHA to come up with a specific scope of work for the consultant to be hired under this bill. And I'm available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Moanalua Gardens Foundation, MGF Hawaii, in support on Zoom. Ian Costino. Okay, not present. Also received testimony and support from the Office of Hawaiian Affairs, 5 organizations and 38 individuals, as well as 1 individual in opposition. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Just please state your name and any organization for the record.
Sure. Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Lena Alale, on behalf of the Office of Hawaiian Affairs, standing on our written testimony and support, but emphasizing this is a priority bill for OHA to complete the work of the Public Lands Trust Working Group as set forth in Act 226 and make sure that the working group can finish its work, as a prior testifier was setting forth in the scope of work that we are collaboratively working on. And available to answer any questions. Mahalo.
Thank you. Sorry about that. I didn't have you checked in on the list. Thank you. Okay, anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Okay, thank you. Questions, members? Okay, thank you. We're going to move on to the next bill, House Bill 505 HD1.
First up, Department of Land and Natural Resources in support.
Good afternoon, Chair and Vice Chair. Don Chang, Department of Land and Natural Resources. We do stand in strong support of this bill. We think it is important to establish the Red Hill Special Remediation Fund to accept any funds, whether it be from federal government or other sources, to support the long-term remediation of Red Hill. And I'm available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Also, Office of Hawaiian Affairs in support. Thank you. Board of Water Supply in support.
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Kathy Mitchell with the Board of Water Supply. We stand in strong support of House Bill 505. This is a similar measure was introduced last year, and it got to conference, and discussion was to continue it. But we're in strong support. The VI coordinator is going to work with various state agencies, the university, and do research. And as the fuel is being as they're cleaning up the fuel at the Red Hill facility, we need to think about remediating the environment. So we strongly support this bill.
Thank you. We also received testimony in support from the University of Hawaii system, comments from Department of Budget and Finance, support from 4 organizations and 5 individuals. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Okay, questions, members? Okay, thank you. Moving on to the final bill, House Bill 306 HD2.
Okay, have Department of Land and Natural Resources in support.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Kira Kahahane for the Commission on Water Resource Management, DLNR. Thank you for hearing this bill. We are strongly in support of this measure, which alone aligns very closely with House Bill 1142, which was part of the administration package. The current penalty, maximum penalty under the Hawaii Water Code is $5,000. States across the country, Texas, California, North Carolina, and Arizona, to name a few, have much higher penalties under their similar versions of the Water Code for violations like failure to report unauthorized diversions exceeding an amount of a groundwater allocation. So this measure would help to bring Hawaii into parity with those other states and would also incorporate $25,000, which is consistent with the maximum penalty recommended by the Review Commission back in 1994. So with that, I'm available if you have any questions. Mahalo.
Thank you. We have the Board of Water Supply with comments.
Kathy Mitchell with the Board of Water Supply. The previous committees took the dollar amount out of the bill, and then the last committee, Judiciary and Hawaiian Affairs, put the dollar amounts in the committee report. So Board of Water Supply offered comments. Last year, a similar bill, the max was suggested at $25,000, and I believe the Board of Water Supply and the other departments of water supply agree with the max. As far as a laddering effect, we leave that up to the wisdom of this committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have Ulupono Initiative in support.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Mariah Yoshizo on behalf of Ulupono Initiative. Ulupono stands in strong support of this bill. As Deputy mentioned, CWRM currently only can impose a fine of $5,000 per violation. Arizona, California, and Texas can impose $10,000 per day per violation. Even in our own state, the Department of Health can impose a fine of maximum penalty of $60,000 per water pollution violation. So this would help align with other jurisdictions as well as in our own state. So we believe this is a much needed measure to update the state water code so that we can protect this vital resource. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And we have Lahaina Strong in support on Zoom. Not present. We also received testimony in opposition from Land Use Research Foundation of Hawaii, testimony in support from Hawaii Reef and Ocean Coalition, and one individual. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Okay, members, question. Okay, Assembly Lawyer.
Thank you, Chair. For CWRM, you mentioned that I guess the working group kind of landed on the 25,000 as a violation, and then the bill has, as mentioned by Department of Water Supply, a laddering every 5 years. It would increase. Did your stakeholder conversation contemplate like how it would go up or some math, like 10% more every 5 years, or?
So we had already set this penalty schedule when we did set up conversations with stakeholders. Essentially, these steps were decided based on where staff was trying to land with the penalties, which is that 75,000 beginning in January 2045. So that represents an approximation of the Department of Health's $60,000 maximum plus $15,000 extra to basically account for inflation. So those steps, as you can see, are at least they increased by $5,000 between each step from 10, 15, and then 20. So that was how we arrived at that penalty ladder.
Sure. Was there any consideration given for order of magnitude? We all know the events of Red Hill, right, which is really detrimental to our aquifer, whereas a private well, say in Puna, right, different kind of straw in the ground. But was there any consideration given to an order of magnitude as far as pollution?
Yes. So that type of consideration would be done by commission and commission staff and in promulgating guidelines for penalties to be assessed. We're asking for the maximum amount, but it's probably very, very rare that we would end up charging the maximum. In most cases, it would be based on, like you said, the severity of the potential compromise to the resource, the harm to the resource, as well as other factors such as any mitigative efforts, whether it's a repeat offense, things like that would all be folded into the commission's decision-making.
But still a maximum, like a ceiling amount of 25 is where you guys landed?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Representative Diake.
Thank you, Chair. For CWRM, thank you. Who was part of that stakeholders group that you worked with on this?
So the folks that we reached out to were all of the county water purveyors and the Department of Hawaiian Homelands for that meeting. It's on me that I did discuss this with ADC. I don't think that I reached out to Department of Ag or other private non-governmental operators within this space.
Okay, yeah, so no Department of Ag was part of that stakeholder meeting?
No, they weren't at our meeting.
Because my only concern is the ag industry that could be detrimental, to our local farmers and whatnot for that penalty of $25,000 per day. So,
yeah, all I would say is that the other states that have similar penalties to this also have, very large ag industries as well. And I do understand the unique challenges that ag has in Hawaii. And of course, we would be in deciding what the penalty would be assessed, be taking into account all of those factors, including the fact that we have competing policy goals of trying to bolster ag production here in the state.
I know, I understand, like, the Department of Water Supply, whole, like, water is life is their motto, but I don't think we can be, Hawaii, our state, can be compared to, like, Arizona or whatnot, where they have other industries they can rely on as well. But, I mean, at least in the stakeholder, I wish you would have included the ag industry, because I'm from Maui, they're one of the biggest water users, so to have their input would have been vital, and just to have their feedback, but I don't have their testimony in here, but thank you, appreciate it. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Further questions? Okay, Representative Kush.
Brian, I see you hiding back there. Do you have any input or any guidance or feedback from member organizations on the Valley Owl?
Brian Miyamoto here on behalf of the Hawaii Farm Bureau. Thank you, Representative. We didn't comment on this bill, but we are watching this bill. And we agree with Representative Miyake. It'd be great to have the agricultural industry, the sector, at least participate in the discussions. We believe there may be some impact to agriculture. Again, the fines, if it's going up to the 75,000. I think you heard the deputy talk about California big ag. Majority of our farms here in Hawaii, our 6,500 farms, are considered small farms. So the impact, again, we are monitoring the bill. Anytime it's dealing with water, we have an interest. Without water, there is no agriculture, period. But again, at this point, we are watching it. We want to see what the impact is. We absolutely support the work that DLNR does. But again, with the goals that we have here in Hawaii to double food production, more institutional purchasing, to grow our ag industry, farm to school, farm to state, water is critical and necessary for agriculture. And if our farmers, who at best have razor-thin margins, have more regulatory hurdles or more expenses, then we're not going to be able to meet any of those goals.
Thank you. I appreciate your input.
Okay, thank you. Further questions? You want to follow up?
For seaworm, are these fines related to potable water or just water in general? Because we have ag water, we have non-potable water, we have blended water. I mean, I agree. I mean, without water, there's no agriculture, but there's other methods. So I was just wondering if it's applicable to just potable water or just all water.
Yes, to give you a short answer to your question, all water that's under the jurisdiction of the commission.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Chair Hashem, you have a question? Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, appreciate it. Okay, any further questions? Okay, we're good. Okay, members, we're gonna go into decision-making. We'll go recess to see if we can get quorum. We have quorum, but just other people can come. Recess. Okay, we're going to reconvene the Committee on Finance for decision-making on our third and final agenda of today. First up is House Bill 3, HD1. Okay, members, we're going to be moving this out. The purpose of it, okay, we're going to be putting language in there about extending appropriation and some technical amendments. So this bill is just trying to extend an appropriation that was put in there for a purpose, and we're just extending it to move it out. Right? So HD2. Any discussion? Okay, Vice Chair for the vote.
Voting on HB3, HD1, recommendations to pass with amendments, Chair and Vice Chair vote aye. Representative Grandinetti. Aye. Representative Holt.
Aye.
Representative Hussey is excused. Representative Keohokapu Liloy. Representative Kisagawa.
Aye.
Representative Kush.
Aye.
Representative Lamasao. Representative Lee.
Aye.
Representative Miyake.
Aye.
Representative Morikawa. Representative Templo.
Aye, sorry.
Representative Alcos.
Aye.
Representative Reyes-Oda.
Aye.
And Representative Ward is excused. Recommendations adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 299 HD1. We're going to be passing this out as is, but I will note that there may be a problem in the title because it's relating to Hawaii Invasive Species Council, and it's talking about fire protection, so we're thinking that it may be problematic, but we're going to let this bill move forward and then maybe just deal with it in conference. But it may have a title problem. So recommendation is passed as is. Discussion. Okay, Vice Chair for the vote.
Voting on HB 299 HD1, recommendation is to pass unamended. Noting the excused absences of Representatives Hussey and Ward, who will be noted as excused for the remainder of this agenda unless otherwise noted, are there any reservations? Any noes? Recommendations adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 1220 HD1, as is. Discussion. Okay, Vice Chair.
Voting on HB 1220 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any noes? Recommendations adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 175 HD1, as is. Discussion. Okay, Vice Chair.
Voting on HB 175 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any noes? Recommendations adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 1278 HD1. Okay, we're going to be blanking out all the references to appropriation. There's a lump of 165 in this breakouts for four counties. We're going to take that all out, and we're going to put it in a committee report and some technical amendments. Any discussion? Okay, Vice Chair.
HB 1278 HD1, recommendations to pass with amendments. Any reservations? Any noes? Recommendations adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 867 HD1. We're going to be, making an amendment to this bill. We're still going to keep it moving forward, but taking out the reference to state parks and some technical amendments. That's in Section 4. And then any reference to state parks, it's in the preamble and also in the description, so we'll take all that out. Any discussion? Okay, Vice Chair for the vote.
HB 867 HD1, recommendations to pass with amendments. Any reservations? Any noes? Recommendations adopted.
Okay, moving on to House Bill 1316 HD2, as is. Discussion. Vice Chair.
HB 1316 HD2, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any noes? Recommendations adopted.
Okay, moving on to House Bill 649 HD1. Okay, members, I'd like to keep this measure moving forward. I know there was a lot of testimony in opposition. The whole purpose of this bill that I asked Chair Hashem to introduce was that, right, at the end of the day, harbors are generally user-funded, so if it's for recreational purposes, then I think it should be paid for out of general obligation bonds. But once it becomes commercial, then it should be paid for by the users. Now, the problem has always been that the users are not large enough to warrant a large enough bond sale, a revenue bond sale, to be, to make financial sense. It'd just be too expensive for them to do it. So the idea is that if we increase their fees and then, but use those fees to pay debt service on a refundable GO bond, right, that can fund, that can be part of the state's GO appropriation, then the bond, the percent, right, the debt service becomes much more affordable, and we can actually put out more projects instead of paying for it out of the special fund. And when you pay it out of the special fund, it's cash, and you only can pay for it, small projects, right? So the idea is to do create another mechanism to debt service would come out of the fee, and then we can do GO reimbursable and do large projects, because I think if we do large projects, then the users would actually see something happen instead of just small fixes, right? We'd have large improvements, and that's the idea of this mechanism. But you need the revenue source for debt service, right? And this is it's a cheaper source, way of financing these projects. Now, my hope was that if we used another source, that bond counsel would kind of look at it and say, okay, that doesn't affect the constitutional 18.5% cap that we have on general obligation bonds, but they have not been favorable on that yet, and so I'm still working on that part. So I'd like to keep the measure moving forward to have an option of financing small boat harbors in another way that be a little more affordable, and that's the idea of this measure. Yeah, so it's a work in progress. I don't know if it'll work, but it's my attempt to to help the LNR to just do something, right? Because all this time, small boat harbors are just in really, really bad shape statewide, and we got to do something, right? So, any discussion? Yes, Representative Kush.
I think that this, as you discussed, is a great move as being a small commercial boat operation in Hawaii for 34 years now. The state has struggled, and the fixes are never enough. They're just to get us by. So thanks.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion, Representative Reyes-Oda.
Thank you, Chair. I hear you, but I want to make sure that I support responsible investment in harbor maintenance and development. The fee increase will devastate fishing charters, tour operators, and other maritime small business that are already struggling. The business owners report in their testimony that they already pay their fair share by paying harbor fees, permitting fees, and the Ocean Stewardship Special Fund, and they are saying that it's becoming difficult to operate their small business in our state, so I will be voting with reservations.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Any further discussion? Okay, Representative Miyake.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate you sharing your insights on this measure. I know Ma'alaya is in disrepair on Maui. I do hear the concerns of the boating trilogy, all of their testimonies. And I know, because of the wildfire and then coming out of the pandemic, they're already faced with challenges. So I do want to see the bill move, Chair. But I will be voting with reservations.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Further discussion. Yeah, members, I understand that everybody has challenges operating, things like that. But at the end of the day, what we're currently doing is not working, so we need options. So that's what we're attempting here. Okay? Further discussion? Okay, Vice Chair for the vote.
Voting on HB 649 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended, noting Reps Miyake and Reyes-Oda with reservations. Any other reservations? Rep Alcos, reservations? Okay, anybody voting no? Okay, seeing none, recommendations adopted.
Okay, thank you very much, members. We're moving on to House Bill 506 HD1 as is. Discussion? Okay, Vice Chair.
HB 506 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any noes? Recommendations adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 86 HD1. Okay, we're going to be amending this bill to blank out the FTE and some technical amendments. Yeah, that's it. HD2. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
HB 86 HD1, recommendations to pass with amendments. Any reservations? Any noes? Recommendations adopted.
Okay, thank you. Voting on House, next is House Bill 1144 HD2, as is. Discussion. Okay, Vice Chair.
HB 1144 HD2, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any noes? Recommendations adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 316 HD1, as is. Discussion. Vice Chair.
Voting on HB 316 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any noes? Recommendations adopted.
Okay, moving on to House Bill 309 HD1, as is. Discussion. Vice Chair.
Voting on HB 309 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any noes? Recommendations adopted.
Okay, thank you very much, members. We're moving on to House Bill 29 HD2. Okay, there seems to be some issues with this, so we're going to be talking to the introducer and further conversations with the subject matter chairs. So we're going to defer decision-making until end of calendar on Wednesday. Okay, moving on to the next bill, House Bill 1359 HD1, relating to flood mitigation. Okay, this one. Okay. Yeah, this one we're going to be moving out as is. Yeah. There were suggested amendments, but I think I'll have subject matter deal with that. So as is. Any discussion? Okay, Vice Chair.
Voting on HB 1359 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any noes? Recommendations adopted.
Okay, thank you very much. House Bill 800 HD1. Recommendation is to pass as is. The city and county is opposing just one part, and it is part of an agreement that was put together with HHFDC and them. So at some point in time, I think we're going to take it out, or we may take it out. We're probably going to take it out. But I'd like to keep the measure moving the way it is right now. The purpose of this, at the end of the day, I don't know if anybody explained this to you guys, but there is lands that the would benefit the county, the Lihiliha Civic Center area, Ala Park, and some other parcels in that area to do part of the TOD planning. And we feel that it'll be in the best interest, and these are state lands, and then they own the land under Ali Place. So we felt that if the state owned that land and we became the landlord, then we'd be in better position to negotiate for the purchase of Ali Place. The idea of the purchase of Ali Place, to everybody kind of understands, currently right now, that building is about 300,000 square feet. In urban Honolulu, we lease about 300,000 square feet. So if we own that building, and then it would kind of make sense. It would be part of the capital district. And then when Chair Hashem looked at this in the past, it was what we're currently paying in lease rent would almost pay for debt service to buy the building. So it's almost like a no-brainer, but we still need to cut the deal with the county and get them to agree with this. So that's the purpose of this bill. Okay. So as is. Discussion. Okay, Vice Chair.
HB 800 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any noes? Recommendations adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 373 HD1, as is. Discussion. Okay, Vice Chair.
HB 373 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any noes? Recommendations adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 1007 HD2, as is. Discussion. Okay, Vice Chair.
HB 1007 HD2, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any noes? Recommendations adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to the next bill, House Bill 818 HD2, as is. Discussion. Vice Chair.
HB 818 HD2, recommendation is to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any noes? Recommendations adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 778 HD1. We're going to be moving this out with a few amendments. We're going to be blanking out the appropriation, the FTAs, and technical amendments. Any discussion? Okay, Vice Chair.
HB778 HD1, recommendations to pass with amendments. Any reservations? Any noes? Recommendations adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 1494, HD2. Again, members, this is just a vehicle to have an option, so we'd like to keep it moving. Let's see, we're going to be blanking out the dollar amount in there and some technical amendments, so HD3. Any discussion?
Sure.
Yes.
Sure, I'd like to see the Aloha Stadium continue to build. I don't want to risk losing that Aloha Stadium to not enough funds. I do like the option that University of Hawaii is going to try to build their stadium, but by the time they build their stadium, it's probably going to be, 5 years from now or a couple of years. By the time the Aloha Stadium can be built. But it doesn't just serve the University of Hawaii, it serves the whole island, the Aloha Stadium, with the keikis, the little kids, swap meet, and it's the central hub. I want to go with reservations on this. I really want to make sure that Aloha Stadium does not get pushed on the side and somehow that we don't lose that potential.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion? Okay. Yeah, thank you for your comments. I think, this, at the end of the day, the concern for this committee is, right now, there's about, the appropriation in GO was $3.5 million, and then there's about originally $50 million that was given in the stadium special fund. And so there's about $400 million. I think it's, the special fund only has about 49 right now. The GO appropriation, I think they spent 10, so there's only about 340 left in there because they did some preliminary work on that project. The concern is that this project is at the current scope is probably going to exceed 800 plus, maybe $1 billion, I don't know. But it is something that I don't think the state can afford. So, but I said in the past, and I'll say it publicly here, if there is a philanthropist willing to put up money, and that's the whole purpose of creating these public-private partnership, is that the private sector is supposed to be putting up money. If that happens, I'm all in on this project. But if the state has to continually fund this, then my concern is that it'll be another black hole that we have to just continually fund. So, like I said, if there is a philanthropist that comes through and funds everything else, and the state doesn't have to put in any more money, I'm good. But this is an option that if that doesn't work out. So, again, my recommendation is we just move it forward just as an option. Doesn't mean we have to act on it. It's just an option. So, HD3. Further discussion. Vice Chair.
Going on HB 1494 HD2, recommendations to pass with amendments. Noting the presence of Representative Hussey, who will be noted as present for the remainder of the votes on this agenda. And for reservations, I have Rep. Alcos. Any other reservations? Any noes? Recommendations adopted.
Okay, thank you, members. Moving on to House Bill 1358 HD2. Recommendation is that we pass it out with amendments. Okay, so in the, all we're going to do is we're going to amend the preamble. So in the original Act 226 Session Law of 2022, everything up to page 7, line 6 was kind of in the preamble, but this one part is missing. So we're going to be adding this one section. So from line 7, it shall read as follows. Act 226 was enacted to, 1, increase the Office of Hawaiian Affairs interim annual share of income and proceeds of the Public Land Trust beginning in fiscal year 2022-2023 from $15,100,000 to $21,500,000. And then 2, appropriates $64 million to the Office of Hawaiian Affairs, and 3, establishes a working group to determine the pro rata share of income and proceeds from the land trust due annual to the Office of Hawaiian Affairs after June 30th, 2022. And then in the Conference Committee Report 250-22 filed by Act 226 further found that the past due sums owed to the Office of Hawaiian Affairs for all underpaid payments of the pro rata portion of the income and proceeds of the public land trust for the period of July 1st, 2012 to June 30th, 2022 is $64 million, and that sum is intended to represent the cumulative impact of the inflation adjustment for that period. The legislature, and in this part we're adding, the legislature finds that that Act 15 and Act 226 have addressed the past due amounts which were accumulated during the period of November 7, 1978, up to and including June 30th, 2022, of the income and proceeds from the public land trust owed to the Office of Hawaiian Affairs. So we're adding that section in there, and then some technical amendments. Any discussion? Okay, Vice Chair for the vote.
HB 1358 HD2, recommendations to pass with amendments. Any reservations? Any noes? Recommendations adopted.
Okay, thank you. We're going to move on to the final bill, House Bill 505 HD1. Recommendation is to pass as is. Discussion. Okay, Vice Chair.
HB 505 HD1, recommendation is
two
to...
more bills. Go ahead.
505 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any noes? Recommendations adopted.
Okay, we have one more, House Bill 306 HD2 as is. Discussion. Okay, Vice Chair.
On HB 306 HD2, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Reservations for Rep. Miyake and Lamosao. Any other reservations? Any noes?
Okay, thank you very much.
Recommendations adopted.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, members. Thank you for sticking it out. We'll see you tomorrow. We're adjourned.